And there is growing evidence, as you guys know, and we've been reporting, growing evidence that poor catch welfare can impact upon the sustainability and the quality of seafood. So you're all familiar with this, and the global catch in 2022 was 91 million tonnes in wild capture. Now this equates to 1.1 to 2.2 trillion animals, which actually accounts for about 90% of all production animals. And this has been completely overlooked until very recently. And so, as a result, funding for aquatic animal welfare is on the increase. So this is a message to you guys of maybe repackaging or rethinking how you look at funding opportunities in the future. So, those numbers refer to the catch, the landed catch in particular. Now, what we know, everybody in this room knows, actually what the catch involves and the animals involved in, affected by fishing gears is a lot more. We have bycatch, we have escapees, we have ghost fishing, and we've also got the impacts of environmental degradation and how that can affect the welfare of the animals that are left behind. Now, Petri, on the first day, during the very short welfare session, which we were very grateful for, thank you guys, raised an important point, which is how do you measure pain? And since Lynn Snedden in 2003, original evidence of the potential for fish feeling pain, there's been growing evidence to support that maybe fish and other aquatic animals do feel pain. But fish sensitivity to pain remains a very contentious issue in science. And what we do know is pain is an emotion. And even in humans, it's subjective. And as a result, we cannot measure it. It's not something you can measure. It's a subjective experience. However, our approaches with good catch welfare, if we can address the stresses associated with capture, then we will deal with the issues with pain. And so we will be mitigating the pain anyway. So, how do we define welfare? What is welfare? Well, the classic definition from Donald Broom is that the welfare of an individual is its state as it attempts to cope with its environment. It's a bit vague. Let's go into that in a little more detail. There's different approaches you can take to that. The first is a feelings-based approach, whereas animals should be free from negative experiences such as pain and fear and have access to positive experience. And that's what most people think about animal welfare science, is that it's sort of a fish-hugging exercise, and it's about looking after emotions and feelings. There's also a nature-based approach for animals in captivity, where they should be able to lead a natural life and express natural behaviours. And then there's the function-based approach, which is where animals should have biological systems that are functioning appropriately and not being forced to respond beyond their capacity. A bit more scientific, a bit more measurable. Now, what we do know is that most capture methods are stressful. They're an end-of-life experience, and so we can only really focus on minimising the impact of the stresses. That really negates the feelings-based approach. If there is pain and fear, it's going to be there anyway. We can't really mitigate too well for it. And the nature-based approach, well, perversely, it's very natural to have fear, pain at the end of life. So that's not really very constructive. So that leaves us with the functional-based approach. Now, the stress response in an animal is based on this. We have stressors, and then at different biological levels, we have responses. Now, we can actually measure these responses. We can look at hormones, we can look at neurotransmitters, we can look at EEGs at the primary level. We can look at physiological responses, lactate, glucose, and the like, and ATP within tissues. And we can look at behavioural responses. And this is one of the most important, because it's one of the most instantaneous responses we get from the animal. And it's a whole animal response. So anything you're doing with behaviour feeds in to this information. But what we do know is stress is a function of the severity and exposure to a stressor. So the more severe or the more prolonged the stressor, the greater the response will be and the greater the recovery period. Until you reach a point that the animal can no longer cope. It can no longer recover. It ends up in a position of exhaustion, which if the stressor isn't removed, it will die. So stress doesn't necessarily equate to poor welfare. It is when the stress is too great for the animal to cope that we have a poor welfare scenario. And that's what Neil was looking at in that first presentation when he was providing boundaries to the stress response, which was how is the animal swimming. Okay? So that's the sort of thing we're looking for. What we also know is that these physiological changes that go on in the animal lead to a whole cascade in the post-mortem physiology of the meat. And this leads to changes in the quality of the meat. So increased rigor mortis can lead to gaping, can lead to softer fillet texture, changes in colour in the meat. And we've also shown, in macro, we've also shown that we can see these indicators with the fillets deep frozen for 12 months. We can still see whether the fish was stressed or not immediately before it died. So, which has implications to sustainability within your supply chain. So we've come up with a definition, which is that good catch welfare practices are capture handling methods that minimise the physical damage to and the stress on any retained animals so after they are either slaughtered or released. So, focusing on catch welfare, we minimise stress and injury, we can promote the survival of any released animals, any of the unwanted catch, and we can hopefully improve meat quality. And both of these feed back into sustainability, improved reputation for the fleet, and improved productivity within the whole supply chain. So, that led to an ASC session last year, and it was well attended. We had 17 presentations, 11 posters, 80 attendees, which was not a bad session in the ASC. And it led to a recommendation from that, from the various questions and concerns that were raised in that meeting. There was a recommendation to form a working group within ICES to specifically address aquatic animal welfare. Now, of course, anything to do with ICES and bureaucracy gets complicated. We've been complicated by the fact there's another group called the European Fisheries Aquaculture Research Organisations, which is a policy group, which oversees the European Research Institute. They also have a working group which is looking at this, but short term, to define policy within Europe on how we move forward with aquatic animal welfare. So the two have become merged temporarily. We're writing the terms of reference together, and we'll have a meeting in November this year where we will get together and we will form the terms of reference that will form the new working group. So what are the likely objectives, or what have me and my colleagues put on the table so far? Well, we're going to be advising ICES on aquatic animal welfare in the context of scientific animals, how we handle animals in scientific experiments, aquaculture and wild capture fisheries, both commercial and recreational. We're going to make recommendations and guidelines for improved animal welfare practices, joining ICES coordinated scientific work. ICES want to protect themselves from any animal welfare legislation within Europe and elsewhere. And as a result, we're going to be reviewing relevant legislation. We're also going to be liaising with key industry stakeholders, and that includes the fishermen, on what they see as critical welfare issues. We're going to be mapping and harmonising welfare indicators, like the things I've been describing. How do we measure it? And most importantly for you guys, we're going to be identifying existing and potential mitigations for welfare. Why is it most important for you? Because that's what you're doing already. And I'm going to try and explain why in the last couple of minutes. So, future solutions, as Steve pointed out over several presentations, future solutions require multidisciplinary approaches. We have to have everybody who's involved in that process around the table to come up with something meaningful for the future. And that involves you. So, looking at your terms of reference, your current terms of reference, there are three clear areas which are inseparable from catch welfare. And I think you'll all agree, what I've just highlighted in green, all relates to catch welfare, from what I've just explained. I would argue these areas also relate to catch welfare. Now, this is getting tentative, and you can disagree with me if you wish, but the first one, designing, planning and testing fishing gears used in abundance estimation, how does that work? Well, you're affecting animal welfare as soon as you're catching them, okay? And what became very clear from the various meetings I've been having within ICES is how many animals are killed to measure their length. Just to measure their length. Most of the sample that's taken is just to measure the length. And often they can be ratios of, and the worst is 50 to 1, of 50 animals which are taken aboard and only one is measured. That's a very poor welfare scenario. You're killing 50 times the animals you need to take a measurement. And now we know we can take measurements using stereo cameras in the gear without actually catching the fish. fish can just pass through the gear, have its photograph taken, measure, move on. Improving fuel efficiency, reduction of emissions. We know global warming is affecting fish physiology, and that reduces their capacity to cope with capture-related stresses. So anything that's dealing with that, which is the work you're doing in terms of trying to reduce fuel emission, is also helping the welfare of animals in the wild. And finally, probably the most tentative of all, is safety in fishing operations. How the hell does that help fish welfare? Well, what we do know from the one welfare approach, and we can talk later about that if you want to question me on it. One welfare approach says the welfare of the workers and the welfare of the animals involved in the production system are intrinsically linked. Poor welfare of workers leads to poor welfare of the animals. Good welfare of the animals actually has beneficial effects for the workers, particularly psychologically. If they know they're doing a good job, it can have a beneficial effect on their psyche. So, how do we move on? Where do we need your help? Well, I need your input to the terms of reference for the new group. Maybe that can come from a recommendation from within the group, either this year or in future years. Email me. Just drop me a line. If you've got an idea that you think should be included, just drop me a line, please. Come and see me while I'm here the next couple of days. And also, we have this joint meeting with the FAO. You're welcome to attend. Give me a shout. If you want to attend, I can try and get you on the members list. Also, we're looking for members within this group to become part of the new working group. The work you're doing is absolutely critical to what we're doing in terms of mitigation. If this interests you, if this triggers an interest, give me a call. And then I've already been speaking to Noëlle, Paul and Jon on this. Establish links, proper links between the two groups. Try and have synchronized sessions so we have the meetings next door to each other. We can maybe have shared sessions like you used to do with FAST. And we can have joint representation where we have people embedded in both working groups whose job it is to attend both meetings and report back. Those sort of things would be very useful for cross-communication. And if this really does interest you, I've mentioned the Catch Welfare platform before. The link is there, free to join. We have a conference, again in November actually, coincidentally, in the Netherlands. Come and join us. We have online seminars, we have meetings. I know there's already members in this room. I won't get you to show your hands, but thank you for already joining. And please come and join the conversation. It's with the industry. It's, as Steve said earlier this week, it's a safe space where they can discuss their concerns about welfare without being judged, and where we can actually come up with some constructive ideas for how they can move forward, both in the short term and where we can make sort of proposals for mitigations in the future, so more ambitious proposals. So thank you very much for your time. Greatly appreciated, Noëlle. Thank you.
All right, so that completes business session 3. That was a carryover from yesterday. Let's move on, and we have a few things. This is business session 4. And by the way, I don't know if you like this approach. We used to save all the business to the end. It's been almost a whole day on business, which some of us would skip sometimes. So, me included, I admit that. Not always, but once or twice. But now we're sprinkling it through the week, and I hope you like it. We wanted to have a conversation about membership. ICES says that all of you who are sitting here today should be a member. And there's only 2 kinds of membership. And we have a whole dedicated page on the FTFB website that you can check out on how to become a member. ICES says there's 2 kinds of members. You're either been nominated by your national delegate, and you're a formal member. And this isn't where you're born or where you grew up. This is where you're working. So your citizenship might be different, but where you're working, you would be nominated by your national delegate and you would be a formal member. The other, and that kind of lasts for a lifetime. I did it once 20 years ago. The paperwork's done and I never looked back, and I've been a member ever since. It's a bit of work in the beginning, but then once you got it sort of thing, typically. There's a strong, difficult on-ramp, but ICES doesn't really have an off-ramp. I think once you're a member, you're a member. That's it, maybe unless you request to come off. And then there's another one called Chair Invited Member. This is the one that we're struggling with a little bit, because if you go to the ICES website and you go look at the expert groups and you find FTFB and you ask to look at the members, there's over 300 members, 344 I checked this morning, but there's not 344 people here. And so we know that a lot just drift off into other working groups. And so that happens naturally. And a lot of them are chair invited. Now, technically, I think chair invited is only supposed to have a limited time frame. But we've been sloppy as a working group. And we've had people that have been chair invited for 20 years. I checked this morning, and Bent Herman, where's Bent? He's still chair invited. When was your first FTFB, Bent? 2003. Right. So you can imagine, Bent wrote an email, and the chair, whoever the chair was in 2003, invited him. And now he's chair invited. And it was supposed to be for the life of the chair. So it could be, while ever the chair has tenure, Bent remains invited, if that makes sense. That's one option. Another option is you do nothing, and which is kind of what we've done, and you've just maintained chair invited status. Another version is, well, we've got some options to discuss. Basically, the question is how and when to delete chair invited members. One option is we just wash you all out annually, and you have to request to come. Another option is that we delete at the end of the term of the chair. Whatever chair you approached, you were chair invited, you wrote Paul an email. As long as Paul sits there, you're allowed to come, but when Paul goes, you're no longer invited. You have to write the new chair. Well, that's an option, but that gets difficult when there's 3 chairs, because sometimes you just send an email to chairs, and it's all 3 of us. So that's a bit awkward. And then there's this third one called delete at some predetermined time. So you have maybe your chair invited for a specific period of time. That's also an option. There's a fourth option, which is what we just do, keep the status quo, and we don't really do anything, and we let the list keep growing and growing and growing. Some of you are probably here and didn't even know you had to be a member. Let's ask that question. Maybe some of the younger grad students, you said, I did nothing. I just bought a plane ticket and showed up. I thought this was a conference. So raise your hand if this is the first time you've ever heard about membership. Okay. Maybe 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 or 5. Yeah. Part of the challenge is this is the biggest, largest, and oldest working group. You won't find this problem in most of the other 100 working groups that ICES has. They're 10 or 20 people. They're very intimate, and they know who's in, they know who's out. But we're getting quite large. So we're just kind of thinking about how to manage that. We do have past chairs in the room that have invited people. Somebody invited Bent back in 2003. Geralder's nodding. It was probably Geralder. Aida Campos from Portugal has a different situation. You were a member, and somehow you feel as though you've slipped back to a chair-invited member. I meant to check that this morning on the website to see if that's actually true or not. But it's really a question about the chair-invited members. We're not questioning membership. It's more chair-invited. And we know that, and then there's this third category of host-invited slip-ins that ICES never knows about. Let's be honest, there's probably CNR people attending that have name tags that ICES knows nothing about. Same thing happened last year in Canada. I kind of slipped in a few Canadians, gave them name tags. They felt like they were part of everything, but ICES knows nothing about them. And the same thing will probably happen in Australia. So there's always a small fraction of those, which we need to manage. But I don't know if any of you have any thoughts. This was just meant to be a conversation about how do we manage chair-invited members and wash them out over a period of time. I think you need to head your hand up first, and then I'll get the mic. It's not a new problem. I know other chairs have wrestled with it.
I was just wondering, because for each of these options, there are some administration attached to it. So do you, as chairs, have a preference for any of those? I was wondering.
I'd say administratively, the third one's probably the easiest, because you were invited, and then we just kick you out. Now that means we have to keep a database, an Excel sheet. We have to remember who invited you and when, and wash you out, sort of thing. But that's, yeah, it'd be easier than number 2, because number 2 is difficult too. Because which chair did Paul write me back, or did Noëlle write me back? So. Yeah, so we want to reduce the administrative burden on you. We also want to reduce the administrative burden on us.
Oh, just real quick, yeah, I think Jon and I were just saying probably 3 as well. 1 or 3 probably would be the easiest. 4 would be challenging. I've been cleaning up the membership list, and it's a mess. It takes a lot of my time to organize that, and then if people change their affiliation, it just becomes very burdensome for the chair. So I think option 4 would be my least favorite, option. I think having some status quo. Oh,
Could I maybe suggest? Can I suggest a 5th option, which is sort of it could be tied in with any one of 1, 2, and 3, but it would be if you want to retain them as a member, the chair just writes to the national delegates, because that's the process. You just simply write to the national delegate the name of that person, saying they have the chair's recommendation to be a permanent member, and then that's it, done. And then it's actually in the national delegate's hands then. It's not your problem anymore. It's a national delegate.
But that'd be for 300 or more people with 20 plus 30, 40 countries. Yeah. That would be a lot.
With FAO then it would just have to be. Yeah, there's no ICES delegates, is there?
No, it's Jon. Jon, on our webpage right now.
Yeah.
Basically says if you're from an FAO country, email.
Well, they've got automatic approval. Yeah. So it's only those from ICES countries which you need the delegates' approval. And then it's just a letter to the delegates, an email to the delegates, and then you've passed the ball on.
And we don't do the national delegates.
You are? They're all. There's two for each one.
You don't know who your national delegate is, ICES does, and they have a website. We have a link on our website. You can find that. That's a good idea.
Sorry, it's going to be a little bit of pain for the next couple of days while you're sending out the emails, but standard email, bang, fill in the delegates, off you go.
See, this is why you need the council of many.
So a couple of questions. We're not an ICES member country, so we don't, to my knowledge, officially have a national delegate. I do it because I just do it. I just take that responsibility. So there's that issue to deal with. Aside from the management of the database, once that's sorted, presumably life becomes very easy. Because what I'm not hearing at the moment is any other reason why to actually change the status quo. If it's just a management piece, once you got it sorted, doesn't that then make life easier, and we just keep going in the spirit that we have been, and we just welcome people in and they can stay and participate, and if they want to attend, they do. If they don't, they don't.
Well, every year we get a big rush of people that just want to come for that year, and then we never see them again. Like in China, we had a gaggle of people that came in just for that meeting, and they're all on the list still. And so, and to Mike's point too, the other thing is we don't know who wants to be an official member either, because some people just kind of check it out and then we never see them again. And I don't feel comfortable making the decision for them whether or not they want to be official or not. So that's, but every year there's sort of this rush of people. We don't really know who's really interested or not.
Jordan? Oh, did you have your hand up too? Yeah. Oh, no, I'll do Jordan first. Yeah. And then he can pass it to you.
Is it not possible on the homepage where you can sign up on the homepage where you can select 3 different options, 1, 3, 5 years, for example?
You mean on our website?
Yeah. So you simply register on the website, and then it's a standard period that you ask for. So if you're coming for 1 year from China, you just tick 1 year, and that's it.
question, see? We have a regular member that they are nominated by the ICES countries. And there are chair-invited members, and they are invited by the current chairs, okay? So those, I propose they have a fixed term, and is in the responsibility of the people, of the person, that they know they start now. There is a fixed term of 3 years, and then they are cancelled automatically, and they have to apply again. So they know that after 3 years, they are automatically deleted or removed, and they have to apply. So it's it's in the responsibility of the person to apply again. There is no issue if we remove; they can enter again, but they ask again to the current chairs. So no pain to check the list as we have done. It's a long work. So we just have to record the starting day and the end, and this is automatically removed from.
And we do have an Excel sheet that ICES maintains. It wouldn't be that difficult to add a column. Yeah. So date in, date out. No need to contact people. They know that they start from this date, and they end that date. So they have to contact again. Right.
I think 3 years is a better option. Determine the 3 years. The reason that I'm saying that is I see this working group have every 3 years renews terms of reference from ICES. So in some way, somebody invited to work with these terms of reference after 3 years, even though our terms of reference are always similar, but not necessarily. So something new things come, maybe not fit somebody's agenda. We also have to think, if leave forever, some people don't like leave forever. The people invited, I just attend a meeting, I'm done. I don't want to receive all emails which may be irrelevant and come to the email. So some people may want to be deleted in some way. So I think that makes sense. Every 3 years that when new terms of reference for the working group, not for the topic group, has been established as some sort of fresh starting point. And every 3 years, zero it out. And while inviting, maybe also saying that your invitation may be valid until to this particular terms of reference. So they know that when need to renew.
Sorry, I don't like to talk too much, but I handle the membership, not the membership list, is the mailing list. Sorry, the mailing list. So the mailing list is another story. The membership is 3 years, and I agree we have this fixed term. But for the mailing list, if they don't want to receive the email, they have to ask delete from the mailing list. In the mailing list, we can have all people also not members of the FTFB.
And that one, once you're in for life, and the only way you get off is by self-requesting. In the back, yeah?
Yeah, maybe the perspective from a relatively new guy in FTFB. I felt that I was a chair-invited speaker specifically for a topic group. So I immediately assumed my knowledge would only be relevant for the timeline of that topic group, which was 3 years. So maybe that could be a link for as long that the topic group exists that you're invited for. You're welcome.
ICES does have a third category, which we don't use, and I don't really want if I should bring it up, but they have a third category called Observer. It's particularly important for some working groups that provide advice. So you could imagine industry sitting in a working group that is providing advice. I think in those scenarios, ICES would say, look, you probably shouldn't have voting capability. For conflict of interest, we'll give you observer status. Yeah.
I just wanted to make the point of the difference of voting rights between full members and chair invited members. That's not any case anymore. It's the same privilege now. Yeah. I used to be chair invited member, then was a full member, and then the chair requested me to move back to a chair invited member out of change of affiliation. So that also happens.
Yeah, I did write ICES earlier this year, and I asked them, are there distinctions and privileges, like voting or something like that? And they said, no, chair invited is the same as a regular member. Member is a member, in a sense. All right. I appreciate the conversation. It's been helpful. We just wanted to kind of include you in the process. Anything else? We weren't necessarily going to make a decision. I think we just wanted to hear from you, and the chairs will take it under consideration. Yeah, what's next?
Okay, good morning everybody. Hope you had a very nice and pleasant day yesterday, Sunday. I'm just going to briefly introduce the next talk. If you remember last November, you were asked via the website blog to give comments on a proposal to hold a 40th anniversary of the World Fishing Symposium. The idea was put forward by Steve Ayres, who obviously hasn't got enough to do in his day-to-day job. So I'm just going to hand over to Steve, who's going to give you a summary of the responses that we required and ask for your feedback on any potential next steps. Okay, Steve, over to you.
Yeah, thanks, John. I've several times questioned why I did this and thought maybe I will live to regret it. Actually, the idea came, I think it was some 15 years ago at the Flume Tank, and I think Pingo was there and a couple of others, and we bashed this around very briefly, that it had been a while since the last symposium, and some of you may have this book, and you'll note that 1988 was the last fishing gear and fishing vessel symposium on a global scale held at St John's. There were over 500 delegates, 40 countries represented, over 100 papers, and it covered small scale and industrial fisheries. I believe it was sponsored by Foster's, is that correct? Which we tell the world is Australian for beer, but none of us drink it back home. The symposium was broken up into a number of parts: conservation-orientated fishing gear, energy optimisation. There was a session on small-scale fisheries, on industrial fisheries, onboard fish handling, monitoring small-scale fisheries materials and construction, and industrial fisheries operations and conditions. So it's pretty wide-ranging at the time. So I decided excuse me, to use the blog and see what sort of interest there might be in doing another one of these, given that 1988, I suspect half of you in the audience weren't even born then. And do we want to do another one of these? And so the blog went out, and there were 16 responses in total. Every response was positive. There was nobody that said, nah, stupid idea, forget it. And these are some of the points that were made. Now, people wanted to see discussions about advancements in AI, efficiency of gear regulations, reducing post-harvest losses, coexistence with wind energy, plastics reduction, socio-economic impacts of gear changes, animal behaviour and welfare. Was that you that did this? Bycatch reduction, gear selectivity, climate change, adaptation and emerging fisheries, and optimising energy usage, decarbonisation. And so, to the question, does the world need another symposium? Someone wrote, I think the question could be reframed, you can see it there. Can a new symposium foster / catalyse a new approach to the way fisheries are seen? Somebody else said maybe framing vessels and gear around food security, livelihoods and decent working conditions could be more appealing to a broader audience. So is the symposium an opportunity to tell each other what we're doing, or is there a higher level objective? Somebody else said, I took a look at the past fisheries conferences going back to the Great Fisheries Exhibition over 160 years ago. Was that when Huxley made that famous comment about the world's fisheries being inexhaustible? Focusing on the message and the objective of the symposium are important. This is a new world with different problems. New approaches to thinking and doing are required, and this means getting out of the comfort zone. So they were the comments, there was some of the feedback, all positive. And so I guess the question for us is, well, first question is, do we think there is a need for a new symposium? And I'm happy for, if people think we should do this, if you want to just quickly raise your hand, or if you feel uncomfortable, don't, but if you feel there is. And roughly that looks like a majority of people, so that's pleasing. Do we agree that a higher level objective is the right direction? So in other words, rather than just lobbing up and talking about what we're doing, that there are some key focal points or key issues that we address, pitching our research under a different lens to what we traditionally do, where there's actually some objective, some focal point to what we're trying to do. Do people feel that's a useful idea? Yeah, handful, most. Excellent. All right. And that we need to appeal to a broader audience. The last one was I guess, fishing technologists. I don't know how many fishers were there. There were naval architects and what have you, but do we feel that we need to go beyond that, maybe into social science, maybe into economics, maybe into, I don't know, all manner of areas? Do people feel we need to, if we do this, we need to broaden it beyond just this group and people immediately around us?
If you go for high-level objectives, yeah, absolutely.
Yep.
It's going to be a broad societal approach.
Yep, absolutely. We're all pretty much in agreement? Yes, excellent. So question then become, what do you think are the next steps and where should we hold this event? And I am mindful that there is a nascent proposal for the FDFB after Argentina to perhaps be in Greece. So now, a key point that I failed to mention, 2028 is obviously the 40th anniversary of 1988. So it seems like a good time to hold it. 40 years later, what have we done since that seminal piece of work, that report? Where are we going? 40 years later. So 2028 seems like a good time to actually hold this. The issue is, well, it's not really an issue. There is a suggestion of holding FDFB in Greece. There are some other ideas floating around.
Steve?
But, yeah.
Hot off the press. We do have some interest from Thailand, so CFDEC. I have my counterpart in Bangkok that's attending their annual meeting there this week, and they're going to raise it and discuss the possibilities. That might be another suggestion. If that works out, it doesn't mean we turn down Greece. They could be the next year, which is actually the next FAO year is 2029. So anyway, we have options. I don't think we need to make any decisions today.
No. But do we want to just hear if there are any immediate thoughts on location now?
I know we're eating into the topic group time, but this is our last piece of business, right? So does anybody want to respond to Mike? Or Steve? It's not Mike.
I think that combine or attach that working group meeting to the symposium may be a good idea, because most people that are probably not able to go twice in a short time period, and so if it's FDB holding in Greece, if that meeting maybe and say 3 days of a symposium plus 2 days of working group or some sort. Or, otherwise, you have to go to 2 places and a lot of exotic places, some of our organization may don't like, Thank you.
And We've done that before. There was a ICES symposium in Bergen, I can't remember, before COVID. And we glued on one day of FTFB. Yeah. Did you have a thought? 2005? Can't remember. I just break things up into before COVID and after COVID. 4.
Daniel, what was your
I was
question?
there, but I don't remember. Is Greece in the room? Do they want to say anything? Where's Greece? Where's our Greek? Oh, here we are.
Okay, we had an idea for 28 or 29 to host the WGFTFB. Now, if there is a symposium, that means an additional time, some days more, and maybe more funding will be needed. We should check. It's just an idea that we have the intention and we would like a lot to host the meeting, but we should try to find if this could be realized in Greece. But we have the intention.
I would imagine that this might be something that we would register and pay for.
I agree, yeah.
Yeah. And we would look for sponsorship. Maybe not Foster's, but we'd look for some form of sponsorship.
If you've got a broader audience, you've got far better scope for getting sponsorship.
Yeah.
So from industry, from other stakeholders, even from philanthropic
Yes.
sources as well. So the philanthropists at the moment are very focused on trying to promote industry links with science, and so that could be a real challenge.
Yeah. Cheers.
Just a closing comment, so we have to move on. If Greece was 2029, just to clarify, that's an FAO year, so that would also be a symposium, but Greece would have more leeway on influencing what the symposium content would be, and that might be more interesting for you. And if we have especially if we have like the World Symposium the year before, then we don't want to repeat the same thing the next year, which is generally typically a FAO year style. So it could be more Greek-centered. So just to bear that in mind. There's no problem for Greece to have a FAO year. You're a non-ICES country. Yeah. Are you finished, Steve?
Yeah, just to say, I mean, I think early next step obviously is to form a steering committee. So I will be emailing after the meeting and just seeing who might want to join me in this journey. It will be a journey. Be fun though. All right. Thanks, John.
Okay, yeah, okay, thank you very much, Steve, for all your hard work. That's really good. And now we're moving to the topic groups. So please don't waste time. Find your relative rooms. And we lost a little bit of time, but if you want to eat into your coffee break, then please do. Okay.
fantastic people. I know we had a lot of food for thoughts in the session, but we do need those of you that don't belong to the topic group indicators to leave, so we get started. We have a lot that we want to conclude. Daniel, if you don't leave in 2 seconds, you'd have to stay. Our mind to see if if it can work in practice. I'm looking at you guys especially because I'm sure some cases may come from you. And after that, we would like to discuss also a little bit how we can integrate Anis and Paco's visualization idea into perhaps the summary, because now we're building this huge table of indicators. We are going to try to color code it to make it easier to interpret, but it's still nice to have an overall summary visualization at the beginning of the layout. So that's the plan. Let's see how it works. So I basically merged the 2 examples that you like the most, which, by the way, one was from Antonello Sala and the other one was Sonia Merhold. And we incorporated a lot of the additional elements and regards from the discussion. I added the summary section that was not present anywhere, but as I said, we should include the visualization there. The first section that you liked was about schematic, like not text heavy box where we just clarify what is the modification, like if it's the purpose, is it a modification of a legal gear, is it a completely different gear? We define the baseline very simply using some existing maybe FAO code and just clearly check if it's a towed gear, if it's an active gear we're talking about, or a passive gear. Any comment about this section? Yes? Jordan, can you?
If it happens to become a digital form, then it would be important to be able to tick towed and passive gears.
Yes.
It's a detail, but sometimes in these forms it happens then.
And there needs to be a maximum number of characters that you can add to each section, otherwise it can be very long for some persons.
Digital check. Sorry, I'm taking notes directly here today. So digital, yeah. Ignore the spelling issues. Check boxes and limit words. Yes. Done. Okay. Any other comment?
Towed gears and passive gears don't cover everything. You have, for instance, science, bird science, that are active gears.
Could that be actually just if it's a digital form where it's actually like a drop-down menu where you've got specific categories and then you've got other and then you can add other if it's something that's outside of the 10 normal things?
But that would be in the FAO code, right? Because the FAO code is just the gear type. Do we still, is that enough, or do we still, is it a quick checkbox to have on the side just to see the category of gear if it's active or passive, or the FAO code is all we care about? Because it's a very good exercise to just get rid of things that are not essential. If the FAO code just makes it easy to interpret, we can
the FAO code could be it'll be a drop-down menu where you can just. But your personing is an active gear, isn't it?
So do we get rid of this checkbox, active, passive, and just go with a drop-down menu for the FAO code?
I think active and passive is good. I like it because it's also for the managers, isn't it? So it's also maybe makes it easier for them to define.
All right.
I'm not sure. Say it's a multi-rig, and it mightn't be captured in the or a quad rig. Say there might be specific.
There is a section about operational use coming later on. Do you think the rigging could fit there, or do we need it up front here? But it's a good point. We need to have it somewhere. I will make the note. Okay. Then the next section is technical specifications of the new gear with the technical drawing including range of dimensions, materials, and blah, blah, blah. I think, especially in the point highlight of gear specifications, this needs to be a readable technical drawing, meaning a schematic of the most important features of the gears. Or do we want to go with the netmaker technical drawing? What are your thoughts about that? Both? Okay.
And the netmaker might be their secret.
But do we put the schematic in here and the full technical in appendix maybe?
I like that.
Because here we want to keep it as clean as possible. I mean, this is managers we're talking about, right? Yeah. Okay. So let me put the technical drawing.
I think it would be nice to have both of them, and I like the idea of having the net drawings actually present in the document. And I'm going to mention Pika's name here, because some of the stuff that has been done, for example, with the SEPNEP design and trying to actually find the net drawings of what that should look like, they don't really exist, and so it's been quite difficult to try and copy that design for other fisheries. So it would be nice to have the net drawings here as well.
The full one?
Yeah, but in the supplementary materials, as you suggested.
So you would have it in both? Sorry.
No, you'd have up here in the beginning, have your schematic drawings, and then have in the supplementary material your net drawings, as you suggested already.
Yeah, yeah, okay. Yes. Perfect.
The technical drawings are going to be very variable. Say if you have a troll, or you have a person, you have a demersal sign. I mean, there are tens or hundreds of different variants. So perhaps technical drawing, but it's only going to be an example.
Yes, we have done that. I've not seen one, but we have done that for the Baltic, for example. We have sometimes put it forward as an example or more of a description of the technical drawing of what we actually tested. Because as you say, then it needs to be scale, maybe depending on vessel sizes, variability in the fleet, and so on. That implies that we give some guidelines of what are the most important elements to define in terms of technical regulations, but we do need to do that anyway. So, yeah, in that sense here, I personally would focus on what is the biggest changes, like the key changes, especially if you are comparing gear, if it's a gear modification of a legal gear, just to clarify what we are changing. And then the full detailed explanations in appendix. But do you think we should have some of it here as well?
I haven't really thought of it, but yeah, to that degree that it's possible, then that might be an idea.
So maybe we can include like a comment on scalability, or okay, I will put a comment for now, and then we think about it. Yes. All right. Then in the next section from the layout we took, there was operational gear description. Here also we merged two different inputs. We have operational requirements and compatibility with existing fishing practices. So just short text. Again, here we could maybe restrict the amount of text that can be inserted here, but just briefly a comment on yeah, if the new gear is compatible in terms of operation with the existing one, and then similar, it goes also for the catch processing, for example, and then a comment. Well, the inspiration layout had comments on range of vessel length and range of number of crew members required to deploy the new gear. So we could have maybe, yeah, qualitative comments about that, like how compatible, basically we can think of this, how compatible is the operation of the new gear with the baseline one. Okay, we see in the practical exercise if it works or not, or what we would write here. Yes, and then we have our master table, the comparative performance assessment. Now I tried to put together everything that was mentioned. I'm sure I missed something, and I tried also to put a little bit of thoughts on what would be the format of that information. And then the idea, I didn't do that in this table, but the idea is we will use a traffic light color system, so red, orange, red, yellow, and green, to highlight if it's an improving, if it's similar, or if it's worsening. And then some of you commented on having some sort of scoring system for the level of confidence of that information. And one I've seen so far, so of course we could have used color for that as well, but that gets a little bit complicated. What we could use is just asterisks, like one being the lowest level of confidence. Maybe we don't have that many data on that information, or maybe it's just based on information from another fishery. We need to define what each category means, and the highest being we have sufficient evidence, or yes? Yes, I will elaborate on that in a second.
Weight percent.
Yeah, I'll get there. That becomes easier, I think, when we try in practice, because this is our comfort area. The top part is our comfort area. And typically we would express the percentage in either weight or number of individuals, depending on what is the legislation framework of reference. Now I struggled to think a little bit when I was putting this together if we want to do it species by species. That's what we typically do, right? We use single species indicators. So if we're talking a fishery with 5 to 10 species, do we want to have species by species that indicator? or do we find a way to combine them? In that case, we could try to use a little bit like the terminology used by eco-labels when they are split in primary and secondary groups of species. Thoughts? That's a tough one, I can see.
I was just thinking of bycatch. Then people don't even agree on the term bycatch, because bycatch is also a catch, and we have multi-species fisheries.
Mm-hmm.
Say you have fisheries with 30 or 50 species being caught. That was just what came to my mind.
Yes, but how many, so realistically, how many of them do we study? That's I mean, this is the exercise, right? It's typically we would present the main target species and then whatever species we had available as bycatch in that period. I don't know. I'm trying to think in practice what I could do.
I agree on that. That would probably be main target species. I think so.
There's more comment here.
For the bycatch, who's identifying the species?
Sorry?
For the bycatch, who would be identifying the species?
So we split it. It's a big topic by itself. We split it. They will have, if there is a quota regulated system, then they are technically not bycatch. They are additional target species because they keep them. They're not the main target species. They're not what the fishery is relying on, but they are commercial. So they will keep the commercial fraction, of course. I'm not talking about the undersized. So we need to distinguish, and those are typically the information that are relevant to the managers because they are the ones that are still managed. So they will not care too much about all the other species that are caught that are not subject to management. Yes, that's where we could include those, for example.
Could you then include type, perhaps? Because then it's not as reliant on to a species level identification or something that's a bit coarser. If the species cannot be identified for whatever reason, then at least you can still bin it into something that's a bit more, I don't know, that you can still classify it in this section.
I'm not sure if we'll have that occurrence because typically if we're basing this is us, fishery technologies, providing input to the managers based on the data we have. Yeah. So either we have data on that species and then we have recognized it, or we don't, and then we have to provide a qualitative assessment of what we think would happen for that species.
Just a thought coming back to what was in the table or the figure in Cecil's presentation where you had target species, secondary target species, bycatch species, but then also your unwanted sizes. So you had the same species that you're targeting, but you're undersized individuals.
Yeah.
And that you don't really capture here, do you? Yeah. So you've got an increase in your target species, but it could be a whole bunch of individuals under MCRS.
That's true because of course otherwise this becomes just this is in relation to the landing obligation because in principle so we need at least for each of these categories to have commercial and undersized, right?
Can it not be simply divided into wanted and unwanted?
Yes.
So you've got increase in your wanted catch component and then increase or decrease in your unwanted catch component.
So each with subcategory wanted and unwanted. Yeah. But then, how can we integrate? I really liked the remark from Paco's group yesterday, 2 days ago, on how can we uniform the logic of it, because we don't want one of it to be high. Well, we can, if we're using color code, we can. You will want the commercial one to be high and the undersized one, the unwanted one, to be low. So we transfer that with color coding, or do we try to reverse the logic so it's always the highest score we are looking for? Am I making sense? Comments? Lance has a comment. I knew it.
No, I think in all of your indicators you need to say either a higher score is better or a lower score is worse. So where it is necessary, you reverse. Bycatch rate becomes catch rate of target species, for instance, that it's always a positive score story where more is better.
Yeah.
Otherwise, the stuff becomes unreadable.
Yeah. Yes. Can we do that easily, Bent? What do you think? Yeah. Reverse the logic of the undersized catch efficiency indicator so that we score the highest score, like a highest percentage or whatever the format we choose to show it in, implies lower discard.
Definitely no issue about that. Yeah. And actually also going back to one of the proposals which didn't score the highest in the competition, where you had this, for example, with L50 divided by a minimum conservation reference size, then you actually also could transform that so it actually would work with a high score if there's a good match, and both if you're too much below or too much above, which in that case actually also in a way should be punished. Yes. Not going more green if you go above. You easily mathematically can transform it into something that works there as well. Yeah. No problem. But I think going back to this, there are several fisheries where you have a number of target species. For example, if we take the Norwegian whitefish fishery, where both cod, haddock, and saithe in many instances would be important target species. So we need to be able to deal with a number of wanted catches, and if we don't provide values there which are species specific, then we would lose actually the importance, because for several of the gear modifications we are looking on, they will be scoring really different regarding what of those species it is.
Yeah, I'd like a comment from Henrik about this. Sorry to put you on the spot, but like, could we aggregate them? Like, if we take the nephrops fishery example, so we would of course say the catch efficiency for nephrops individually, and then for all the fish, the secondary target species, all the fish species, could we get away with aggregating the performance, or you would want for each species the information, so its value, of course each species will have a different value?
Yeah, but that is difficult. I think you need it for each species, otherwise it's getting too complicated. You know, it should be really simple, otherwise managers don't understand it. We are used to that. And how should they then take it the right decision?
Yeah. Yeah, so species by species is easier to understand. Okay. Yes, there's a comment from Lens.
I was just wondering, in these fact sheets of specific new gear types, what is the core goal? Is it to convince the managers of the area where you test the gear in? Or do you want to make the sheet a bit more general so that other fisheries that maybe want, or other managers from other fisheries that maybe want to adopt a new gear can also easily see the wins of a new gear? Because if you make it super specific on the bycatch species of a certain area, like for instance the ETP indicator will also depend on where the fishery is fished. Yeah. You will be very detailed for the specific area, and it will be unreadable for managers that don't know anything about the fishery in another part of the world.
Yeah, that's a very good question. typically it would be of a specific fishery that we are talking about. And as we were discussing yesterday, I mean, you had a very good point. These indicators are still very, very limited in a way to the specific vessel we try them on. So we need to express that level of certainty or accuracy, whatever we want to call it. It would be hard for another fishery to trust that information or interpret that information, so they may need to test it. And we were discussing this with Dara yesterday afternoon, or the day before, whatever. Like, you would still, can we ever just pick up a gear used in a different basin, in a different fishery, and assume it's going to work fine in another one? And yeah, most of us, I think, don't believe that's the case. It needs to be tested, but maybe you can use it as baseline information of, okay, this has maybe some potential for me, but then it needs to be tested in the area.
But from my point of view, if indicators are generated consistently, systematically, and with the same format and through different fisheries, using the same selection device, and if the same trend is observed, then the chance that it's going to work in your fishery is higher. It's a kind of model-free meta-analysis, right? So I think the key is to be extremely systematic and consistent, have a good framework where the indicators can be properly computed, properly communicated, and accessible for everyone. And I think it's a safe way of performing these kind of things, because when we are just doing modeling of a given selection device, and when we quantify uncertainty through confidence intervals and so on, one has to acknowledge that these confidence intervals represent the uncertainty on the specific conditions the test has been made, right? And that not necessarily to all conditions one fishing year can be exposed to, even in the same fishery. It can change season, it can change the vessel, so on. But maybe the key is repetition. If you do it in a consistent way, it's not a waste of energy. It is a waste of energy if you don't do it consistently.
Yeah. Yes, there was Chrissy as well. Yes.
I would like to see something related to, let's say, the ecological performance related things like biodiversity or the catch composition, the species catch composition, diversity indices or vulnerability indices of the catch, which is related to the effect of the biodiversity. So something...
Yes, I was thinking about it, but I couldn't fit it in a table format. Like, those information are typically explored graphically because of how much information you're condensing into it. Yeah. Can we condense that information into a simplified value to insert in the table? I think Bent is ready, is eager to comment.
Regarding this, there's one important aspect that we really need to consider, because what we're writing here is about something that reports the performance of a specific gear type or gear. And this, of course, depends a lot on what we are fishing on. And this means here, when we move into looking a lot on catch composition and we look on diversity, then it becomes specific for that specific fishery. And I think we need to take a kind of decision on whether what we are making indicators for here, if that is the performance related to a specific fishery, or if what we want to make indicators for is something that you can use to judge whether this gear could be applicable for another fishery. And there we have a kind of a challenge, because in a way it's of course more valuable information for a specific fishery if you directly can relate it to the consequences in that fishery, which of course where we need to relate it to the specific situation, meaning actually what you are fishing on in that fishery. But maybe we actually should have two elements in it. Maybe we should have the element of what is more easily to extrapolate to other fisheries, and something which is more specific, where you have something like catch composition, and this and the simple graphics like Sicily showed, which I'm very much in favor of, but in the specific fishery case. And maybe we could use some of the indicator ideas which is related more to the selectivity. One of the things we want to obtain with the selectivity is actually to have measures that is more easy to extrapolate to other fishery situations, but on the cost on, it's not saying much about what is the specific consequences in the specific fishery. Yeah. So I really need to we need to think about those two aspects. Do we want to report something which is easily to extrapolate and therefore easy to guide to other situations, or do we want to do something which is very specific and then can provide more specific information about the performance to a specific fishery, or do we want a mix of both things?
Yeah. Yes.
If you look at the ICES advice, there's always these standard figures that they put into it for each stock, and maybe that's a nice way of taking in that information in a very standardized format and then having this table further down.
Yeah, but how often do we have that figure?
It doesn't necessarily need to be. If you don't have it, you shouldn't have it. You shouldn't try and put it in there. And it's also that to answer that question as well in terms of this table here. If you don't have dollars per liter of fuel used.
Yeah, but it's one thing to have an NA in a table. The ICES format works because those figures are the critical information you always have across whatever report. So if this is more of once in a while we have this super fantastic detailed information, then maybe it works more in the pros and remarks. We have at the bottom, we have a section where we have additional room for scientific knowledge.
In your summary in the first section, shouldn't that outline in your summary what the objective of the trial is?
Yes.
And then under that, then it should have the figures that are trying to address that specific challenge that you're addressing.
Yeah, but you're going back to variability in format, like substantial variability in format, rather than standardization. No?
No.
No? Then I'm misunderstanding what you're saying.
If you go back up.
Yeah.
You've got the summary in the upper section. Was it the first section was summary?
Yeah.
Yeah. And in there you should, I assume, specify what you aimed to, what you set out to achieve. Mm-hmm. And then what you got. And then in there you actually put in certain visualizations that are going to answer the question that you're trying to address.
Yes and no, because the idea we were discussing was to have here the simplified version of the indicators table. So a little bit like the image we voted as a very good idea for visualization, where you have the bars just per general category. So you could have one bar about biodiversity, of course, but it would not be the level of detailed scientific information.
That comes later.
Yeah.
But there it can actually, there you can show what you're addressing, very in the nice playing card format.
Yes.
And then elaborate on it down in the table section, potentially.
Yeah. Yes. There's a comment from Jesse.
Yeah, as the owner, how do you incorporate the variances? Like in many fisheries, the target species, the composition varies throughout the entire year. Like again, in the variance you can, it constantly changes. The amount of bycatch depends on the season, depends on which area, it depends from year to year. Also on the table, it's very dependent on the vessel. You can get this information on vessel type, but it will be a total different picture if you use another vessel again. So for instance, engine size of the vessel will depend on how much fuel they use.
Yes.
Also income, that's dependent on the demand in the market, while fuel prices are dependent on total different stuff again. So it's difficult to make that relevant and say this is the case and we should use these and these measures to change it or something is better.
I know, but that's what we are asked to do anyway, right? I mean, what we do currently is just less systematic, but it's still based on a single trial on a single vessel. So we can't really solve that.
No, then we need to have data from all vessels monitored throughout the year, and yes.
So at least, I think I like the comment that was raised last time about confidence. If we at least show that in the level of confidence, and then we can define it in the category, you could use 3 asterisks only if you have done it across vessels, for example. There's comments about,
Thank you. I don't know much about stock assessment, but I do read the ICES advice, and I do notice that they have they categorise the assessment, and something I think I've been listening to what everybody's saying, and I think there's all good points, but I was kind of struggling with the first 3 rows, how you get from the results of your trial to one cell in a table. But I like this format. So leaving them aside, it's a kind of checklist of what's available. I personally think if it's a selection curve or a catch comparison curve, it's very hard to kind of express that here, but the checklist, and maybe if you want to go for the top assessment, it's long-term monitoring, post-implement, or you get a derogation to try something for a year. Maybe the second one is more than 1 gear trial in different seasons. Third one might be 1 gear trial, 1 season, 1 vessel. I don't know, just so that you could categorize the type of supporting information that's available.
That's a good point. We could have a section of like required scientific knowledge, maybe but then we have to restrict it, like the selectivity curves, again, if we go multi-species, becomes a lot very, very quickly. So do we restrict it to, it's required that you have the selectivity curve, at least in relation to target and whatever main bycatch species you are trying to address, but
your selectivity curves are in the supplementary material?
Yes, well, we didn't say it yesterday explicitly. We said methodology in the supplementary material, but yes, any supporting evidence would probably fit well there as well. Yeah, let's add it.
I'm also wondering if we can have something about the survivability of what is escaping.
Sorry, what?
About the survival of the escapees, for example. It could be also something interesting for any new year or any modification.
Yes. Would it fit? I'm just thinking in practice. It's an excellent point, Chrissy. I'm just thinking in practice where we could fit it. We have towards the bottom these pros, like benefits, additional benefits that we may not necessarily have quantitative information about. Or maybe yes, if we have, we should show it, of course. But if we don't have it, we can have a comment about it. And I think maybe survival could fit there. What's your thought? Unless you have an idea for an indicators that we could put in the table.
Maybe something is included also in the welfare.
Yes.
Could be included, but survival of skippies is also important. Because we could have a nice an improvement of the selectivity, but maybe this if what is escaping is with injuries or dead, that is not.
But let's take an example. I think here is we start really to need examples, like practical examples of what typically we're dealing with. So let's take the Mediterranean case. At some point, they came with maybe we should use the 40 squares instead of just, or whatever, the diamond mesh there was before. So if we were considering those two gears, let's say we are comparing the 40 squares with the diamond 50, how would you express that information about survivability of escapees? We can do it qualitatively, like we don't expect a difference, something like that?
No, in this case, I think you need something, an extra experiment to have a cover or to get the escapees and seen in tanks while their survival rate.
Yeah. So we could mark it as NA, like we don't know right now. If they really want that information, then they need to give us money to do that experiment. Yeah.
One thing I think we have to be careful with is that this doesn't lead to a whole lot of extra work that we end up having to do for every gear trial. That we get specific, we do our gear trial, and then all of a sudden we need to have fuel meters on our vessels, and we need to be doing it across the entire fleet, and then we need to be sending divers down to collect escapees, and then nothing goes forward because we've got all this additional information that we put in as NA or not relevant, and then the managers say, well, we want you actually to collect this now. And then we do a simple gear trial that ends up stemming over multiple iterations, and then we can't actually incorporate it into projects and this kind of stuff, so things really get stranded.
Yeah.
So I think we need to be
comments to this.
Careful with that. Juan, you had a comment?
Just I was thinking were talking about the escapees or survival of, but what about the quality of capture?
Yeah.
There is nothing about the quality of capture as an indicator. I don't know if it is implicit in one of these points.
It's not implicit. We do have a comment later on the extra, but I more than welcome ideas on how to put it in this table. Otherwise, we have it in the pros category, if there is an expected improvement in catch quality and welfare.
Yeah, I had a comment. I think, well, if this is related to the survival of discards, I guess you could also tie in already to the categories that ICES actually asks for the reporting of the BMS discards, and then the discards that are under the exemption, and then the proportions of alive or dead. But yeah, we also know that the quality of these data are marginal and questionable, but still at least they had to define these categories. The other comment I had on the survival of discards, I think that linked to what Pika had suggested earlier, which I quite liked, to if you actually have an estimate of your total catch volume and you have, say, your marketable catch, you can have an estimate of your discards, and then to apply something there, what you know on some certain species of how many survive, you could account for that, then yeah.
I was wondering how you could implement to show the limitation of either your test or your ship or some kind. So obviously, like you said, you can't expect everybody to be able to measure everything just because of the setting that you're in. If it could be something like, let's say it couldn't measure fuel, it would strike through that section of it. Because then it doesn't, or like fades out or something. Because otherwise it does become almost like a intimidation thing of, why didn't you have this? There's the checklist, you should have had everything.
Yeah.
But you are limited to what you have, and you just couldn't.
Yeah, and this goes both ways. So if we skip it altogether, which is, by the way, what we typically do, then it's still something extremely relevant in terms of consequences to the industry, and it's just not visible that it is important to know. So they will never, the manager, we can't expect the manager necessarily by themselves to know that would be an important consequence of the gear change. So I agree with, we don't want a whole lot of NAs there to show that we haven't enough scientific knowledge. But if we are being honest with each other, we don't have enough scientific knowledge. So maybe it's better to do a few a bit more comprehensively rather than a whole lot with just the little information we can get away with. I don't know. It's an open question.
It is a balance. It is, do we have the sufficient knowledge, or is there actually things that we're missing? But if we're missing too much and it comes back again and again and again, things can stagnate, and therefore this rigid system becomes even more rigid.
Yes. I mean, you can argue we have developed a whole lot of gear modifications, and we see what's the uptake of them, and how much does this lack of information on the consequences plays into the fact that they don't get used.
Is there a way then to have it almost like a hierarchical way of putting it then? So that if you are limiting some things, then you can see, okay, at least have all these main components covered, and then you can try and get the rest if possible for you know, improvements to your vessel or whatever it might be. Because then at least you know if I'm missing some things, it's not end of the day.
So that could be where the big table gets split up into two different.
Yeah, so we are thinking to split this in like minimal, like required information, and then additional information of high relevance or something like that. That could work. And then the question is, how much minimum required information do we wanna, if we want to define for the secondary target species? That's another big one. Like if the because I mean that's the most straightforward consequences for the way we conduct trial, right? We we focus the trial on the main target and the driver of the request from the ministry, and then whatever other species we can find in that period, we document, if we can. So do we want to set a minimum required for the amount in a multi-species setting for the amount of species that needs to be into the picture? Oh, sorry, Amanda, you were... Okay.
Maybe a starting point will be to consider at the very least bycatch species that could suppose a choke for the operations of the fishery you are dealing with. This is at the very least in the situation of the European regulation. At least it's quite relevant in case of the Baltic Sea, for example.
Yeah, could we say something, Juan, in your opinion, like, I don't know, 2/3 of the target species we need to have information for those, or something like that. I don't know, to make it possible to use across basins and across type of fisheries. Like in the Baltic, okay, with the experiments you do when you have covered the 3 flatfish species and cod, you are there?
Related to my previous comment, I see the things a little bit differently. I think this is a matter of a puzzle, and we need to have very good relative single pieces and building up consistent puzzle. And it is too complex constellation of conditions and types of fisheries. It's quite difficult to navigate and make a table out of it. I think consistency, simplicity, and repetition is the key. And you cannot compare the situation in the Baltic Sea with the situation in the North Sea, even in the North Sea, where cod is also caught, right? But maybe the Celtra it's operating well in the North Sea, and that also lead to maybe we should also consider Celtra in the Baltic Sea or not. So this kind of stepwise process, I think it's what it makes the picture at the very end.
Yeah, I guess we're addressing mostly technical things related to the fishing gear, but in the same moment we things like mortality come up. So I need to get something off my chest because I've worked on escape mortality of haddock. And when it comes to haddock, the only escape mortality experiments with zero mortality is when you tow slowly, and then you have some escape mortality in the North Sea. And in the Barents Sea, when we tow even faster, we get higher escape mortality. And looking at experiments with swimming capabilities of haddock, they can swim themselves to death. And so my hypothesis is that the faster you tow, you greater escape mortality of haddock you will get, mainly juvenile fish. And that's exactly what's happening with this kind of technological creep, at least in the Barents Sea. So we're going from the trawlers are getting bigger, the trawls are getting bigger, and they're increasing the towing speed over the course of the past 10, 15 years from 3.5 to 4.5 knots. So similar things happening in the demersal sign, while they're targeting more fast swimming species. They increase the weight of everything, more and more chain, to be able to tow faster. So I'm a little worried about this happening, because we're not documented, so we kind of see it from the sideline, and the effect is unknown and of course just speculative, but I fear that this can have severe consequences for us.
Yeah, I can. That's super interesting to hear. It's I just struggle to see what we could do is to try to limit it to the specific gear change, or like if we can infer what's the expected effect of the specific gear change that we're discussing, aside from all the operational components and the environmental conditions. That could be maybe a way to start featuring it there, just so we know we need to think about it. But again, this is exactly, I mean, it's challenging to decide, like, do we go towards complexity and not complexity, like showing the complexity of consequences of gear choice, or one, you basically said this is not going to work, we need to stick with the simple information. So this is a choice that as a group we should make. Like, do we believe we need to show the complexity, or do we believe we
Yeah, Valentina, we are talking about indicators. Yeah. Indicators indicate something. Yes. It doesn't picture the whole truth, but yeah, it's about indications, yeah, which drives you to somewhere. And we could go too detailed, then it's no indicators anymore. Right?
That's going to look nice on the report, by the way. Yes. Sorry, Doras. There is Maurice first. No, take it, Maurice. You've been waiting for a long time.
I was saying, in our group we are discussing productively about scope. And I think the same is to this table. I think we would make a mistake if we make it very complex and have factors inside that then are with NAs. I would adjust. I don't think that we can come up with a table that will cover all the different gear trials that we have in this room. So I would imagine that by defining your objectives of the particular gear trial, you also just select the indicators you want to compare, and then you will also only have in the table the indicators that you considered. And if the regulator then takes this document, he can review it and say, well, I would require information on X. Can you provide it? I would imagine, but yeah, we need to keep it concise and easy understandable, and yeah, and we can't answer all the questions in one gear trial, so I think we need to define the scope.
There was Dara first and then Alessandro.
Just reminds me a little bit, we were doing that discard list, the one-page summaries, and there was a bit of a pretty strong debate about let's just do one page. And I think Juan said it's like a hook, but there was discussion, and I said, well, if we take out all the detail, then it's not telling the full story. But the hook is you don't give too much detail, and then the full story is available. You have I don't know, I think it's a QR code or something like that. You can get it, but to me, my mind, I agree with Juan. Indicators indicate, they're simplified. You know, even your traffic light, you know, when you have your baseline and then either green, yellow or red in the new gear, you know, just something that easy, and then you cannot dispense with the report.
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah. There was Alessandro after.
Yes, I totally agree with the approach you said before. If you want to measure something, you need to measure it with something measurable. I mean, just to give you an example, in the framework of the STCF, the Scientific Committee of Fishery of the European Commission, we had 3 working groups, and we did the opposite. We started from the species, trying to provide a rank for each species caught with different fishing gears. And we provide an index for really measurable indicators. I mean, the one was about the fishing gear. If I remember well, the one indicator was about the impact on the bottom. The one indicator was about the impact on the fish. The stock, if you have the stock assessment for that species. The other was about the protected species, and so on. We had something like 4 or 5 indicators, and grouping all together, we provide an indicator for the species. I mean, the approach here could be the same, and it's useful to have, in my opinion, a reference here for each point, if we have, at least for the baseline, because if you want to indicate or to suggest a manager something new, you have to provide a strong, data with the baseline. Just to give you a practical example here for the Mediterranean. So actually, in the last year, we have a completely new fishing gear. They call it trap line, which is something that they use for catching swordfish against the traditional long line. But that's a completely new gear. We don't have any FAO code. It's a trap or it's a long line. They don't use hooks, or sometimes they use hooks. It's a completely new gear. Therefore, you have to find a way to demonstrate strong, which is the pros and cons of each gear. I mean, actually, we are in the situation that stakeholders say, no, it's a good gear, they catch biggest swordfish, they don't catch any turtles, but it's just worse. And we have to think how to compare the two gears. This could be the good approach, but we should stick on really, probably on a few points and measurable points,
There's Chris's that has a comment as well.
I
think finally I agree. Maybe I propose too much detailed things, and maybe your idea to have a minimum number of indicators and maybe include also some additional that are not totally required, let's say, something like that. So
I think perhaps we could, thinking about Maurice's comment as well, we could compromise and have a drop-down menu also for the indicators, because then you show that, so it's not, you don't have a lot of NAs visible in the table itself. You select those that you can say something about. But on the other side, it shows also how much information you have about that gear, because you're covering maybe a subset of all the indicators that are recognized of relevance.
Could you divide this table into your quantitative indicators and your qualitative indicators?
Yeah, I put that comment after Alessandro's comment. Yeah, it's true. It's better if we separate the quantitatively from the qualitative one. And then still for each we can have a drop-down menu on comments that are available or relevant. Yeah.
Just a short comment. I think also area of operation would be something to put on the top.
We had it, I think. Let me show.
Maybe I missed it.
We never went past the catch part.
In the top.
Sorry. The operationality?
The area of operation. The
area. Sorry. Area of operation. Yes.
So just like in the stock assessment where it says caught in the North Sea, so it should be saying Norway lobster fishery in Kattegat or Skagerrak or.
And then maybe also something about the fishery itself.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just to add to that, as far as I remember, it's 4 years ago since I worked with the ICES advice, but I think somewhere in a table quite far down in the ICES stock assessment advices, there are some information on the main gears used per species and area, which maybe could contribute in some way to this gear sheet.
Yeah, if you have a good example and you could send it to us via email, that would be fantastic. Yes. Amanda? We had, no, you mentioned it was the splitting of the table, right? Yeah. We covered it. Okay, good.
I just think maybe it should be mandatory, independent of what fishing gear it is, especially when we talk about having something that might be relevant. How do we determine what's relevant? And it's easier to skip if it's not mandatory. So split it into mandatory, like the key indicators, and then have some subcategories.
Yes, I'm just scared if we can agree on key indicators. Do we want to try that?
So this is also in line to what was said with the objectives earlier. So maybe the table of required indicators could change depending on the objective. So if it's a gear that improves the seabed impact, then you wouldn't need indicators on, I don't know, that also affects the species composition or potentially. But I don't know if it could be made in such a way, because I guess it depends on what you want to achieve with the gear change, which indicators you want to show or are required to show, doesn't it? Also a bit of a question.
That is a very good point. I'm not sure how we would do that.
Me neither.
In any case, catch-based indicators will be in all cases relevant, because whatever the modifications you are doing, the fishermen or others will look at, okay, and what catches we got. That's one point. I don't want to confuse things, but maybe just, I don't know if you thought. I just wonder because whether you have considered situations in where different management strategies are applied, traditional single species management or multi-species or ecosystem approach or balance harvesting. Yeah. Should that be a thing to consider or to? Because if it's
in an ideal world, we would keep this flexible enough that you can consider that on your specific case. Yeah. In an ideal world, I'm not sure we are in an ideal world, but yes.
Yeah, I would also like to stress that the national fisheries manager, they listen fishing sector. And if fishing sector says that this is not functional, the manager also thinks it's not functional. That's often the case. So this is really important work to my mind, and it's going to be even more important in the future. So, but we have to keep in mind this practicality, and the fishing sector, they still have quite strong pressure towards managers. You see in Brussels when the quotas, it's the fishing industry, it's not the manager. The fishing industry guys sit outside and grab them immediately. And that's the way it goes. So that's why we need to do quite practical. Yes.
No, but yeah. Yes, I'm trying to figure out what we could do in practice. And if I put together your remark, Petri, with what Cecil was saying, maybe we actually need to split it in three. The table, we have a set of indicators specifically related to the target objective. Then we have critical information, that's what we need to assess in terms of consequences for the industry. And that would be typically the catch part that we can afford to have consistently. And then we have the additional ones, depending on study, management framework, etc., viability. Is that workable? Okay, we try that. Split in three. One for purpose. Oh, purpose. Interesting. One for required. And do we all agree the required would just be the catch? Anyone opposed? I'll take that as a yes, as a no. Catch, and then one with additionals.
Could you split the table into three in terms of sustainability?
Sorry?
It's a question. Could you split the table, make three tables in terms of sustainability, economic, environmental, social, and categorize your indicators under those three headings? Or is it just opening up a can of worms?
I'm tempted to take away the microphone from you.
I think maybe some of this is up to the managers as well, like the socio impact, for example, and maybe the economics as well. So maybe just stick to the hardcore science of it.
Yeah, but what we could do, and that's a whole lot of other discussions to have, is a little bit like the FPI framework, the Fisheries Performance Framework indicators work like that. So there's a whole lot of indicators, and then they are condensed into the three aspects of sustainability. So these could be, if we ever get to talk to each other about it, what we use in the visualization part in the summary, where you decide each of the indicators you have any information about, it will feed into one of these three categories, and that's what builds the bar. Maybe. I don't know. We need 3 more years, but we are going to take 3 more years just to think about this stuff and then discuss another topic group later. All right, I'm a bit lost. How are we with respect to the schedule? We are supposed to finish at 11, right?
Correct.
Okay, so that is it. Well, thank you very much. I loved the discussion. I loved all the inputs. It's clear that we are nowhere near a conclusion and that we have a lot of thinking to do. But I hope you at least join this thinking part. Yeah, I think we need to keep pushing and keep pushing ourselves also to not just stick to our habits of trial and what we can collect on a day-to-day basis. We have to, yeah?
And what you suggested, I think, would be very useful. I think to use examples and different examples,
yeah.
Because I think I see everyone that speaks has an example in mind.
Yes.
And sees the issues with it. And I think maybe when we, in the near future, everyone, and it would maybe take too much time to do it now, but we can try.
Yes.
But we can try to fill in one of these forms for our case.
I would love that. It's a fantastic point, Maurice. Would you be open, if we circulate this via email, would you be open to try it with one of your cases and come back with feedbacks? That would be fantastic. Yes. Thank you very much.
Can I?
No.
It was just. Can I make a concluding remark?
Okay.
Just so this thing doesn't stay within ICES, FTFB, and this topic group, it would be nice to actually get some feedback on what we've done and discussed here. So how do we actually take this forward? Do we present it to the what is it, the ICES advice group or something, or the scientific group, so we can actually get feedback on what they think of where we're at and how we can incorporate that more into the ICES framework?
Yes. Any of you very policy-oriented people? Can we get that?
We can discuss it at coffee.
We talk later about it. Thanks a lot.
Tommy will moderate for us with Chris's presentation, and then we're going to transition into the fish and vertebrate selectivity session. It seems like we don't have all of the presentations, so if the people in the next session just can come down and see me, and we'll try to be quiet and get this done. Just please try to get your presentations to us at least the coffee break before, preferably the day before, because it's going to slow us down a little bit. So please, if you've not given me your presentation for the next session, please come down and see me. We'll get that kicked off, and I wanted the hotel asked me to announce that for those of you checking out of the hotel tomorrow, it needs to be done by 11 a.m. Okay, good?
Okay, welcome back everyone. And now we have Chris talk as the last presentation within our session. And I think he's ready to go. Okay, the stage is yours.
So thank you for having me. My name is Chris Rillihan from University of Massachusetts, Dartmouth in the United States. What I'd like to present today is just some of the work we've been doing over the last 7 or 8 years, and hopefully give some insight into what coexistence between the offshore wind industry and fisheries might look like. So for those of you who are not familiar with the United States, is that we have set ambitious goals for offshore wind development. Our current goal is 30 gigawatts of power by 2030. And in order to fill this goal, there's been a broad swath of the continental slope that's been leased and permitted for offshore wind development. So along the northeast coast that you see right here, that patchwork of different development areas totals about 9,000 square kilometers. When fully built out, that'll be about 2,000 turbines. Obviously, some of this overlaps traditional fishing grounds. And while currently there's no restriction, or there's not intended to be any restriction on activities in and around these wind farms, there's still a big question as to how these two industries are going to coexist. Fortunately, in the United States, as part of the regulatory and permitting process, there's extensive amount of monitoring, which the developers are forced to do. Of course, offshore wind developers build wind farms. They don't know anything about fish, so typically they work with agencies or institutions like our own to help develop these regulatory plans and stuff like that. So what we do is we develop fisheries monitoring plans for the developers. And what's key to all of our fisheries monitoring plan is working with industry. So all of our monitoring is done in conjunction with industry, both using captains and crew as part of our research, basically infrastructure, but all of our surveys are done on commercial fishing vessels. So one of the examples I'm going to give today is an industry-based trawl survey that we developed. So most people are probably familiar with a trawl survey. You basically have a standardized science net or trawl net, and then you have a standardized way of operating that. So things like fixed tow times and tow speeds. You have gear performance metrics that you have to attain, and then you have standardized way of processing the catch to get the biologically relevant data. All this is done on commercial fishing vessels. And while I'm going to talk mostly about the trawl survey, we also have pot surveys, we have optical benthic surveys, there's a beam trawl survey in the region, as well as oceanographic surveys, all done with industry. All of these monitoring is typically done around an impact assessment. So that means we have to monitor before construction, during construction, and then after the construction to see what changes that will have on the fish populations. One of the things that we really want to ensure is that we had a high level of both temporal and spatial resolution to understand kind of the dynamics of these areas. So at least for our trawl survey, we go 4 times a year to understand seasonal dynamics. And then we have a relatively high spatial resolution where we do about 1 tow every 15 square kilometers. So if you look at that figure on the bottom right, those are our tow tracks for one of our project areas there for 1 year. So you can see that there's a lot of tows kind of squished into that one area there. I want to share some data from our longest running project. So this is the Vineyard Wind 1 project. When this is finished, hopefully later this year, it'll be one of the largest wind farms in the US, one of the first large ones to really go online. It's located 25 kilometers south of Massachusetts. It'll have 62 turbines, 800 megawatt capacity, and providing power to 400,000 homes in Massachusetts. So one of the things I want you to notice on that kind of figure or that map on the far right there. You can see the project area and where the cable goes. But in the top left-hand corner, there's that little circle right under where it says Vineyard Wind 1. That's the Port of New Bedford. Port of New Bedford is one of the most important fishing ports in the United States. For the last 20 years, it has been the #1 port by value in the United States. So you can see that this is happening right in our backyard. Also, that wind farm is being built out of the Port of New Bedford. So, you pass both fishing vessels and offshore wind vessels all the time when coming in and out. For this project, we've completed all the pre-construction monitoring. That was 11 seasonal surveys between 2019 and 2022. We only missed one during COVID. And we primarily operated on that boat, the Heather Lynn, which is a stern trawler, primarily working in the squid fishery, but they also do some finfish as well. And over the course, we did 440 tows. And what we were interested in is kind of the dynamics of how these fish populations move and how they change over time. And so what we did is a pairwise analysis to look at kind of the community composition. And for that, what you can do is you can take the catch in the tow and look at the species diversity and abundance and see how similar they are. So, and then you can take that and plot it on something like a non-metric multi-dimensional scaling plot like here, where each dot represents the catch composition of one tow. The position of those dots relative to one another gives some idea of similarity. So 2 points that are close to one another means the catches are relatively similar, populations are relatively similar. Points that are farther away means these are very different populations. They're color-coded by the season, and then the marker colors by individual surveys. And one thing that I hope you're noticing right now is that they cluster out by season. And what that means is that we have relatively distinct populations in these areas seasonally. So, for example, these green dots in the spring here, these are our cool water or cold water species, so primarily hake and skates. And if you even look even closer, you can see that there's actually two kind of subclusters. What that means is that even year to year, they're a little bit different. But in this time, it's primarily dominated by cold water species. However, as those temperatures warm up in the summer, these species tend to move offshore into cooler, deeper waters. And we have our summer tourists come up from down south, and it's a totally different cohort of organisms there. In the fall, they're actually kind of overlapping one another as those blue dots, where you start to see the cool water species move back inshore, and those warm water species are still there, but they're starting to migrate out of the area. And then by wintertime, there's nothing out there for the most part. The warm water species have gone back south. The cool water species have headed offshore. Only one that's not smart enough to still be out there is us and a couple species of herring. So this gives you an idea. These are very dynamic areas, and these fish are always moving. And that's kind of on a more macroscopic level. But what we're interested in is, on a fine scale, how are these fish using this habitat that's now being created. And we wanted to try to understand this reef effect that's supposed to happen around offshore wind turbines. So we started another project a couple years ago, and this is an ongoing project, to look at kind of the spatial distribution of fish around turbines. So for this, we had to move over. This is the oldest wind farm in America. It was put in a couple years ago. But it's a small array that's off the coast of Rhode Island. And when we started, this was the only array in the United States. And what we wanted to do is try to quantify that reef effect. So we used baited remote underwater video systems, and we used a gradient design where we put those cameras right next to the turbine and then at a gradient away from there to try to see how this reef effect is influencing. And that farthest distance is actually midway between the two different turbines in the array. These are baited systems, and they have a relatively short soak time of about an hour. And then we did these transects across the different seasons to see how this reef effect may change over time. And this is still preliminary data. I have like 700 hours of video that we're still it was still processing. But some of this preliminary data is quite interesting. What we see when we started in the summertime is we see a very distinct reef effect here. We're right underneath the turbine. We have high levels of observations of fish, primarily dominated by two species. There's scup, which is that small one, and black sea bass, which is the black one. And what you notice is even as you move 100 meters away from that turbine, those fish we don't have very many observations. Instead, you switch to that spiny dogfish. It's a small shark species that we see out here, and skates. And these are pretty common because this is sandy bottom outside of those wind farm areas. So what we see is a very strong reef effect in the summer. We thought this was kind of what it was going to look like. But then when we went back out there in the fall, now all of a sudden we see this reef effect kind of spread out. Now these fish are far more distributed across the wind farm. And we think what's happening is, we know these fish move seasonally, and what we've seen anecdotally, we haven't processed all the data, but in the springtime, we see the fish are more distributed across the wind farm. In the summertime, they're more concentrated. In the fall, they start to distribute out again. I think this is partly due to just these seasonal north-south migrations. So we see these are very kind of dynamic areas. Fish are complicated, but equally complicated are fishermen. And what we want to understand is the behavior of fishermen. So as I had previously noted, right now, fishermen are not going to have any restrictions of operating in and around the wind farm. But just because they can, we don't know if they actually can with the gear that they have, or if they will. And this is a big question that we have, or a big debate that we have going on right now. One of the things that we've learned in the work that we've done is, as part of our monitoring plan, we said we were going to go in the wind farms during construction, and then we actually had to do it at some point. And what we found is that we actually didn't really have much of a problem operating inside of a wind farm. So I'm going to give some experience again with the trawls, but again, we also have beam trawls and pots and optical technologies and oceanographic stuff as well. One of the things that was vitally important to ensuring, I think, the success here is making sure the captains had the information they needed on the boat before we went out there. So this is just an example. This is our tow tracks from the spring. This is the start of construction. Before we got on the boat, I made sure the captain knew exactly where any obstructions were before we got out there. So he had all that information on his chart plotter on his side of the cabin, and I had my stuff on that side of the cabin. And so at this point in the spring, you can see those gray dots. Prior to installing a turbine, what the developer does is they drop a pile of cobble onto, or rocks onto the seafloor to stabilize the sediment. Then they go back and they install the turbine on there. So when we started our survey in the spring, it was just mounds of rocks. So I had to tell the captain, here are our tow points, don't tow over the rocks. And he said, okay, and we were successful. When we went back in the summer, you can see those yellow dots. Those are turbines that are now installed in the area. So I had to tell him, don't tow over the rocks and don't hit the turbines. And he said, okay. And then we moved into the fall. You can see more turbines, and now we have inter-array cables. And at this point, the inter-array cables were on the surface and just exposed. So it was, we need to hit our tow points. Don't go over the rocks. Don't hit the turbines. Don't go over the cables. And then when we went out there in the winter, it was don't go over the rocks, don't hit the turbines, but they said the cables are buried, so let's try going over them. And what you can see is that we did tow over the cables, and hopefully what you'll notice too on those tow tracks is some of those are getting quite close to the turbines. And what we've learned is that, like anything in life, the more experience you have doing it, the more comfortable you get doing it. And, to this point, this was one of the tows that we did in the winter time. We got finished. I knew we were getting close to the turbine. I usually leave it at the discretion of the captain how close he feels like getting to the turbine if we're heading in that general direction. I told him to wrap it up. I went downstairs. I came up. There was a turbine about 100 meters off the port bow. I looked up. There was the turbine blade going over the top of the boat. So I look at the turbine. I look at the blade. I look up at the captain, and he thought the look on my face was really funny. He got really comfortable at doing it, and he's very comfortable operating in this area now. And again, we're doing the same thing with pots and other types of gear. So I'll just kind of summarize some of this and leave some food for thought. One of the things that we're seeing is that these offshore winds are highly dynamic. These fish move, right? And so fishers will still probably have access to this resource, whether they choose to operate in the wind farm or not. However, that may result in a change in fishers' behavior. So what may have been, say, a summer inshore fishery may now have to be a winter offshore fishery. And that can have some significant implications. The other thing that we really need to look at is existing regulations. So if these do change, if there are open seasons and closed seasons, or if they move in from one jurisdiction to another, that's going to change what these impacts are. Secondly, we found that fishers can operate safely in there. However, we have to make sure that they have the technology to do so. So that's making sure they have the information on all these obstructions before they go out there. And some of the new chart plotting softwares out there can really overlay all of this information, put it on one screen, which really helps for situational awareness for these vessels and may mitigate some of the risks. And then finally, what we can see is that the efficacy of some of our fishing gear is going to change. When these fish are hard up on the turbines, they're not going to be accessible to traditional mobile gear. They're also not probably going to be accessible to traditional static gear as well, because you're going to have entanglement of the surface gear around the turbines. So that is something that I leave to this group to figure out how we're going to go and solve that problem. If I have any time, I'll take questions.
Yes, so we have some time for questions. Thank you very much, Chris, for this knowledge. I mean, it's a lot of experience which you already gathered and which we can probably apply in Europe. Also, your input to the topic group was very valuable. Is there any questions from the audience? Peter.
Hi, Peter from SLU Sweden. Thanks for a great talk. You said that you were putting on cobblestones to make the ground more stable before you put out the mills. Have you looked anything into how to distribute the harder substrate to get different results from what could actually assemble in the area? So would you prefer some kind of, have you looked anything into how to do this stabilization to improve fish habitats?
Yeah, I mean, that's one of the, so we really have no, developers do what they do based on, the engineering design. So they have what the engineers tell them they need to do in terms of the size of the rocks, and I guess there's supposed to be two different layers, a protection layer and an armor layer, something like that. There is a lot of research that's going on right now as to how that changes, the habitat creation in there. I think one of the things we need to focus on is how do you get close enough to actually study, that kind of stuff. So people have been using things like ROVs to drive them up to the turbines and be able to do that. But in terms of, I don't think we have really any input into maybe you should do something different. But there is some research going on to our south looking at different kind of technologies. So concrete versus rock versus, there's some natural materials. So there is some research going on in that level.
Thanks.
There's another question over there.
Thanks very much, Chris. I just had one question. So were there ever any other skippers in either of those wind farms that you noticed that were fishing at the same time as you, or even around the wind farm, or was it just you guys that?
I think it was mostly just us.
Okay.
During construction it was a little bit trickier. We didn't actually have any restrictions. They didn't tell us we couldn't do anything. I don't know, and there wasn't anything put out telling other fishermen that they couldn't fish in there. The Vineyard Wind 1 site, it's not that productive of a site, but there are some other sites that we're working in that are more productive. And I'm not sure how much more fishing is going on in there right now. It's still very early in this whole thing.
Okay, one last question from here.
Thank you for this nice talk. I'm Christine from HMR Greece. I was wondering about the community before the establishment of these of the farms. So do you have any comparison with the previous situation in the community, and if there is any change now?
Yeah, one of the challenges that we have is all of this research is done, our federal government makes the developers do it. So they only do what they have to do. Ideally we should have been doing a lot of this research 5-10 years ago, to get that data. We do have federal surveys that have been going on for the past 60 years, which do overlap this region. But a typical national survey has it's one tow every 100 kilometers or so. So we do have some data. They also only go out in the spring and the fall. So the data is variable. Our surveys, I mean, we did 3 years beforehand. Now they're building the farms, and then we will be doing them for 3 years afterwards. So a lot of this is kind of collecting some of that data before construction, and then we'll look at it again post-construction.
Selectivity of fish and invertebrates.
Thank you. And before, if you could, Olafur and Melanie, can you please email me your presentations to make sure that we have those ready to go? Please email them to me. What's that? Thank you. Go ahead and email to me. Thank you.
So good morning, everyone. Sorry for the confusion. We just need to upload a bit of more presentation. And we are very happy to welcome Lina Morgan to have her presentation. Thank you.
Alrighty. I'm going to be taking you through the last 20-ish years of the Nephrops fishery in Sweden and how we've worked to develop a size-selective grid in the Nephrops fishery. So how has the Nephrops fishery changed since 2002? 2002, the Swedish grid is introduced to the fishery. This ended up being a big step to increasing the selectivity in the Nephrops fishery. It went from being a fishery with large amounts of bycatch to being a very clean fishery. 2004, the trawl borders are moved in closer to land, so that's what you see in the map there. And the idea here is that the trawl border would follow the shape of the coastline more closely. 2004, they also introduced incentives to increase uptake of the grid. So these are incentives such as trawling with the grid was allowed inside certain areas of the new trawl border, as well as increased number of fishing days. 2008 came some restrictions in the number of pots in the area. And then 2009, we get a couple of things happen here. So the new revised cod plan was introduced, and with that came closures to fishing in the Kattegat in certain areas. And then in addition to this, there was an allocation of the Nephrops quota based on gear type. So 30% of the quota went to the traditional trawl fisheries, 50% to the grids, and then 20% to the pot fisheries. Which then leads us to the next slide, where we see how the use of various types of fishing gear over time have changed. So until the grid was introduced, the traditional trawl fishery was dominant gear type. However, when the grid was introduced, there was a drop in conventional trawl usage and then an increase in grid usage. And the grid became the dominant gear type in 2009, which that coincides with how the new cod plan and the quota allocation system. And then we look at 2017, and here we see that there's a dip in the amount of grid fishing, and this coincides with the introduction of the Common Fisheries Policy. So there was no more allocation between gears, the effort regulations were removed, there was a decrease in the MCRS from 40 millimeters to 32, and the incentives to use the grid were taken away. So how has our collaboration at SLU looked like between us and the fishery? We've been doing gear trials for over 10 years now, and they've always been initiated by the fishers. So we're essentially in the picture to support the fishers in developing their ideas and then being able to do a scientific evaluation. So our goals here are to increase selectivity in the fishery, mostly with a focus on decreasing the amount of cod in the catch, as well as then 2019 with the landing obligation, the fishers really wanted to minimize the amount of unwanted catch that needs to be landed. So these trials have all been based on the same concept, which is a split grid.
So here in this picture you see, the idea here is that you are able to sort out the small unwanted catch as well as smaller bycatch and flatfish. So you have two parts to this grid. You have the upper part, which has a standard bar spacing of 35 millimeters, and everything that goes through this part of the grid ends up in the cod end. Then you have the lower part of the grid, and this has a narrow bar spacing and is open in the back. So everything that goes through this part of the grid is then released back into the sea. So since 2014, we've been able to do 3 gear trials, and we've been able to examine this type of grid and try to optimize the selectivity of the cod end behind the grid. So a quick look at the methodology behind these trials. Typically, the fishers have a self-sampling period prior to us coming on board. And so the idea here is that the fishers have some time to adjust the gear, to get it to fish how they want, to get it to work on their boat. They're also required to collect certain data during this period and send it to us. Then we go on board for a scientific evaluation, and here we're essentially sampling all of the catch. We take length and weight measurements for all bycatch species, and then weight and carapax length for nephrops. And then for our analysis, we do a length-based analysis using CellNet, as well as some more basic analyses that we then are able to communicate with the fishers. So looking at our first trial here, and in the interest of time, I'm going to speed through the first 2 and then focus a bit more on the third. But in this first one, we have an experiment trial that looks a bit like this. So we have a split grid with a cod end that's comprised of a bunch of different selective panels. You have your square panel, you have your diagonal mesh, and the idea was to be able to select out all the different kinds of fish that you get. And then you have a reference trawl, which is your standard grid, 35 millimeters on both the over and under parts of the grid, with a 70 millimeter cod end. So when taking a quick look at the results, we see that there's a big reduction in the bycatch species, especially the flatfish. So this is where a lot of the focus is. The flatfish are the bycatch species that the fishers really ideally don't want to have to sort through. And then when we look at the catch of the nephrops, we see that there isn't really that big of a difference in the catch. So this gear setup was shown to work pretty well, but the problem was that the cod end was a little bit too complicated and couldn't be produced on a commercial level. So the next step was then to develop a cod end that was a little bit simpler and that could be used more broadly. So then we fast forward to 2022, and here we have an experimental trawl that also uses the split grid. However, this time we've adjusted the bar spacing to account for the new MCRS, which is now 32 millimeters, and then we just use a standard Celtra 300 cod end. And then for the reference trawl, it was the exact same as the one that was used in 2014, 2015. Quick look at the results then. Again, we see that there's a large decrease in the catch of flatfish. And then when we look at the nephrops, we see that there's a statistically insignificant decrease in the catch of nephrops. So here, and then after this, our goal was then to try to find a cod end that would work better for the roundfish, since we see that the roundfish weren't selected out as well as the other bycatch species. So then we come to the gear trial that we actually just completed this year. We have an experiment trawl that is a split grid and a curved upper panel. So the curved upper panel, the idea here that the fisher had was that the curved panel will actually slow down the water flow a bit and allow the nephrops to get through the grid. And then we're back to a cod end that's comprised of a bunch of different selective panels. However, the difference here is that we have a reference trawl without a grid. So it's just a standard 70 millimeter diagonal cod end. And so the idea here was that we'd be able to look at absolute selectivity, and then also because the fishers really wanted to see what kind of bigger nephrops that they might be missing out on when using a grid. Here we have a quick overview with just some percentages before we look at the length-based analysis. Note here that we can't really directly compare these results to our previous gear trials since our control is different. But we do see a decrease in the discard nephrops as well as the flatfish. So here then we have our length-based analysis for nephrops. On the left, we have our standard length distribution. We have the control gear in pink and the test grid in green. And then on the right, we have the catch comparison. And so for maybe those of you who aren't super familiar with a catch comparison, if you have a catch comparison rate of 1, that means that your gears are fishing equally. So here we see that everything under we have a significant decrease of nephrops under Carapic's length of about 37 millimeters. And then there's no significant difference in catch of nephrops over 37 millimeters. Then we move on to cod, and so these are the results that have had us scratching our heads a bit. So as you can see in our length distribution, we have more cod in our test grid under about 22 centimeters. And so this resulted in there being no significant difference in the catch for cod under 25-ish centimeters. So we've been brainstorming, trying to figure out what is it that happened, how can we explain this? We've landed in a couple of different ideas that may have played a part here. So the first idea that we had is the placement of the square mesh panels. So the square mesh panels are in the ceiling of the cod end. And as many of us know, cod really have a tendency to want to swim downwards. So this begs the question of whether the cod are actually coming into contact with these square mesh panels. And then the point that we think that may have a bit of a bigger explanation is the difference in the material and twine thickness between the two cod ends. So in our control, it was a 70 millimeter mesh, but it was made with 2.5 millimeter single twine, and this results in a very flexible material, whereas in our test cod end, we have 90 millimeter mesh, but it's made with 4 millimeter double twine. So when we were measuring the cod ends, you could see that they were much stiffer and had a much harder time opening. So we think that this might have played into the lack of selectivity in that cod end. That being said, if anybody has any ideas for why we may have seen these results, feel free to come chat with us. Open to discussion there. So take-home messages. The split grid minimizes the catch of small discard nephrops significantly. So this is, fishers love this, it's less to sort through. Catch of flatfish, such as plaice and dab, is also decreased significantly with the use of the split grid. And then this most recent gear trial has shown us how important the material and twine thickness actually are to selectivity. So our next challenge is, how do we get this implemented? The fishers that we work with, they still use this gear. They think it's great. There's less flatfish to sort through. But it's hard to get it spread to other fishers. So that's that for me. If anybody is interested in other data as well, I can show you the length-based analyses for those other species as well.
Thank you, Lee. This is a nice presentation of the size selectivity of gears. And as you said, there's a big question of how to implement these results. So there's any question?
Hi, Linny. Thank you for a very nice presentation. You didn't see any issues with... Can you hear me? Hello? There we go. You didn't see any issues with the clogging of your curved grid, the last one you showed there?
He actually didn't mention it this time around. We talked about it briefly when we did the gear trial in 2022. And there were a couple of halls where it was obvious. We filmed a little bit, and there you see that it does get clogged. But it was not mentioned this year. And so I assume hasn't been an issue.
Hi, here Juan Santos, Tuning Institute. I wonder which material are currently used in the construction of the most modern grids used in your fishery?
It's aluminum.
What is it?
The grids?
Yes.
Yeah, they're aluminum.
Aluminium?
Yeah.
And related to that, what is the durability of it?
I'm not sure I can answer that question, but I think I haven't heard any complaints. Yeah.
There is time for a small question. I have a curiosity. Have you tried to do this also with other species, like commercial species?
The grid?
Yeah.
Well, the grid, it's also used in the pandalus fishery, but those ones they're plastic grids. But for this one, no.
Okay, thank you very much. And now we are having Olafur. Thank you.
Thank you.
No, you use that.
Good afternoon. I'll be bringing you into the world of demersal signing in Norway, where we have done some experiments on size selectivity, both at bottom and at the surface, and then the total selectivity. Just first to mention about how the fishery is and how it's conducted. So the demersal signing in Norway, it's similar as the Danish or the Scottish signing, except for the sign is then towed, just like a trawler for 30-40 minutes before it closed. So that's perhaps why we use the general term demersal signing. But a little background information is in this fisheries, as in many other fisheries, we have technical regulations, and then we have creative fishermen that find a way to circumvent that and come up with solutions to catch a small fish anyway. Some years ago there was that mesh size regulations, and then the fishermen came up with very stiff content, a double material to get a small fish. Then a square mesh content was introduced, and the fishermen have used extensive content extension then to get small fish. And in the same time, the signs and the fleet is growing in size, and the signs are growing. This is not these are not small signs that you carry around in wheelbarrows. It's considerably bigger, and we have had some issues with the size selectivity, specifically how much we see observing floating in the surface. Some might not like the use of poor selectivity, which is of course a bit subjective, but I guess you know where I'm going with it. And this is just an illustration of the content extensions. We have the sign and we have the content, and what fishermen have done, they have inserted an extension 20, 30, 40, up to 45 meters long, and basically what it does, it kind of stops the fish, and the fish takes longer time for the fish to get in the content, resulting in poorer, greater catch of small fish and a lot of it floating on the surface then. This is just some illustrations showing kind of the size of the vessels. We did the experiment on board a boat that was a little over 50 meters. A big part of the fleet is 30-50 meters, and the signs are regulated within 12 nautical miles from the shore. Its maximum length of the headline is 123 meters, and that's about the size where it is, and they're getting bigger and they're getting heavier, and you're not moving this by hand. And then methods and what we tested. Every day we set out, we took 3 holes. The first on the top we see that's just a quadrant, regular quadrant lined with small meshes to get the control. And then we have taken the test, that is a regular quadrant with a long extension. In this case it was 21 meter. And then we have used a quadrant releaser to stop the selectivity at the surface. So this figure then shows from the bottom and up we are fishing, and at 30 meters depth when we are holding before the quadrant hits the surface, we open the entrance to a small mesh quadrant and no selectivity takes place at the surface. So this is just a screenshot from an animation showing how the quadrant is used how the releaser is used to tie and how it then opens. And then the result is when we compare and mix this in every way, when we compare the small mesh quadrant versus the regular test, we get the total selectivity, which is the typical way, and then we have the small mesh versus the quadrant where we have no surface selection to get the bottom selection. Basically bottom and holdback. I simplify by calling it bottom selection. And then the 2 identical quadrants with and without surface selection then give us the surface selection when compared. And this is the area, basically, where we were. It's up in northern Norway at the coast of Finnmark. And this is in May. There is a big haddock fishery there. And for the haddock here, these are the results. Basically, this is the analysis. It's basically a twin troll analysis or alternative hole analysis where we fit a curve through our data and then bootstrap for the confidence intervals. Nothing magical there. But we had to learn this the hard way because for the haddock in the area, the size distribution can vary considerably when we move from fishing area to fishing area within the big area. So if we don't manage to keep our pairs, we will always get a mean curve, but part of the bootstrapping gets troublesome for getting the confidence intervals. So getting the pairs, or at least getting most of the holes in pairs should prove to be of big importance for us to analyze it. And we have been doing this for several years. This is the first selectivity study. Before that, we have done catch comparison analysis with and without extension, with square mesh extension, with different material, and with alternative solutions. And then this is the only selectivity analysis, but because we are comparing always with the same content, we can estimate the selectivity of the other devices from that curve, since we have the catch comparison. And this is just when we merge this together into one plot and pool it. It's quite natural that the total selectivity, it will be the highest value in terms of L50, since it's the product of the other two. But anyway, we get considerable selectivity at all the phases. And perhaps one of the reasons why we have done this bottom selectivity is that in the catch comparison, we have been using the releaser, and then we set the solutions up against each other, competing for what's the best to select out at depth. Because we suspect escape mortality being increased when the fish goes out at the surface. But we have no means to estimate that selectivity. We just try to avoid it, and then that's why we do it. And just to show here, that's the size selectivity of haddock, how it goes from the control and to the, which is red, and the green, which is after the bottom selectivity, and then the surface selectivity. We're actually getting about 75% out at the bottom and say about 10 at the surface of the total. We also see here that the minimum legal size is 40 centimeters for the haddock. So one question is if we should be fishing there in the first place, but that's another story. And similar results for cod. I mean, for the pairs, we got about 30,000 haddock for each of the pair setups. Yeah, for the haddock, but we get considerably fewer cod, so we get results for the cod, but wider confidence. Yeah, that was me. Thank you.
Thank you. This is another great example of the size selectivity and how new technology can improve. So there is any other question?
Hello, thanks for the presentation. Just wondering why they tow the gear for 40 minutes before hauling.
Well, they tow, I mean, they set the sign and it's towed without doors. So they totally closed. So when I say 40 minutes, that's about the time in our case, but it can be shorter or longer depending on how many ropes they use and conditions otherwise, like the currents. But they basically just tow till the sign closes and then they haul.
Thank you. The surface selectivity, Darrell Brown, BIM Ireland. The surface selectivity, did you notice if it was active escape, or maybe some of the fish were just escaping the cod end because they were the right size dead, possibly, or?
It's a bit of both, but very much of the fish is escaping, actually actively. They are, yeah.
Hey Oliver, I was just wondering, how do these results compare with trawl gear, otter trawl selectivity for the same cod end?
We don't use the same cod end in trawls. In this square mesh cod end is mandatory in the demersal side fisheries. In the trawl fisheries, different cod end and grids, etc. But this 40 centimeter is say relatively low, and it shifts to right about 5 centimeters when we remove the extension or replace the extension with a square mesh extension.
Thank you, Lafour.
Thank you.
And now is Derek Brown. Nice to meet you.
Hello, everybody. Thanks for the opportunity. Thanks to our hosts. Thanks to our chairs. I want to talk today about some work we've done in the seine net fishery in Ireland. Kind of stems from WGFTFB. Talk of similar work being carried out in the redfish fishery, I think in Iceland and elsewhere. Had a good chat with Haraldur, who explained the fishers' as well as the technical characteristics, also the fishers' experiences with the gear, which was very useful. So, okay, the background is 100 millimeter T90 cod end is commonly used by Irish seiners. Right now they're challenged by rising costs, fuel, and reducing quotas. So our question was, can we, if we change the design of the gear to similar that has been tested around the North Atlantic, we try and optimize selectivity and the value of quota. What we've typically seen with T90 cod ends when trawling and in other seine net trials is that they, for some reason, they retain more of the larger grades of gadoids such as haddock and hake and even whiting. We don't have a reason for that necessarily, but I have some theories. So this is the new cod end design. It's a T90 cod end, diamond mesh extension. It's built in 4 panels. It's got a taper and adapter section, and it has lasted ropes or rib lines, as have been tried elsewhere. They're I think it's 12 millimeter Dyneema with smaller Dyneema twine that goes through the selvages. Shorter, helps to maintain mesh size or mesh openness. And also, Harold was telling me that when the fishers were trying them in Iceland, they liked the shorter ropes because they felt that they took the strain off the meshes with big lifts of fish. So this was one of the, this is how I sold it to the fishermen who I was trying to get on board for the trial. Also, it's a collaboration with the fisherman and the gear maker. The gear maker came up with this design. He kind of went mad on it. He I have it written down here. He set the lasted ropes 3% shorter for the forward section of the extension, 6% for the middle section, and 13.5% for the cod end. So yeah, very much a collaboration. We've done 3 catch comparison trials so far. One was in 2021 during COVID. We call it an industry-led trial. That was self-sampling, so weights per species retained per ring with the two gears tested. The standard 2-panel 100 millimeter T90 cod end and the experimental gear just described. That went quite well. Oh, well, I'll talk about it. But we advertised a second trial in 2024, and it was to be a full-scale trial, but we had 2 strong applications. So because of the results, the favourable results of the first trial, we said, yeah, it would be good to do a trial with both, one full-scale and one similar to the previous one, which was a self-sampling design. So these are the areas where the trials were carried out, down to the southwest of Ireland, where a lot of the seine net fleet would be from and where they'd operate. The second trial is the non-hatched area in 2024. So trial 1 results, this is mean catch weight greater than MCRS, greater than the minimum landing size per ring in kilograms, with error bars that give you an idea of their variability. This was alternate tows. We tried to pair the deployments of the control and test gear, so not moving too far and close together in time, to try and reduce variability, but it's inherent, well, in all gear trials, particularly alternate haul trials. So you can see the green bars are the test gear. So the main finding was that the smaller grades, the less valuable grades of marketable catch were reduced. And this wasn't a bad thing for the skipper involved, because there's times a year when there's a huge quantity of fish put on the market and the market collapses, and as a result it's very difficult for the fleet to continue fishing.
So the more expensive grades, or more valuable grades, medium haddock, large haddock, were increased, taking into account the variability. And we can see that in the value of the haddock catch overall was increased by 94%. And it's a very similar, well, it's not a very similar, it's quite similar for hake and medium and large. There wasn't much difference, only, well, 1%. So overall, 34% increase in catch, or catch value. The skipper has kept the gear on board since that time. He uses it all the time. I think particularly when small fish are on the ground and when markets are depressed. He has other cod ends that he can move to as well, but that's probably, for us anyway, the best outcome from that trial was that he kept it on board. So trial 2 was with the same vessel but in 2024, and it was a full-scale trial, but just for comparison. The fishing wasn't very good. He had to hunt around for fish. There was a lot of variabilities between paired tows, and you can see that in the error bars. But still, we saw the same general trend, larger fish, quantities increasing, and again, not much of a... The haddock was the difference, down 40%, but the hake was up 17%. But overall, the value was just plus 1%. The skipper was quite disappointed. He has, it's his gear now, and he wanted it to, he knows it can do better, and he was a bit disappointed. For whatever reason, we couldn't get out until later in the year, and he was saying, you should have come when the fishing was better, you know, would have showed a better story. And because this was fully sampled, we had some length frequencies as well. The other thing to mention is that neither gear catches appreciable levels of below MCRS fish. Say for haddock, you can see the MCRS is there at about, I think it's 29, hake, I don't know what that is, 27 or something like that. Megrim, the MCRS is not shown because it's 20 centimetres and we didn't catch any of that size. Whiting is 27, we didn't catch anything that size. But again, the experimental gear, the selectivity was optimized towards the larger fish, which is what we were trying to achieve, and it's what this skipper wanted. The trial 3 results was done at the same time as the previous trial. Again, fishing was quite challenging, a lot of variability, a lot of having to travel around looking for fish. Slightly better results in terms of medium haddock, up a little bit. Hake were the dominant species in the test gear, and up a considerable quantity of 100%. Large hake, there weren't that many caught. But again, we see an increase in catch value. This skipper, he said, yeah, it's okay, but only when there's small hake on the, or small hake and haddock on the ground. So the conclusions, we keep seeing substantial increases in catches of larger, more valuable fish, and reduced catches of smaller, less valuable fish, all above the MCRS. Almost no retention of undersized fish in either gear, but less in the test gear. The skippers report increased catch quality, and it could be for the reasons that Haralder pointed out, you know, the lifts coming over the side with the 4 selvages and the lastridge ropes takes a bit of pressure squeezing the fish. And also reduced catch volume could be playing into that. Price differential, so increased value of catch. We estimated that approximately 1 trip is what it would take to pay for the gear. It's roughly about twice as much as the standard gear. So we feel that the gear, and the fishermen feel that the gear has major potential to improve the environmental and economic sustainability of the Irish demersal seine net fishery. So if you're catching your quota with less tows, and you're making more money, then it's a win, we think. Thank you.
Thank you, Dara.
Yeah.
This is a great presentation. It's very interesting. And this, I also appreciated the fact that you emphasized also going through a more sustainable fishery, which is something we should discuss a lot. There is any question?
Hi, Dara. Well, Juan Santos de Institute, thank you very much for this nice presentation. I wonder, in the Baltic Sea, we have also tested a 4-panel T90 coding with last reach ropes, and to us, the coding looked very, very folded.
Yeah.
Maybe we did the Grom reduction factor. Maybe we did too short. I wonder what was the shortening rate you apply in the coding?
What's the circumference?
No, the length of the last reach rope.
Oh yeah.
Related to the full extension of the.
We kind of left that to the net maker a little bit. He went mad on it. He was sending me net drawings. We initially started it. We had, instead of that adapter section, he had a 4-panel 80mm square mesh. He's a pelagic trawl designer, and he said that's how you even out the forces from the front of the trawl to the rear of the trawl. And we're saying that's fine, but it's illegal, you know. So we let him go, you know, because part of this is trying to improve or support uptake. And I think the lads, they really did buy into it, you know. And sometimes you have to just stand back. But yeah, our cod ends looked amazing. We quite often get T90 cod ends, and they're baggy and kind of horrible looking. But these were very, very neat. I think the lads pulled out the stops and really put a lot into it, the net maker.
Thank you.
Yep, thank you for a nice presentation. I also have a question related to the length of the last reach rope, and that's perhaps because we just shipped off cotton, T90 cotton a few days ago. We cut it down to 30% shorter. And there were two reasons. One was that we took it to the tank. First, we had the length just the same as the salvages were, and that ended up to be 20%. But it looked so nice with 30%, and then it translated over to a square mesh cotton. So we went that. But have you tested? What's your experience with that? Am I overdoing it, perhaps?
I'm not sure. You said your extension piece can be, I think it was between 15 and, was it 45 meters long? Okay. Yeah, it's the same here, the 5-meter cod end, and then the extension is maybe 10 meters long. So, yeah, we kept the percentage, the reduction in the last rope to maximum 13.5% at the cod end, and then it was less as it went through each section. And then the last ropes were carried on up into the body of the trawl. This was all from the net maker's experience with pelagic trawling, I think. And it worked. It worked well. But yeah, it's important to have a net maker who's interested and on board.
Also, another question is how easy is to adopt also the systems, and how open is that?
It's not very difficult. It's quite difficult. Like, we did think that with the rib lines you could take them on and off, but in reality that hasn't happened. They're called quick lines, I think they're called, but in reality that hasn't happened. I think it's probably quicker to just change cod end, but it's more expensive, twice as expensive, but it makes you money, so that helps. But there's no major, nothing much stopping you.
It sounds promising.
Yeah, hopefully.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Is that you? Mm. Do you know which is you? This one. This one? Yes. Perfect. I saw the first name, so not confused. Okay. So there's Juan Santos.
Yeah, hello. Hello, everybody. Juan Santos, Union Institute of Baltic Sea Fisheries in Rostock, Germany. And just bring here a small study about cod and selectivity, focused on flatfish, and more specifically on escape behavior of flatfish and whether the mesh orientation matter. Just here, there are several authors. You have, as you see here, several are here, and 2 of them are not on board, but they are doing great. Well, this study has been made in the Baltic Sea, and the Baltic Sea demersal trout fisheries. There are people from many places in the world. I wanted to explain a little bit. This is compared to other demersal trout fisheries, like, for example, Mediterranean fisheries. The catch profile of these fisheries are quite simple. It's composed mostly by roamfish species like cod or whiting, cod being the traditional target species in that fishery, and flatfish species, plaice, flounder, or dab, that are or traditionally caught of bycatch. This Baltic Sea fishery is also known for tradition in cod and selectivity research, which has been mostly focused on how to protect cod stocks by just providing escape possibilities for juvenile cod. However, in the last 15 years, a lot of things happened in this fishery, starting with new regulation from the European Union, with the implementation of the landing obligation, first on cod, the traditional target species, 2015, and then followed by the landing obligation for plaice. Plaice is very valuable, one of the valuable flatfish species in this fishery. It also happened quite dramatic reduction of or decline of the Baltic cod population, again the traditional target species, which led the European Union to apply very restrictive regulations, kind of zero catch quota policy. Actually, since 2019, there is a small bycatch quota for this species, which is basically to enable flatfish fisheries to continue fishing, right? So in terms of our business or cod and selectivity, we have switched the perspective from single problem, which was actually protection of juvenile cod, to a dual problem. We are working on how to optimize codons in order to optimize selectivity of flatfish while maximizing the escape of cod, right, on any size. In the last year, since I think 2021, we have conducted several researches with this perspective, focusing on how the effect of mesh size, mesh shape, and especially mesh shape variability influence codon selectivity. And for that, we have used a very strange codon design. You can see here, it's a rigid codon, which actually help us to test those effects. And the property this codon has, it fixes the opening angle of the meshes and eliminates the variability of this opening angle. And this, if we compare it with the selectivity of a flexible codon, gives you this effect, right? And during the cruises, during this research, we also understood that we know little about flatfish selectivity. And especially what is the behavior of this species when it is about attempting to escape through the codon meshes. But if you look a little bit, you pay attention to this codon, this cuboid codon, you will notice that it's not only about the mesh shape and mesh variability, what is fixed, it's also, it provides quite clear places where the flatfish can go through. You have a bottom panel, you have side panels, you have top panels. And this gave us the idea of whether What will happen, for example, if you mask three sides, the lateral sides and the top side, top panel, and you keep open only the bottom panel of the column in terms of selectivity of flatfish? Moreover, what will happen if you just simply make the same, but only leaving the top panel of the column with the open meshes? Same situation, we mask the top and the bottom and we keep the sides selective. And of course, the selectivity of each of these designs could be compared with the baseline design, which is all meshes, all panels open, right? So these four designs will, in principle, allow us to understand a little bit how flatfish, or the preference of the flatfish, have to attempt to escape through the column meshes. So with these four designs, we went at sea in November 2023, and we just assessed the selectivity of the columns using the cover column method. We only had 4 fishing days available because we had technical problems on the vessel the first days, and we could not just use much of the time available we had in principle. But anyway, we managed to test all of them, but simply we just moved it from test to test. One day, 5 holes, 5 holes next day, and so on. So we get a balanced data set with all 5 holes valid. And this is what we get for first 4 place. This, as I said before, this is the most valuable species. You see, when we test the selectivity of the codon with only the bottom selective, we get a poorly defined retention curve. To those who doesn't know what is that, this is just simply giving you the information what is the retention probability of a given length class, right? And it's poorly defined because it's not sharp and actually gives very little escape possibilities in all ranges. But when we just move to the top panel selective, we see something more familiar, right? We see a kind of S-shaped curve, which just means that you get more escapees of small lengths. But look at this. When we go to the sides selective, we get a really, really discriminant machine, right? We see that all small in a given position escapes through the meshes, and then rapidly, just as you progress with the lengths, all the lengths get retained in the column. And interestingly, actually, the size selection you get with the baseline column, with all the panels open for size selection, is equivalent, right? You have more or less same selectivity, which gives us already a very nice result. But look at the other species. We could able to collect sufficient data for size selection analysis. This is DAP, not that valuable for as place, but in several seasons of the year can be interesting commercially. We get quite different curves compared with the place, but the trend is the same. Lower selectivity with the bottom codon selective design. The panorama starts to improve with the top, but then side panel selection codon and the baseline selection codon again equivalent. We try to make sense of these results we collected, and basically we can explain theoretically these results considering the maneuvers a fish has to do in order to use efficiently the meshes. Imagine you have a theoretical fish swimming in the same direction of the towing, and it decides to just try to use the lateral panel. It will require only one maneuver to position the white section, align it with the white axis of the mesh, right? So that will be what we call an optimal attempt. But if you consider a flatfish trying to escape through the bottom panel, that would require a different maneuver process. It will require probably first a pitch, followed by a roll, something like that. let's do it again. If you have a flat face going, this is the lateral side, go like this, just a jaw, right? But if you consider this is the roof, go like this. If only made this maneuver, it doesn't get, because it goes into the shorter axis. It needs to do 2 maneuvers, 1 and 2, and that's it. I think it's a quite simple mechanical explanation for what we got, but not sufficient. So that's why we, beside the catch data, we collected the video recordings. Using a 3D or 360 cameras attached to the roof of the column, we just collected systematically for every hole videos like this. You can see how chaotic is the scenario here. A lot of things going on, flatfish all over the place. You see fish entangled in the sides of the column. You see also flatfish really contacting clearly the top panel. You see flatfish just navigating in the lower panel, but not that clear, this part. Well, very difficult to analyze this kind of data, but we tried. And we collected data from this video analysis of 3 holes, the 3 holes conducted with the baseline column. In total, we just analyzed 2 hours, 31 minutes, 398 fish. We made several ethograms. Ethograms is a characterization of the behavior we observe, and a total of 9,385 events, behavioral events we could visualize. Well, not me, this guy, Tim Tege, who made the master degree or his master's thesis with this work, and recently submitted and defended. It's no time to present all these kind of things, but you just wanted to show you one simple result of his master thesis. You can see that there is a lot of escape attempts. This is showing the counts of escape attempts with a specific definition of escape attempt. We can discuss this later. But you see that the fish he observed, there was a lot of attempts in the sides and also on the top. He haven't seen a single escape attempt through the bottom of the column. It's also that it's very difficult to visualize the bottom, because the video I showed before, it was an easy one, but when the troll goes on the column, you don't see anything, right? But you see also, if you group the result, you see that most of the escape is happening in the lateral sides, and very few happening on the top. Well, the learnings we learned from this is that, that was quite surprising for me to see how active the flatfish is in the column, how much they move, and how much they attempt to escape. I think, based on the catch data and also the video recordings, we can say with relative confidence that it has to do, the effectiveness of the lateral side has a lot to do with the maneuvers the fish needs to do in order to efficiently try to escape through the meshes. And also, I think that these results can contribute to the development of next generation columns, which deals with these multi-species selectivity problems. On Saturday, we watched a nice presentation from our Danish colleagues. We were just dealing with this problem in the salt fishery and the bycatch of DAP and place. So this kind of information is very valuable to maybe create more sophisticated columns we can deal at once with this kind of situation. Well, I just wanted to acknowledge the hard work of our student, Tim Tiger. He did this master thesis with this video observation. I hope he can come next time and present it himself. At the end of his thesis, he just left to undisclosed place. He's now he fled. He doesn't want to know anything more about videos. So he sent me this picture. I guess it's in the Patagonia, but let's see where he comes. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Juan. This is very interesting and also emphasizing how important it is also to observe the behavior of the fish, just to be sure for the size selectivity and how it can. There is time for a small question, if somebody.
Thank you, Juan. This is great work. Very interesting. I was wondering if all the observations with the video were during trawling or also included the hauling up phase.
Good question. We collected the videos all during the towing phase and during the holdback phase. And we made sure, we cannot observe all the fish, you have seen that, right? But what we have done with team is just implement a systematic random sampling on the fishes, categorizing fishes during towing phase, fishes during the holdback phases. So we have a good balance of observations in both. But during the towing phases, I just present a very nice video here, but during the towing phases, there is a lot of uncertainty because you see barely something. It's difficult.
Thank you. Thank you. So now we should pass on the next session, or mammal selectivity.
Yeah, let's give a round of applause again for all of the selectivity paper. So that wraps up fish and invertebrate selectivity. We're actually going to push mammal selectivity until after lunch because we've gotten a bit off time. So make sure you're back proper at, I don't even know the time myself, 2:30. Because it's really, if people drag in, you'll miss the first talk, and it's going to be a good one by Melanie. So make sure you're back from lunch at 2:30. Just a couple of quick announcements before you run off. 1 second. Hold on 1 second, guys. Thank you. I still need some talks. So if you are presenting on mammals or in the FAO's focus session, please bring those now. Also, make sure that if you are going to present in the catchability or energy efficiency sessions tomorrow morning, please get those to me by the end of day today. So thank you. Have a good lunch. Make sure you're back here in time for 2:30 for mammal selectivity. Thank you. Hello, hello. Yep. All right. Everyone want to come in and get your seats. Thank you so much. I hope you had a nice lunch. Shh. Pika. Okay. I just have a couple of quick announcements before we start mammal selection, being moderated by Tomas. There's been a lot of questions about the dinner tonight. It's at 8 p.m. in the little room by the pool here at this hotel. Chances are there is space for you, so if you're interested, come to dinner tonight. 8 p.m. It's 30 euros with wine, food, music, karaoke, I'm told. So come if you're interested tonight. Also, there's been some people who want to be on the mailing list who are not. If you want to be on the mailing list or not, please email Anto and he will get you set up with that. And the last thing is that Sebastian has generously offered to help organize everyone with the taxis to the airports. So he's going to circulate a piece of paper and write down if you're interested in sharing a taxi and the time and information. So look for that to be circulating amongst you while we're going. And then with that, I'll hand it over to Tomas.
All right. Hello, hello. So we're going to look now at the gear design and mammal selectivity. And the first talk would be Melanie Underwood. So come over.
Working?
Yes.
Yes. Perfect. Hi, Mel Underwood, NIWA. Today with my co-authors, Emma Jones, Jim Roberts and Richard Wells, I'm going to present How Not to Catch a Fur Seal. So it's a review looking at a mitigation technology for fur seals. So a little bit about this creature. Here we've got the New Zealand fur seal on the right. And they're distributed around New Zealand and southern Australia. They're not classed as threatened, and there's a general perception that their numbers are increasing, and with this increase, there's an increase in captures or interactions with fishing gears. So we've got trawls, set nets, and surface long lines. And in 2021, 103 individuals were reported as interacting with these fisheries. Generally, if a fur seal interacts with a trawl or a set net, the survival rate's not very good, but individuals that are caught by surface longlines do have a higher chance or are released alive. Yeah. So we were given the opportunity to look at a review for different mitigation methods in all three of these fishing gears, but today I'm going to concentrate on trawls because I only have 12 minutes. So as it was a review, we don't have any good footage, but good old Google has shown me this. So here we've got safety net technologies. They've got a catch cam looking at a seal in the UK squid fisheries. And you can see they're quite happy to just come in the trawl, out of the trawl, have a good snack, and carry on. So before we looked at what mitigation methods are out there, we disaggregated the outputs of the marine mammal risk assessment. So we wanted to find out what fisheries we should be looking at, when and where to concentrate our focus on. So here on the right, you've got the map of New Zealand, and all those dots are sightings of New Zealand fur seals. So when we looked at the outputs, we saw that there was three main fisheries that were identified. So we got the Hoki fishery, the north of the South Island, looking at both the west coast and the south, as well as in the Cook Strait between the two islands. We have the southern blue whiting midwater fisheries, and that's a short fisheries, August to September, in the interacting with the two colonies south. And then the third one was the arrow squid midwater and bottom trawl fisheries, and that's January to April. So they're three separate areas, and so we looked at what mitigation methods are being used currently in New Zealand. And currently they've got the marine mammal operation procedures. So here they're concentrating on reducing the time the trawl is at or near the surface. And they're doing that by shortening the time that it takes to shoot, to haul, not repairing any part of the gear while the trawl net or the opening is in the water, avoiding turning at the surface, and if there are any gear failures, trying to minimize the risk of interactions there. So it's a concentration on what can we do at the surface. They also have move-on rules. So if there's a high number of pinnipeds in the area, they'll move out and go to another area. Not only that, in the two fisheries that I named, the squid and the southern blue whiting, there's already a set in place. So New Zealand designed this back in 2002, and for a few years now it's been used in these fisheries. And it's optimized for sea lions. So here we've got the sea lion coming through, they can't get through the grid, they escape through the escapement hatch at the top of the trawl. This has been a game changer for sea lions, because it's optimized for those species in those fisheries. So a simple question, if we've already got a excluder device, or if there's already excluder device in these two fisheries, can it be used in the hoki fishery? And then we're looking at the size difference between the target species and the species you're trying to exclude. So currently, the seal lion is a lot bigger than our friendly fur seal. And it's used in a fishery where the target species is smaller. But the difference between the target species for the fur seals and the fur seals is a lot smaller. So we're not sure if this was a viable option at the moment, but it needs to be, if it is, it has to be optimized for the fur seals. But SEDs have been used in other fisheries for fur seals. So it's used in the Falkland squid industry, and it's optimized for the South American fur seal, which are smaller and very similar to the New Zealand fur seal in size. And they use a bar spacing of 12 to 15 centimetres. Our friendly neighbours, the Australian fur seals, they're a little bit bigger, and so their bar size that's used to exclude them from the Tasmanian hoki and small pelagic fisheries is 23 centimetres. It is used there, but there are some caveats that I'll come back to. But in New Zealand, we've got a double whammy. As I said, we've got a fur seal that's small, and we're trying to exclude that from a target species in the hoki fisheries. That's big. So some of those caveats. So although the excluder device is used in Australia, there is some concern that some of the target species are being lost. Hoki aren't very good swimmers. They'll hit the grid and get caught, or they get flushed out of the escape hatch. So one way to mitigate that, AFMA have been looking at acoustic SEDs. So the premise here is, if most of the interactions are happening at the surface and not so much at the fishing depth, do we need a grid that's getting clogged at the fishing depth? So with this, they have half the grid is actually open, the top half of the grid is opened, and allowing hoki to move back to the cod end, and then at haul back, there's acoustic device acoustic device is released, and then the grid comes down, opening the escape hatch for the pinnipeds to leave. Another issue is that not all vessels that are fishing for hoki are large. They don't all have the deck space to be able to hold a metal grid. So then, can the metal grid be replaced with a flexible grid or a mesh to allow it to be easily handled on deck or come up on the drum? So this has also been trialled in Australia. There's reports of a flexible grid being used in West African waters, and also in the European waters to exclude harbour and grey seals. Another mitigation method that was identified is net binding. So the same premise, let's reduce the amount of interactions at the surface. Here, if we close the trawl up before it gets down to the fishing depth, then we may be able to reduce the interactions. This has been trialled in the hoki fisheries in Tasmania, as well as New Zealand fishing industry have been trialling it in 2023. Using a binding to close the trawl have some challenges. It could break, and so one solution that's been suggested is using stronger bindings, but with a release mechanism, so that the trawl doesn't open up until you want it to open up. And Australians are on a roll here. So on the other end, we could reduce the interactions during hauling. So here you've got AFMA and SEFTIA with Project Python, and they release a sea anchor, right, after fishing that then clinches the trawl, closing the net off before coming up to the surface where there is a higher chance, potentially, of interacting with seals. So this has been trialled in the flume tank, and from my understanding, it's still as a prototype stage. If you want more information, there's the website. So all these mitigation methods that I've described are looking at how we can allow the seals or the fur seals enter the trawl and then escape. But are there mitigation methods out there that won't let them interact with the trawl at all? So then we looked at reviewing acoustic mitigation measures. And this can be used in all three of the fisheries. So I mentioned trawl, set net, and surface longlining are all fisheries or fishing gears that are a concern. And there was 3 devices that were reviewed with all pros and cons. So we have the acoustic deterrent device, also being called the dinner bell. Although it works with some, seals kind of see it as, hey, free meal, thank you. Then you've got the acoustic harassment device, and the concern with that is that it might be harming pinnipeds. And then most recently, you've got the targeted acoustic startled technology. And this uses irregular startling noise pulses to startle. So they don't know when it's going to happen. And this has been shown to reduce seal presence in fish farms, but individual responses vary. And there have been observations of seals lifting their heads out of the water where it's nice and calm, go to the area that they won't fish, and then just go down. Yep. They're smart critters. Yep. So after this review, we were tasked with coming up with suggestions for New Zealand fur seal mitigation methods. So all these mitigation measures that are mentioned here weren't all described today, but the end sort of conclusion was that currently we don't have a really good mitigation method for New Zealand fur seals. The sleds or the SEDs have potential if we can optimise them for the fur seals and still get rid of the hoki. The marine mammal operation procedures are working well. And then there's potential for net binding or cinching. But we don't have a solution, and so I'm calling for others. If you have any ideas, I'd love to hear from you. And with that, cheers. I'd like to thank Fisheries New Zealand for their funding, and then also all the people that were willing to talk to us and give us ideas and let us show their awesome videos and images. Cheers.
Great talk, Melanie. So we got time for a couple questions.
Hi, I'm Petri Suuranen from Finland. It's really good to see that also marine mammal issues are coming, because as I see it, the seals population are going to increase almost everywhere. There are some maybe little dubs, but mainly the seal and sea lion population keeps increasing and the conflicted fishery is going to grow. And we have done in the Baltic, you probably heard during the first day that there is a lot of issues in the Baltic. In fact, seals are driving down all the coastal fisheries, except that we have now in the trap net fishery developed a special seal, acoustic seal deterrent, nothing like pinger or dinner bell. It's a real scaring device. And we have now several years of measures. Those fishermen that use it have 90% better catches than those who don't use. So it's quite significant improvement. But we have modified the commercial systems to fit in trap net fisheries. But a real seal scaring device works. And we never seen a seal being so smart that it lifts the heads and goes. We never seen it. We keep hearing it, but we never have seen evidence that seal is so smart. And still, when it takes the fish, it has to go put the head down. And it's going to be painful near the trap. So that I'm not so pessimistic with seal scaring devices, but they need the development. But of course, all the modification of gear are also important. And your troll, it looks pretty promising. Yeah.
Yeah, fingers crossed. Yeah.
One more question, no?
Yeah, thank you for a nice presentation. So you asked for ideas. I can't say I have a solution directly, but I was just thinking, because the seals are coming in at the surface when you have fish and the fish is in the content. And you already have a few ideas for a grid system. And I'm combining it with the releaser that we are using in the demersal signing. That is, it's just an automatic loop, and it opens at a preset depth, but only on the way up. So say if you have a solution with a grid and a release system that activates the grid, say 10 meters depth or so, if you know where I'm going.
Yeah, so the acoustic set in Australia has a similar method, right? It's activated once at the fishing depth. Yeah, but options are at the moment, right? So if we got funding, that's our next step, right? Get funding to organise something.
Yeah, well, everything costs, so there was an idea at least.
Cheers.
All right, we have to move to the next talk. Thank you very much. So now we have Thomas.
Hi, it's Tommy, Thun Institute in Germany, and I would like to talk about the mini-seine today. And some of you probably remember 2 years ago in India, I gave also a presentation about the mini-seine. Back then it was about some actual results from trials we conducted in Germany, but today I would like to keep it a bit more general and talk about mini-seine fact sheets. What these fact sheets are about and how they look like, what they should be used for and so on should become clear in the presentation. And I hope also why the presentation belongs to this session. I was also a bit surprised to find it here. Okay, as I did the last time, I think it makes sense, even though we heard now some presentations about demersal seining, to give a short background how this actually works, to bring everybody on the same page. So a short introduction. How it works, the fishing vessel sets out a flag, either with an anchor, then it is Danish seining, the Danish anchor seining, or without the anchor, then it would be Scottish seining. Sets out seine rope number 1, which is followed by the seine net, and later by the second seine rope, and either this seine rope is laid out in a way so it comes back to the beginning of seine rope number 1, or in this case it stopped already before and then is dragging back this entire rope to the beginning of seine rope number 1. And these seine ropes are of different diameters depending on the areas, the fisheries, but they are filled with lead, so they are laying on the seabed and then sliding or rolling over the seabed, and this actually scares the fish, so they are swimming into the middle of the fishing area, get herded in more and more into the middle, finally caught up by the net, and the net can be lifted, retrieved, and the catch is on board. This fishery brings several advantages. For example, because the fish only spends the very last time of the fishing process in the gear, that's the reason for having a very good catch quality. So not like in a trawl where you actually build up the catch from the beginning. Here you can collect everything just in the final process. This also causes the survival of potentially discarded fish to be very high. Another advantage, it's very fuel efficient compared to trawling, for instance. And the impact on the seabed is also very low. In relation to passive gears, which is now also the reason why the presentation belongs to this topic, is that the risk of bycatch of mammals and seabirds is very low, because something like this in gillnets is very unlikely to happen. And on the other hand, what very nice for, thank you very much for the introduction, Petri. The seal depredation, for example, in the Baltic Sea, but also in other areas, it's very unlikely to happen in a Danish seine or in a demersal seine, because the net is simply not staying in the water for that long time, for a long time as the gillnet is. So this is the advantages of demersal seining as they are, and now the idea of actually going to the mini seine takes all these advantages over also to the mini seine. And the idea behind it was to actually provide an alternative for gillnets, but usually, I think it's the case worldwide, that the gillnetters are much smaller than active vessels. So the challenge or the task in this project was actually to scale everything down, that we can fit the system from a larger boat. So this is a reference size vessel from Denmark. I know it's still very small compared to other seiners in the world, but moving it or scaling it down from a 60 meters vessel to a 10 meters vessel or even further. Yes, so this is the background of the mini seine. And since then, a lot of studies have actually been conducted already. In Sweden, for example, by SLU, but also in Denmark by DTU, and 2-3 years ago also one trial in Germany from our Thun Institute. And as we could hear in some other presentations or in a lot of talks, I get the feeling that there is a very high interest in the mini seine, so this journey should not stop here. So we have to continue. So what are the next steps? There's a very high interest by the fishery. For example, we got also approached by Polish fishers, or now talking to Australian guys. I'm very looking forward to have more discussions about this. This needs to continue. And luckily it is already part of 2 ongoing projects. One is Sabrina, which has as one of the main aims the reduction of bycatch of protected species. And within this project we actually also compiled these tasks, these fact sheets. And I can also say that in the new EcoCatch project, which will be coordinated by DTU, the mini seine, or actually the micro seine, because we want to reduce it even further in size, has also a position. Okay, and now there was actually the question, how can we make use of all this knowledge which we collected in the past years and make it available for these new projects, for the fishers? How can they get a nice overview if this is a suitable gear for them, if it is interesting, if it fits to their vessel, and so on. And so we came up with the idea of the fact sheets, and the setup we intended to is having a short introduction, so kind of what I did now in a piece of document, and then also giving some descriptions of parameters on the boat, on the net, about the seine ropes, so the people actually know about, or the people can understand what values we are talking about on the fact sheets. And in the end, or so far, we have 8 fact sheets built together. It's kind of one fact sheet per trial, so several of the systems have been used several times, or maybe even on the same boat, but then in another region, or with another target species in another season or so. And to give you an idea about it, I would like to focus on the one which is now reflecting the trials in Germany. So the fact sheet looks like this, and to make it readable, I zoomed in a little bit. So there's some information how the setup was actually on board, some pictures, and then we have different blocks of information. One about the fishing trials, where they took place, when they took place, in which year, in which period, how many hauls we did, what the target species were, informations like this. Then the second block is about the vessel, so that the potentially interested fisher can get an idea on which vessel has the system been used before. So what country this vessel belongs to, how long it is, what is the power of the vessel, what is the standard gears, how is the net usually handled. And then also about the actual seining system, how long are the seine ropes, or about the seine ropes, how long are the ropes, what is the diameter and how heavy are they. And then the second half of the sheet, and it's information about the net, how long it is, how wide it is, how high it is, what is the ground gear made of, and finally, I think the most relevant information is about the winches to retrieve the ropes. It's who produced them, so it's in all cases, I would say it's prototypes. Then the dimensions of the winches, how heavy they are, so can I actually fit this on my boat, where the power comes from, if a net drum is available, and this information with the capstan is also very relevant because some winches take the power or get the power directly. Some others, they have not a lot of force, but the capstan is placed beforehand, and this is actually retrieving the rope. And then there's some space for other information. For example, here we put in that our winch motors were too weak, so we were actually not able to fish properly, which affected also the catches. And last but not least, there's some contact information if anything is missing, that you know who to contact. Additionally, we also created within the Sabrina project a video to make it more visual, how this process actually works. It's not publicly available yet, but it should definitely be. And here we used footage from different trials, from different perspectives on board, from drone footage, from underwater footage, and so on. And it's guiding through the entire process of the seining process, so actually the mini seining process, but it's the same as the normal demersal process. Yes, this is also some information from previous trials, which an animation how the fishing process looks on a map. And I will just let this run and now actually also ask you for your inputs, because the fact sheets are still not done. So if you had now the feeling, okay, but this information is missing. If I'm a fisher and I would like to know more about this, or I'm considering getting this system on my boat, I would like to know about this and this and this. And one specific thing was that we thought about including catch results, but on the other hand, as I said, our system was not working properly. So for now, we decided against it and would like to actually talk about this more if people are interested in this, so that they can get in touch with us. I would simply let this run. I think we are halfway now or so. I cannot see. And thank you for your attention, and I'm open for questions.
Thanks for the presentation. So we got any questions?
Hello, Henrik Lund, Danish Fisheries. Tommy, I saw that you were applying a small anchor when you set up the gear. Don't you use it like traditional anchor seining? You have a big anchor that can hold the boat. Is that the same principle you're doing here? It was just, I saw you threw out a small anchor with the rope in, and then when you drag it in, you need an anchor that can hold the sediment and keep the boat steady. Is that correct, understood?
Yes, it's a very important detail, well spotted. We tried it several ways. So first we actually went the Danish seining way, that we tried it with an anchor, but in the end, in the first trials, the fisher wanted to do it the Scottish seining way, and we used the anchor just to keep the start of the seine rope one and position to pick it up later on, and then we also tried the moving forward while retrieving.
Any more questions?
I have one question. Going back to seals and the difficulties now the coastal fishery has, for instance, in the northern Baltic Sea. Do you think this kind of bottom seine could be used areas where it used to be gillnet fishing grounds, but because of seals, no gillnet fishing is possible? For, you know, coastal fish, you know, like pike, perch, trout, that kind of species which our gillnet fishermen are catching. Have you any idea how would it work, and how, would it be even smaller?
Yeah, I think it reaches a limit in terms of, so the option in terms of making it smaller is actually to reduce the length of the seine ropes. But at one point it's getting too short, so now we have a fish, so commercially the Danish fishers use, Henrik, I don't know, what is it, 3-4 kilometers or so per side. We were fishing now with 660 meters per side, and of course the deeper, it also depends on the depth, because first the seine rope needs to go down, and you still need to cover some area to actually herd the fish into the middle. But our idea, as I said, is now to reduce it even further in size, so it needs to fit on smaller boats, and then yes, you can also go to even smaller spots where, because you are dependent on very good seabed. So if it's rocky, then you cannot fish there. If it's muddy, you cannot fish there. It needs to be as flat as possible, as sandy as possible. But if you have very short ropes, you are very flexible, can also find these spots, and yeah, hopefully then there's also some fish.
Perhaps you could make the foot rope a little bit floating. Is that possible? Because those species, coastal species, are not necessarily at seabed like flounders. They are somewhere a little bit above.
You mean to herd the fish or to avoid getting stuck?
The fish.
Yeah.
Touching the seabed.
I mean, there is also results where the seine has been used to catch herring, so it is also possible to catch fish which are not attached so much to the seabed.
We got a couple minutes left. No more questions? No? I wanted to ask you, how does this type of gear compare in terms of selectivity to gillnets? Size selectivity.
We didn't run any comparisons to gillnets yet, because I would like to do these actual comparisons first when we can say, okay, the system is working 100%, but I think we can actually use the results from commercial seiners, so what we heard about earlier. And yeah, then you can either compare to the trawling direction, but also to the gillnetting direction. Yeah.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And now we have Alessandro Lucchetti.
Okay, thank you. Alessandro Lucchetti from CNR, Italy. So with this presentation, I'd like to show you a new approach for mitigating dolphin fisheries interaction in Italy. At least new for us. I don't know if it is not new everywhere. The main question was, are the pinger already available in the market really interactive? And the main purpose of the study that we performed in the framework of these two projects, together with the Faculty of Engineering here in Italy, the main purpose was to develop a new interactive pinger based on artificial intelligence detection. And the species concerned was the bottlenose dolphin. The main issues that we had at the beginning of the project was this one, bycatch, especially with passive nets and pelagic trawling, depredation, especially on passive nets, bottom trawling and poor seines. We also identified the kind of playful behavior of bottlenose dolphins together with the bottom trawling. And finally, the net ingestion, as you can see from the right picture, the stomach contents that you can see there. And obviously, from the other side, all the commercial losses, economic concerns by fishers, etc. So dealing with the main questions, are the pinger available on the market really interactive? We tried this one, which is one of the most famous or the most used around the world. So the factory said it's interactive. We tried it, and we had over 3 or 4 years around 50% of reduction of interactions between bottlenose dolphin and fisheries, especially with passiveness. To be honest, we didn't find any effect with troll nets, but we had some concern after 3 years of use due to the habituation problems. What we found with our hydrophones used during fishing activity is this situation. We have the dolphin whistles that you can see on the bottom, together with the pulse pingers. This is not what we wanted to have. The best for us would be to have something like this, to have the whistles as a trigger and then the activation of the pinger. And the main concerns that we had with the interactivity of this pinger is on the right, because as you can see in this environment we had the pinger on, but the problem is that we were here on a lake in a complete silence situation. I mean, that's why this pinger is simply interactive in such a way that over a threshold of noise it activates. It is not linked to the pinger, to the click or to the whistles of dolphins. It's just that is mainly because the technology behind this device is quite outdated. I mean, and after 3 years of use, we found also, as you can see here, some problems of habituation. So the efficacy of the pinger decreased over 3 years. Therefore, we would like to find something different. Our dream was to record the sounds, to process them, to identify the presence of dolphin, and to activate a kind of response to this, to the presence of dolphin. The problem was how to do this. The rationale behind all what we did is this one. We have a dolphin vocalization. We have a passive acoustic monitoring. Therefore, the signal is translated into a spectrogram. So we didn't analyze directly the acoustics, but we analyzed the spectrogram image. And then the neural network, the convolutional neural network, analyzed the spectrogram, the images, and the answer is no emission in case of there is not a dolphin in the area, a dolphin was not detected, or emission. How to do this? The simplified version of the device should be a recording unit, a computer, an artificial intelligence detection, I mean, and the acoustic emission or an answer to this, to the presence of dolphin. The challenge was the technology to be used, the algorithm to be developed, the dimensions. We have to provide fishers with something reliable, and the cost. Our idea was to set this device to the present cost of a pinger, which is around 500 euros or even less. Okay, at the beginning we started by recording all the different emissions in the environment, also during fishing activity. The problem was to record as much as possible emissions from dolphins. That's why we found some problem on this. I strongly encourage the open data policy on this, because you know, to feed the artificial intelligence, we need a lot of recordings on that. Therefore, our problem was to find this, and we had to spend time to record this. Okay. Then we started to develop the device. we started from this simple solution, that's the piezo discs. If you can make a simple search on the web, you can find it for €1, €2. And therefore we developed this kind of, let's say, low-cost hydrophone, because he had to reduce everything, dimension and cost. If you use the commercial one to produce your device, you have to spend at least 500, 1,000 euros, and this cannot be applied for fisheries, I mean. Then we tried let's say, the performance of this homemade hydrophone. As you can see, we compared the performance of the homemade hydrophone with the reference commercial hydrophone, and we found that the performance were quite similar. We needed a device that is able to record, not with really high precision, I mean, but what we obtained was enough to make our studies later on. Therefore, the performance of the two types of hydrophones were comparable. Then we started developing the algorithms. We worked on a closed environment in a swimming pool or in a delphinarium, such as on the right. That was also because we can work with dolphins in an easy way, let's say. We were pretty sure to have recordings. And we worked with something like more than 10,000 spectrograms for at least at the beginning. The algorithm that we developed was able, as you can see, the yellow one is the triggering whistles, and the system is able to give an answer within 2 seconds or something like that. Okay, and for the moment, as you can see, for the whistles, the present pinger is able to detect whistles with a precision of more than 90%. For other types of emissions, we are around, at the moment we are around 60%, but in the last few weeks we reached something like 80%, because it depends on how much you feed the artificial intelligence, I mean. This is what we did. That is the secret behind what we did for the analysis. We have the spectrogram, and the algorithm work on this image by report the same spectrogram in grayscale, and then the algorithm apply a filter, the Sobel filter, to stress all the detail of the spectrogram. Then the algorithm is able to analyze this last image. This is the result of this type of analysis. As you can see, for some emissions, such as the whistles, we are around 95%. For the other, we are at the moment over 80%. This was the first prototype. The device has a battery, obviously, a computing unit, which is a Raspberry, and a preamplifier and the hydrophone, which are homemade, literally. And for the material, we are around 150 euros as a material, then quite low, quite cheap. For the recordings, we are at around 200 meters, and the emission has the performance has the present pinger, more or less 600 meters, and the cost is that one. The first prototype was on the upper part, and on the bottom, this is the last prototype that we developed. I don't know, I have a video, but I don't know if you are able to. Oh, you cannot hear anything. I don't know, the sound is off here. No?
on. Just the computer and sound, yeah.
No, it's a video that it doesn't work. Okay. No, the video is simply to say that the system is able to reply to an emission within 2 or 3 seconds. But okay, if you want, we can share this. This is the app interface until now. As you can see, we tried to produce something really flexible, because you can use the system as a simply recorder, as a simply emitting part. I mean, you can switch on just the acoustic emission, and also you can activate obviously the artificial intelligence feature. At the moment, the battery that we have can last around 60 hours, more or less. It depends on how much the artificial intelligence is working in real time. And okay, these are obviously the positive part of the story: reducing acoustic pollution, reducing habituation, and the increasing the battery duration, which is also an issue as you work with Pinger. And then, yes, it's flexible enough because we also think this device as, for the future, as a device that can provide a kind of answer, not only an emission, because, you know, due to the habituation, we could have some problem with that. Therefore, the device is studied as we have the possibility to have, let's say, a phone call as an answer, or an alarm system, because we would try to use this, for instance, in a gas oil platform to make an alarm on the presence of dolphins around the gas platform. Therefore, it's quite flexible, and from this interface, you are able to modify the program Wi-Fi in only a few minutes. So it is quite flexible, and so we hope we are in the right direction. For the moment, for the emitting part, we believe that the performance of the present Pinger can be quite reasonable. I mean, not so bad. But we are in this phase right now to try to test the emitting part in a real situation, in a real environment. Thank you.
Thank you. We have time for one quick question.
I'm so sorry, but this is excellent progress, and there are so many benefits that you have interactive Pinger, because most of the time it would be silent, right? It wouldn't need to have. We have exactly the same issue with seals, but the problem with seals that they don't do any whistles. We have measured a seal approaching. There is nothing. It's complete silent. What can you do in such a situation? Because this would be, you know, with seal scaring device, the problem is still much bigger, the acoustic noise. So that this would be the sustainable solution for seals on interactive. But whenever you have an idea, let me know.
Yes, I forgot to say that. So the algorithm that we developed until now can be applied for other species. I mean, we tried with the bottlenose dolphin, but if we have data or recordings on, let's say, common dolphin or harbor porpoise, we can try to play with the data and to try other species. So for the seal, so are you oblige them to speak in some way? Or I don't know.
All right, thank you very much. Big round of applause for all the presenters.
All right, so if you've been watching the agenda, you know that there's one focus session left. The first one was called gear switching. The second one was called
there's your sound.
bottom contact. And the third one is called
fails.
Fails. All right, so Matthias and Jasper are going to take over, and we're going to let them moderate this next session.
So hello, welcome everyone to the first fails session at FTFB. It's the first time we organize this. It's going to be somewhat of an experiment, but we found 7 speakers brave enough to come here and share their fails with us. We think it could be a very interesting session. First of all, because everyone here can learn from the fails other people made. And it'll help us in the future to avoid making the same mistakes. But also the other way around, some of the presenters are still stuck on some problems, and I think we can do a collaborative problem solving to help the guys out, and girls, guys, out during this session. We're going to work with short pitches and a Menti board. The idea is that during the presentations of the speakers, people will be allowed to use the Menti board and come up with some ideas on how to help, or just maybe you have questions, you can drop them in the Menti board, and then we'll use this as a basis to engage a discussion after and during the presentations. Here's the Menti, so please try to scan the code or enter the code in if you go to the link. Everyone ready? No. Still see phones. We'll do 2 warm-ups. So I'm the first one. You're the first one, yes, because we wanted to start the presentation. Everyone's ready? Let's go. So we're going to do a little warming up first. Here's the first question. What is your experience with research failures before we start officially? There we go. Seems to work.
Oh, we already have 2 liars or students. Yeah, we're still having some presentational problems apparently, that's why we're doing some shuffling. But I think, yeah, most people seem to have failed quite a lot, 3 to 10. There's some outliers, but quite a few actually, 15. I feel sorry for you. I hope you've done more also work that worked, but maybe it's a bit more the older crew. And I see you have some fresh ones in there who had a failure too. I hope it wasn't too hard. Keep on trying. You might get better, or at least you get better at coping with failing. But yeah, time will tell. If you ever want to describe your feelings after what you saw earlier, you can do it in a word, so you'll know how you feel with fail. Some might be, oh, you know, it's science, we're used to it. Might be sad. Might be happy that you failed because it means you'll have another project in the future because you said like, oh, we have to do more research on this because last time it didn't really work. And I expect if Pieke is on the Menti too, he's just going to write beer. No, not this time. Oh, look. It's quite some frustration. Quite some swearing words. Nice movies failing. There's also some positive notes moving forward. I like the go again, fail better. That's a nice one. But yeah, I think it's mostly frustration, I think, out there. Yeah. So happy to see still smiling faces, not only frustrated faces. Because looking at these, we might actually want to have to look for another job that's more satisfying. Oh, there is a beer. Who was it this time? Oh, yeah. But then maybe a bit more, less funny, but more on topic, like where do you mostly fail? Has it something to do with your methodology? Is it like goes wrong with the setup? Or is it more during data collection? That there's issues gathering the data, or you can't go to the field where you want to go? Or maybe the interpretation, you know, you can get something back, you might have, you know, real good data, and then you're looking at it and you want to interpret it, and then you're like, I don't know what happened. I don't know what to do with this data. Or is it communication that you find really hard? Like, you all know we develop lots of new gear, but how do we get it out there? Does it fail there? Because, you know, uptake is one of our weak points, let's say. So it seems most of us are pretty good at interpretation, maybe less good at making good methodologies. Which of course then might affect the rest of your work down the road. So that's, I guess, the data collection, the methodology are the most difficult ones, and this is maybe good to know if you want to go down this road further with fails on what to focus on within this session. So we're going to move on and start with our first brave speaker, which is Henrik. He's going to talk a bit about flatfish burial behavior. Let's hope this time...
I found it funny because it's already a failure and it's the presentation itself.
he took it real serious.
Yeah.
Well, we opened the presentation and it said just no images. So
I mean, we can just, you know, imagine. Oh, that's good. All
so
right,
the
then.
first fail is really official.
Let's start with the...
Yeah, maybe we'll do Andrea first.
Yeah, let me figure this out.
You have...
I'll get back to you.
We'll do you after the break then. Which means now we have to go through the Menti because they're actually on order, so do not reply yet. These are other questions. Do not look.
Sorry
Close your
about
eyes,
that.
this is for later.
Is that active peak enough?
Yeah. No, that's one. Ah, there you go. So we'll let Andrea do his thing.
Do you have a name?
Hello everyone, I'm Andrea Petetta from CNR, Italy. I'm glad to be the first one to talk about our fails. So we are talking about our fails in bottom troll fisheries and specifically in sorting grid. We have seen a lot of sorting grid experiments these days. In the Mediterranean, one of the most tested grid to spare the juveniles of target species in the Mediterranean bottom troll fisheries is this one, two-section grid with an upper section made of bar spacing, very narrow bar spacing, to be able ideally to let only the juveniles escape from the bars and reach an escape opening. while the lower section is a hole, and all the cash that cannot escape through the bars is diverted into the lower part and directed to the code. And this is a colorful and not technical scheme of the, but it explains a little bit the mechanisms under the functioning of this grid. So several tests, as I said, have been conducted on this two-section juvenile selection grid. And what we saw in the papers is that even small technical differences can cause big differences in the efficiency and successfulness of our sorting grid. Here I just show you two works that have been carried out in Italy, both in here in Sicily and in the Adriatic Sea. And yeah, talking about fails, we started testing this grid in the Adriatic Sea, so in the northern part of the Mediterranean. Our aim was to test this grid in a fisheries restricted area to avoid catching undersized individuals of these two target species, so Norway lobster and European hake, which have a minimum landing size. What we did is to test this grid in this configuration. So as you can see here, we have an accelerator funnel. I didn't write the technical specification, but the accelerator funnel was made of 20 millimeter mesh sides, and this has had the aim to bring all the catch toward the upper part of the grid, and the bar spacing was 20 millimeters. Then there was a horizontal separator panel between the two sections of the grid, which was made of 44 millimeters. The extension piece around the grid was again 44 millimeters, and the codon was the legal codon used in the Mediterranean, 40 millimeter square mesh codon. The best way that we found to test this grid was to use a twin troll method, so the same vessel towing two identical trolls, one standard troll and one equipped with a grid, and so to have a direct comparison. And we performed a catch comparison study, and this is what we found. Concerning European hake, we caught much more small individuals with the grid than in the traditional net. I saw a similar result this morning from a Swedish colleague, but yeah, we obtained the contrary to what we were expecting, so a big fail for hake. Why?
So everybody can answer this freely, but if you already have an answer on the top of your head, we also can let the microphone go around. But, so far, nobody knows. Nobody? Not even a gist of an idea? Oh. They swim down. Steve says you did it wrong. Bad data collection.
Yeah, I like the Peake's suggestion.
It's not your trial, Peake. That might happen with you. Too much beers the night before. Oh, there's even more. Any one of these that you want to learn a bit more about?
Yeah, the water flow. What about the water flow? Why did the water flow ruin our experiment in a way? Because this is what we considered.
There was also questions along the way getting here.
Oh no, you just changed the mechanism in the troll. It's quite simple.
Yeah. Also, we also wanted to explore more the fact that maybe undersized eggs swam down. So, but in this case, we had all the catch diverted into the upper part. So they had to contact the upper part of the grid, the bar spacing. But of course, this for us was a challenge, and what we wanted to do is to observe what could happen in the grid, to see. Then also I saw another good suggestion. The large meshes in the half of the grid section, the escapees re-entered. I forgot to put the technical specification, but this was one of the reasons that we found out, because the horizontal separator panel behind the grid had two large meshes, and the eggs that could pass through the bars then re-entered to the lower part and went toward the coding. This was another hypothesis that we made. Forgot to put the grid.
Petri also wants to know whether you had the video material.
To the presentation.
Andrea.
Yeah, so all good suggestion. And we got some help from UIT researchers that I thank, of course. We showed them our technical plan and our drawings, and they said, first of all, that the netting behind the grid is pointless. So we didn't need to have the netting behind the grid. And this can have caused can have compromised the water flow behind the grid. So probably the eggs that pass through the bar spacing remain in a sort of a vortex behind the grid due to the presence of all this netting, and did not reach the escape opening that was a long road for them. Also, the horizontal panel had two big meshes. So these two suggestions let us do some modifications. So we removed the netting behind the grid, so to have the escape opening directly behind the bars. We reduced the mesh size of the horizontal panel, and to stabilize the grid, we put a single rope to maintain the angle, which is very important, as we know, in the grid. So this is what we modified, and also our intent was to see what happened during towing. So we also added an underwater camera to observe how the grid performed and how the fish were escaping through the grid. And especially we wanted to see if the fish escaping from the grid were alive at the escapement. So we wanted to estimate, in a way, even if it's difficult, the vitality at the escapement. So we obtained a lot of hours of footages. Of course, we used lights, which can modify behavior, but we were interested in seeing the vitality of the fish, and we categorized the individuals passing through the grid into three states: certainly alive, certainly dead, and condition unsure. Certainly alive only if we had the certainty that they were alive at the escapement. Certainly dead only if we were sure, and all the individuals that we were not sure, even because, as you saw from the video, they were in the camera, they were just 1 second at maximum. So we had to slow down the video and to observe it very carefully. But we obtained some good results. First, we recognize the species, and then we detect and estimate the probability for individuals to be alive at the escapement. And we found out that regardless of the species, more than 65% of individuals had the probability to be alive at the escapement. Of course, this is not directly related to the survivability, to the escapement, to the passage through a throw net, but this is what we observed and estimated. Then we again performed a catch comparison with a standard troll to compare again the efficiency of this newly designed grid, and this time we obtained what we were looking for. So we reduced the undersized ache in the catch of the codon. But another thing is that there was also a significant commercial loss for 26 centimeter long individuals. So we also lost some commercial individuals. And the same concerns other species, deepwater rock shrimp and Norway lobster. So as you can see from the length frequency distributions, we lost quite a lot of individuals. So again, another failure. For now, yeah, for a fisher point of view, of course, yes. But what can we do now? As we also observed in other studies, this is the most common result. So to have an escape of undersized individuals, but also of commercial individuals. So what we can do to improve the efficiency? We can reduce the bar spacing of the grid from 20 to 17, 18. So we have to work with millimeters. We can use also round bars, since we used a square bar plastic grid. We can use round bar to avoid fish stuck in the grid. And also we can use the metal instead of plastic for a better performance.
And this problem remains unsolved, right?
Yeah, of course.
Then
we need more failures.
Or ideas. Who has ideas for Andrea?
Some other suggestion?
Typically Daniel. By the way, if there's really some interesting stuff, we can share the results that people answer here to the speakers, to you in this case. So afterwards you might have a look and like, I'll contact this person.
Yeah, of course.
We'll leave this open for a bit, maybe. First we thought we weren't going to have enough speakers, but now we might have plenty because there's some shifts in time schedule. So we'll leave this question open for now, so people can still answer it, and then we'll let another speaker, Dara, if you feel ready to come up. We'd be happy to have you, and thank you, Andrea.
Thank you very much.
Showing. So let you try.
Try again. Hello everybody again. Sorry for the long-winded title, but kind of sums things up. This is the Celtra sorting box, a Danish design. I guess as an alternative to the Swedish grid in Nefrops fisheries. Where I think we heard earlier on there's been issues since the early 2000s, or at least there's been cod recovery plans since the early 2000s. The Swedish grid, or the sorting grid, the Nefrops sorting grid, has been used in the Irish Sea, which you can see here in functional unit 15. It's up here, the Western Irish Sea, you can't see it. it's been used in the Irish Sea since the early 2000s. There's a couple of vessels took a go at it, and they made it work. The reason being they were exempt from effort restrictions. The effort restrictions were removed at some point, and they felt silly, so they stopped using it. But nonetheless, there's still issues with cod and whiting in the Irish Sea. They're both zero tax species, so there's issues in the fishery. You can see how important it's the largest fishery within the Irish Sea, ICES Division 7A. The burrow density of nephrops, I think, is the highest recorded. They tend to be very small, and it takes a lot of time to clear the deck. So this is around the time our boss, Dominic Rian, who's well known to this group, left to go to the Commission to work on the technical measures regulation. So a couple of us younger fellas were left to our own devices and asked to look at the CELTRA. So we went looking around on the internet, and we came up with this paper by Niels Madsen and more and others, published in 2012. So we took this this net design to our net maker, which is, you can see the doors open there, and we asked him to build it for us. We tried it several times. We had very, very consistent results. It worked very well at reducing fish bycatch. We never catch cod because they aren't there, but every other fish. But unfortunately, also nephrops. Very consistent losses of approximately 30%. So we tried again. We got the same result. I think we tried at least 3 times and we got the same result. We tweaked things, but the turning point came when we went to the FDFB and we made a Danish connection. And then we went to visit this trawl maker in Strandby, thanks to meeting up with Ludwig from Denmark, who very kindly offered to take me and my colleague, Peter Tyndall, across to visit the Herman in Strandby, to the other side of Denmark, at 5 a.m. before we were doing a course at Hirschel's. So we got to do what gear technologists do, and trawl makers. We got to get the gear in our hands, we got to look at it, we got to ask questions, have a cup of coffee, and then do it all again outside. And it was what we needed. We were in the dark, really. It was the light bulb moment. So, we asked Herman, would he build us, rather than going back and try to reinvent the wheel. We asked him, would he build us a CELTRA according, because he had little tricks. He'd been building them for a long time, and he built them according to the fishing fleets, the Danish fishing fleet's preferences. So he offered to do that. The only problem was he didn't have a 70mm mesh that we were using at the time, so we had to send that over. But that was doable. That was much easier than going out and repeating our failures. So in the end we got a nice report out of it. It was all based, I think, primarily on getting the net design right, and I have to thank our own net maker for that, and our fishermen who stuck with it all the way through. You know, they believed in it. And then we got quite nice results. We actually increased the catch of nephrops in the end. The main issue with the gear, I should have said, I forgot, or I didn't say it. The main issue with the gear is that it's a large square mesh panel. In the configuration we used, the escape window is 300mm square. The height, it's put just in front of the cod end, so it's about 4 meters to 3 meters in front of the cod end string. The height of the side panels is critical. Too low and you'll lose up to 30% of your nephrops. Too high and you won't lose your fish. So maintaining that was crucial. And the net design that we bought from Denmark was crucial in that. And a big thank you to Ludwig, who gave up his time, gave up his sleep in the morning, and helped us out, really, you know. Herman Svod, who built the gear for us and gave up his time as well. Pepe Troz and Kieran Powell is our skipper. And I guess a big thank you to WGFTFB, because without this place, it couldn't have happened, I don't think. And just for younger people here, I guess this is, I wanted to support the lads, because I think it's brave what you're doing. And this is probably the best thing I have. All the rest of the fails have no no real happy ending, but just, yeah, don't be afraid to approach people and tell them or ask them, you know. Yes, yes. That's it. Thank you.
You also actually had a question that you wanted to send out to the public. So first, applause for... and this is going to be somewhere back into the beginning.
The question's totally unrelated. Well, not totally unrelated, but it's great. Your gear trial shows that you can achieve a result, but why doesn't it work when it's implemented? Which is a question that we probably all at some point heard.
It's not switching back to Menti.
You see it?
Well, you can see it on the phones, I think, the question Vera a bit said.
I'm sure it's not just one reason, but multiple.
There we go. So yeah, one of the things you asked us to maybe ask was, how come these results that you get in your trials, once it's out there, how come we can't replicate them? Like, what goes wrong? Is it because maybe we're too precise? We want to know everything and everything's perfectly how it should be in a scientific trial. Maybe then you lose it. Like Thomas is saying, what I say, commercial conditions are very different. But then maybe that's also opening a question like, if we all do this stuff, but then it's never the same outside anyway, we should maybe reconsider doing all these scientific trials and just always do it real world style.
There's always a counter move.
Yeah. So maybe it's something also for to discuss upon, is it worth always doing this, or should we focus more on starting commercial trial earlier, but then it's more expensive because, yeah, you need to take care of the fishers and the operations. Yeah, we'll send this forward as well. Thank you, Dara, for doing this. Noëlle was pressing me to make sure we get everybody on time for the coffee time, so I was like, oh, let's already move the next one. But we still have some time, so I can bring back maybe the question of Andrea, where people could answer upon and see if there's some more that we can discuss upon his, where is it? We had this one. So I don't know, Andrea, if there's stuff that you see that you like here. It's mostly reduced grid thickness, but then I don't know who said this. Do you like that one? You want to comment on it, or?
Yeah, of course, it is an option. Since we used a plastic grid, so the thickness had to be like fixed. So this grid is made of a plastic alloy, and it is made out of a mold. So the grid thickness was fixed. But if we will use a metal grid, of course we can reduce grid thickness, and it could be an option, a good option. Yeah.
There's also always 3D printing, where you can 3D print your grid maybe according to what you like on the bar spaces. I see unaccounted factors.
Round bars with larger diameter to help orient fish. Also another good suggestion.
Maybe Yoshiki, you want to say what you mean with unaccounted factors, if you want to, no? Oh, wrong answer on a different, or right answer maybe for another, for the previous question. Dara, you were round bars man, right? Yeah. You want to elaborate on the round bars? Or not?
We've worked with grids as well to try and let small nephrops, a bit like the SLU presentation earlier on, but we found they weren't letting they could get out, but they didn't. And I often thought our bars were quite close together, or they're quite thin, and that the nephrops had to be oriented in the correct, and that maybe if the bars were of a larger diameter, then it might orient. They might have if they're very close together, or sorry, very narrow, then they can easily just slide up and not go through. If there was more space, they might orient themselves. Don't know. Never tried.
So you mean by cutting the corners, they'll move better inwards? Yeah. I think you have quite some options to try. I hope you have the vessel time for it. I think now it's time to let you guys start heading towards your coffee break. We'll figure out the order of the presentation during your coffee break, so enjoy it. And hopefully, Henrik, you managed to find your pictures. See you in a bit.
gepresenteerd goed. Hè. Ik vond dat in Behaviour, had ik ook zo'n presentatie gedaan. Wat zeg je? In Behaviour. Ja, ja. Dat is iets langer. Ik weet, dat was iets van bijna een half uur of zo. Maar dat was nice. Dat was, ik zou graag zo in de toekomst zoiets wil doen. En dan met een paar updates.
Okay, welcome back everyone. Hello. We're going to start with a presentation of Hendrik now. He'll talk about burial strategies of soil and place. And he has some questions for you guys, so please Hendrik, go ahead.
Yeah. Okay, good afternoon all. So I'm Hendrik de Toit, I'm from Wageningen University in the Netherlands. So I'm a PhD candidate, and this is some of my work that I thought would be good to showcase to you. And this is focusing on the burial capacity of soil and place, so we're getting into that. Just some background, so soil and place in the North Sea, they're captured using beam trawling, specifically with tickler chains. And so tickler chain gear has various disadvantages, so generally high fuel cost, high seabed disturbance, lots of bycatch. And so from all these issues, there was the StimTech project was created. So I'm involved, Status involved, Peaker's also involved, and the whole concept is to find alternative techniques to basically capture flatfish without using tickler chains. So flatfish, or soil and place in this case, there are various ways that they interact with the gear and how they escape, but generally from literature, it can kind of be broken down into three kind of behaviors. So you have your freezing response, they can either withdraw and bury, or they do a fast start escape response. So that's what I want to start with, is this fast start escape response that I thought would be quite interesting to look into. And so to actually quantify the fast start escape response, we did some experiments in Stellendam in the Netherlands in this really nice 33 meter long tow tank. And so we had this moving gantry on top. We fitted 6 GoPros on top and 3 on the side, so 9 in total to try and capture the response of the fish, and we released both soil and place into this tank. And so we stimulated them using a prodding method. We really wanted to get the acceleration components and the velocities that we can get from these fish. And we realized it was really difficult to get them to do a fast start escape response. So what I'm showcasing here is some of the individuals that's on the y-axis, on the x-axis, and then on the y-axis the number of times we had to stimulate and prod them to really get them to do what we wanted them to do. And as you can see, for some individuals it took up to 26 times. You had to do it over and over again to try and get them to finally start swimming. And so what was actually going on is majority of the behaviors that the fish showed when they were prodded, stimulated, was to freeze. And then a proportion of that was burrowing, and he had a bunch of other behaviors. And then you can see sometimes we got some fast starts out of them. So it was really difficult. So one of the questions I'm raising to you is, what is a reliable means to get a fast start out of flatfish, specifically soil and place? I think that's one of the questions. So I want to know, like, in a big tank, because I'm going to continue this experiment, in my big tank, if I have my fish there, what is a reliable means to really get the fast starts out of them? There we go. Yeah, I also don't want to harm the fish, so I actually don't want to damage my fish, because then it's injured and it might not really showcase its true, behavior.
Maybe explain how you also prodded them now. It was really just like a pokey, or?
So we're like, what was it, about 2 meters, 2.5 meters, like in total away from the fish, because the fish is at the bottom. So we had this long, it's not a gaff, but it's like a long prodding stick that we kind of lifted the tail of it and try to get them to do their thing. because you don't want to damage the fish in the process, right? Because a damaged fish is not going to actually showcase you the true ability. So in this case, I'm going to be probably doing some experiments in tanks where I physically cannot, like do a pinch on the caudal fin or something, so I need to be able to do it from a distance.
I think electric stimuli is a good one, but they're pretty sensitive about that now in the Netherlands. They have some bad experience with that before.
I like the idea of the lasers. I do wouldn't mind trying that.
Georg, where are you, Georg? Oh, who was the lasers?
Oh yeah.
I mean, the lasers would be a great example for fails. I should have put a smiley face on that.
Anything else you want more?
No, I think I'm gonna like ruminate on this. I'm gonna take this as a list of maybe options to try. But I'm gonna showcase actually the main thing, which is all about the burial. So let me get that. Yeah. So we struggled getting the fast start in the end, right? So then we pivoted. We were like, okay, but let's do burrowing, because that's most of the time, and measuring freezing is, it's not much to measure. So for burrowing, we continued doing this in the big flow tunnel, in this tow tank, and how it was done is you have a camera, you place it next to one of the burial fish. It's the idea of Pika, so I appreciate his input on this. And you gently blow away the sand until you reveal the fish there, and then you can measure its burial depth. So what did we measure? Well, it's like a few centimeters they generally go at, so it's 0.5 to about 3 centimeters that they go in depth. And so, yeah, this technique, it was nice and simple, but it had some limitations. So if your angle of your camera wasn't right, it's really difficult to actually see what the level of the sand was and where the fish was. And removal of the sand was inconsistent, so when I did it, I might blow away the fish in the process. And it's also a very low resolution measurement, right? So you can't get like the measurement to the grain size thickness of this whole environment. So I went back to the lab, and so we tried a different approach. We used clear silica sand to see the fish under the sand. And so specifically I looked at how the burial depth scales with body size as well. And so our setup was basically at a tank. We filled it with this clear silica beads, backlit it with infrared light, so this was all done under darkness, and then we could see one of the sides of the fish at a time. So this is kind of what it looked like. So you had your fish sitting on the sand there, and you can see it burying underneath, and there it settled. So yeah, here you only see like the head and mid-body, so the tail's a bit obscured in this case. So what we found, and it was actually quite frustrating, was that the fish were really slow at burying in terms of what I'm showcasing here is how much time the fish spent on top of the sand before it buried. So you can see it's all over the place, right? Some individuals took up to an hour to bury. And then all those individuals in orange are the ones that never ended up burying at all. So that's about a quarter of all my individuals just sat there, didn't want to do anything. So I think it might be because they're nocturnal. So why would you bury if you can't see any danger? That could possibly be a case. So that was frustrating, but anyway, we moved on from that. So of the individuals that did bury, basically what I found was that the bigger you are, the deeper you bury, right? So what I'm showing here is the smaller individuals in purple and the larger individuals in orange, and you see a really nice scaling effect, and it's a significant scaling effect across the whole body. And you also see this body position where the head is a little bit higher up than the tail, underneath the sand level, which is in the orange dotted line, which is what you would expect, the eyes peeking out. It wants to be able to do ventilation close to the body surface. So that was really nice to see. So the bigger you are, the deeper you bury. So yeah, this setup was quite nice, but it did have some limitations. So you can't really see the whole body of the fish. It's really fragile, the silica beads. They also tend to explode, which was surprising, and they're exothermic sometimes, so they also heat up. So if you have a big load of them, you could almost cook your fish in it, which, yeah. And they were also limited to 2 millimeter grain size, so it's like really coarse. It's not really what you would expect for like the North Sea, unfortunately, but you can't go finer, and then otherwise you can't see anything. So I did a follow-up experiment, which I want your input on this, and I wanted to see, well, if I stimulate my fish, how much deeper do they go? And so in this case, I used different stressors or stimuli. I used air, light, noise, and sort of water movement, and I couldn't get my fish to bury. So this was the next frustration. So now I thought, well, you're more stressed. Why wouldn't you want to dig deeper and get away from this? Well, no, they just ended up sitting on top and freezing. So all the individuals in green are the ones that actually did. All the other ones never ended up burying. So from you, what I would like to know is, do you have any good ideas of how I can reliably induce burial in my fish? So that's what I would like to know from you. But I'm going to continue, and then at the end we can, I think, discuss that, because that'll be much better. Yeah, so like I said, we used really coarse sediment for this, not really representative of what's North Sea. So we needed to do, I guess, a more representative experiment to really, capture what its environment would be like. So for this, we used 6 different grain sizes. I didn't go any finer than this 0.1, because then there's so much turbidity in the water you can't really see anything. But this was our representation of the North Sea. And what we found is that in terms of the speed at which the fish buries, the sediment does not make a difference, right? It kind of 2.5 seconds, that's on average the all burial. You do have some outliers there. I mean, that's to be expected. It's animal behavior. But yeah, so it made no difference. They all kind of bury at the same pace. To measure burial depth in this case, because we couldn't see through the sand, we used this measurement rig where it had different types of pins. So the one pin would measure the top of the sand that you see in like a red foot, and then the other pin would go all the way into the sand, onto the fish, or past the fish, and you can measure where the fish is in the sand. The nice thing about this is the fish freezes, right? So we could take our time measuring it. We could place it on top there, you could take your time, measure it, take it off, look at the measurements, and the fish is just sitting there under the sand, not moving at all. And so what we found from this is that, well, in this really sort of fine-grained sediment and the coarsest grained sediment, the fish tend to not bury so deep as this intermediate sediment. This is likely because fine grain is very compact. The fish struggles really burying into it, and the coarse grain is the moment you start burying, the sediment is so dense that it just falls out of suspension, so it just falls down. So it physically cannot really cover itself well. But overall, it really doesn't make much of a difference, right? I mean, if you look at the scale here, it's like to a degree of 0.3 centimeters. I mean, that's less than the thickness of the fish. So even though there is this trend that you see, it doesn't really make much of a difference. They don't have that much of a change in burial depth when it comes to sediment type. So problem with this technique, unfortunately, it's super time consuming because you have to measure each component of it. It relies on the touch, so you don't want to push a pin right through the fish. So you kind of need to feel like, okay, was that fish? Was that sand? What was going on there? And it also relies on the freezing response of the fish, because not all fish are going to freeze, unfortunately. So you have these 3 techniques. Each has their pros and cons. So if you're in a semi-field environment, then maybe number 1 is best for you, but you can get low resolution measurements. Number 2 is really great if you want to do some biomechanics of the fish, look at how it's burying, but you're constrained to this grain size. And then the third option is it's inexpensive. You get really nice high resolution measurements, but it just takes forever to do. But overall, basically what we found from this is that, well, flatfish, yeah, they don't bury too deep, unfortunately. So yeah. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It was really a really good presentation. Yeah, you can move on to the other questions that you have.
Yeah, so I guess I need to explain this a bit better. Is that so if I do follow-up experiments in a big, environment like our other tank, what would be a good way to measure depth, do you think, of these fish that I don't need to be right on the fish to do all the measurements? I don't have to be on hand. So that's one of my, I guess, pressing issues that I've been trying to think about. It's like how to do it almost, again, from a distance. You don't have to be right there. Anybody have any ideas? Yeah.
Just a quick question. Do they leave marks in this sediment? We got flatfish that leave marks after they bury.
Sometimes you can see sort of where ring is, but if you leave it for long enough, you might just see the ventilation, like little hole where they're breathing out of. But yeah, I've let some of the fish overnight, and then the next morning, like, there's like 5 fish in a tank this size. They should be somewhere, right? But you can't find them. So it's not always as obvious. Yeah.
Do you want to go into that one of the previous ones, or?
Yeah. So if I look at some of these, acoustics, ultrasound, spaghetti tag. That's actually maybe not a bad idea as well. To tag them. We have tagged some now, so we might be able to use it, but not with spaghetti tags, with accelerometers. Yeah, maybe not to zap them. I mean, well, not for this experiment. We'll not zap them. I haven't thought about that, to stimulate them from underneath.
I have a question. You can see my answer. Simply accept that they don't dig deep. So I also don't see the evolutional benefit of digging deep. So they only want to be hidden, and a very thin layer of sand is what it is. When you go diving, you see the flatfish laying there, sometimes more than, sometimes only the eyes, but then you know there's very little above them. So why the hell you are interested in that they go deeper? Or
I'm interested to know is if we try any alternative techniques, if one of the responses might be, an escape response might be to dig further down, I would at least like to know, well, how far does it dig down? But from what I'm seeing right now is digging does not seem to be the action to deal with that sort of stressor. But because I don't know, I would like to take the measurement for in case, cover my bases in this case.
Very entertaining presentation, thanks.
Seems for this one, tags or sensors are also.
I think I'll go with that. Seems
Next question, maybe?
Yeah, and that's the last question as well. So that's what I was asking, like, how do I get my fish to bury? How do I do fast start? Now, how do I get them to bury? It's like they just don't listen, clearly.
I think this is going to be the most difficult one. I think fishery people tend to not want them to bury, not having them to bury.
Right, I didn't think it would be so difficult, if I'm honest, right? I thought it would be very straightforward. It's one of the behaviors they express so well, and now when you want them to do it, yeah, this idea of cues, I've also been thinking about it because I've been wondering if I could just dump cortisol into like a tank and see what would happen. I don't know if anybody's done that perhaps, like to induce a stress response artificially.
I see Peter nodding yes. Want to elaborate on that?
Okay, we did that a couple of years ago when I did my PhD. We used it to induce stress in cod. I also know that the Germans have done it in experiments. Was it a couple of years ago, trying different kind of smells, so that could be done. Problem is that you probably need quite a lot of stimuli, in this case stimuli water. So, but it could be useful, I don't know. You can test it in a minor environment first and then see what happens.
Lots of predator stuff related.
Yeah. I've read quite a few studies now where they say this looming presence of a predator should work. Instead of a seal, maybe somebody in a black wetsuit can always work.
Or a seal suit.
Yeah, a seal suit. Oh, yeah.
Somebody wants to know who Seahorse is.
Mike wants to say something. First, Mike.
I really like the presentation. Some novel techniques there. But you said a few times sort of getting a consistent response from the animals, right? If you're presenting them with a stressor, it might not be. It's about managing your expectations as well. Are you always going to get the same response from a different set, same species but different animals within that taxa? Are you always going to get a consistent response? Is that a realistic expectation? Different individuals, and this is an evolutionary sort of defense mechanism. Particularly when it comes to survival, different individuals are likely to have different responses. So expecting consistency is maybe unrealistic.
Yeah. You know,
Sorry to...
No, that's very true. I mean, initially I was thinking, I really want to find this like reflex response, right? Where it's like, you trigger this and it causes that. It's like this very simple input-output kind of thing. But yeah, like you've seen with behaviors with the fish, it's all over the place. I had to have such a huge sample size just to deal with variability. And even with the burrowing experiments, you sometimes have an individual where it just didn't feel like burrowing that day. You're just not going to do it. And then you're like, oh, okay, I guess that's what I have to deal with now.
And individual responses may vary
yes.
on their particular state at that time. So yeah, it's a huge challenge. But I mean, just mapping those different behaviours is interesting. But yeah, don't expect consistency.
No, I think that started being hardwired into me at this point. So.
All right.
Yep.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Really nice presentation again.
Cool.
Oops. That's. We'll move over to Pieke, who's got luckily not 101 slides for every fail, but I bet he has a few. So Pieke, have at it.
Well, yeah, thank you. I'm Pieke Molenaar. I work at Wageningen Marine Research in the Netherlands. Work together with Hendrik and a lot of commercial fishermen. And well, we have been doing a lot on flatfish research and how to catch flatfish. And fishermen quite often approach me, here, I have a new technique. Can we test it? Can we see whether it works? And I collected a few over the years. And well, this fail session came up. I think, oh, I can fail this whole session. But I have to limit it a little bit, so I only collected 101. But I will just take a few of the better ones. So usually it looks like this. So yeah, flatfish fishery, what is our main target species? Hendrik already gave a very nice introduction. So we only have experts in the room now. I like that. So yeah, it's all in place. Well, and we are based in that little, very small red spot in Europe. But we fish this area. It's a shallow sea basin. It's only usually 24, 30 meters, so very shallow. And the fishery is a beam trawl fishery with highly mixed species, but most of them are flatfish, as you can see in the picture. But, well, usually with a beam trawl with some tickler chains. And Hendrik already gave you a small introduction in that, but well, most of the time it looks like this. And if you go trawling here with those standard gears we use here at FTFB, might you have catch or not? I don't know, we can see. Is there fish? Nah. So, the first question I have for you guys, what is the best technique to catch a fish here? And especially, what is the best stimulus to actually let fish enter a trawl? Because a trawl is never in the seabed, so it's above the seabed. And as you have seen now, those flatfish are not above the seabed. So if you actually make visible what's in here, it looks like this. But how to get those out of the sediment? So yes. How many people are in the room? This is the amount of responses I would like to have. So yeah, what technique to use to get those 1.5 million flatfish out of the sand?
Can you find more than the 101 that Pieke has already tried?
Yeah, let's see whether there is one that's not been tested. No ideas? Noise, vibration, okay. Electricity, yeah. Now we're getting somewhere. But okay, we let this, pulse, tap. Why is there so much electricity? I don't get it. Bubble curtain, I like that one. Should we try it? Water jets, also nice, yes. A lot of zap, rakes, hydrodynamics, yes. What else? Tickler chain, yes, finally. Okay, let's add more, please. But then I will go on slowly with the presentation, because we have a few fails to face. Chemical. Okay, I haven't tried that. Okay, let's switch.
I think we'll cut out the dynamite one when we're going to make the report, though.
So, how to catch a flatfish? Well, we start with, we need a stimuli. It's in the sediment, so you need to chase it, dig it up, and then it might, in a couple of seconds, bury again. Oh no, it's gone again. So yeah, you have to prevent that it buries again. And then you have to repeat those stimuli, exhaust them, and then you have to scoop them up as soon as the ground rope comes. But they should not bury again before the ground rope comes. And then you have to retain them in the trawl, so you have to have enough speed, the right mesh size, and if you're too slow, they escape through the trawl entrance again. So yeah. I like that there was already quite a lot of techniques what can be used, but we will take just the occasional one. The tickler chain, we have seen this one. You know, we have a couple of ticklers, you drag them over the seabed, but there's one thing, there should be a tickler follow-up every 40 centimeters, because if that's not within 40 centimeters, it's gone again, this flatfish. So if one of those things is missing, 20% of your catch is missing too. I don't know where they go, but they are not in the trawl. So, well, sometimes you have this is your 40 centimeter row of tickler chains you need to catch, but do you really need them all? Well, sometimes yes, it's very effective, but well, it needs a lot of fuel to run this over the seabed. That catches quite a lot what's on the seabed, so high bycatch. And quite a bit of bottom penetration, not on a big surface, but quite deep. But do we have alternatives? Well, there it is. We've seen this before, pulse trawl. It's a nice one, I like. Is it running? So yeah, we have two electrodes. There's electricity, a pulse in between those. The fish is exposed for 2 seconds. There you saw some fish. Actually, if they're in between those electrodes, they actually curl up. But as soon as this electrode is gone, they relax and they shoot away. So it's only immobilizing it for if they're exposed into the pulse field for 2 times, maybe half a second. And then they should go over this foot rope. But as soon as they relax and they bury again, you don't catch them. So yeah, it worked quite well. We applied it in a couple of commercial trawls, made it a little bit bigger scale. We applied the sunwing, so it hovers. And yes, the final result of that, we could lower our trawling speed by 35%. We saved at least 46% of the fuel use in this fishery, 30% less bycatch, less bottom contact, very efficient gear. And yeah, I think this is everything Europe wants in terms of innovating gears, right? It doesn't tick in any box. That is really nasty. And it was efficient. The fish quality was better, but policy fail, management fail. So no, it's not allowed anymore. So yeah, we failed to use this gear. It's too bad, but we cannot really help it. So now we have to find alternatives. So yeah, you guys already mentioned the two most effective, it's tickler chains and pulse. Tickler chains has its advantages, but also disadvantages. But we need an alternative, and well, we just discarded a very good alternative. So we had to find some old techniques. So we looked in 1500 to see whether there was a technique to catch flatfish. There's a nice picture of certain options. I've seen the Belgium were shopping in this little picture too. But, yeah. So first one. Okay, yeah. I found this one walking on the harbor, and then there was a vessel with this gear on it. I said, what's that? Oh, that's a new kind of tickler chain or pulse trawl. Well, what is it? I talked to the fisherman. Is it effective? Well, I catch something, but yeah. But it's a filleting fail. You fillet the fish before you actually catch them. So some fish were actually in okay state, but yeah, some fish were, especially the bigger turbot, they were already filleted before they came on board. It has some influence on your product quality. This gear already disappeared within a year, so I would say it's quite failed as well. Matthias, he found a picture that it's for sale now somewhere. You can buy it. You want to test it? We have to continue because there's many more. So walking in the harbor, there was another thing. And if you see, this is a beam troll, but what I did, the foot rope is not just 8 meters after the beam troll. No, it was straight at the beam, but on the beam there was all those rakes. I think it was inspired by some Italian nice design. But yeah, I think I've never have seen any data on it, no publications, no drawings, but the picture was made and it never appeared again. So I think failed. Industry fail, I call it, because it was tested by the industry, no science, no drawings, nothing. Ah, the Italian design. Oh, it looks very nice, very smooth, very quick. And yes, you see those nice little rakes that blow through the seabed, they scoop up all the fish, but you have to fish at 7 to 8 knots, I believe. Well, Anto can maybe tell what you actually really need. The net is not even connected here. Might even be more effective than a beam troll we use. But yeah. We failed to fund this one to actually test it, because maybe it's not the solution we really need. So maybe it's effective, but we failed to fund. So there's many ways to fail certain research. It's not only that you fail your experiments, it's also fail to fund or management, policy. Watch out. Continue, same kind of principle. Another fisherman came up. Okay, well, if you have those rakes at the beginning of the beam, all the fish swim they're already left as soon as the net comes. So maybe we have to apply the stimulus just 7 meters down in the troll, just before the foot rope. Well, you think, oh, that's not a bad idea. So they made this one. They called it T-line ticklers, but it was basically a bunch of rakes that really went through the seabed in front of the foot rope, and then. And I've seen some data on it, but it was collected as self-sampling, and that was sent to my former colleague Bob van Marle, and then he got some data, and he had to put it in a report, but the data was not very nice, very inconclusive, and typical fisherman data. Yeah, we caught less, but we have a little less fuel. But what is the difference? Ah, yeah, it caught less. Okay. So, less fuel was the question. Very high maintenance. You had to replace those things quite often. And apparently it was economically not very feasible. So, yeah, industry fail, I would say, because we didn't get much data out of it. Another one by the industry. We got a little wing-shaped rake. How does this work? Well, it's like a wing-shaped profile. You drag it over the seabed, and there's those little rakes that go through the seabed. I was like, might be not too bad. You may follow the sediment very nice. You touch a few flatfish, they might jump up. Okay, we did some tries in the tow tank, and then I made a gear, and they did an industry trial. So the vessel left on Sunday. It came back on Wednesday. 2 gears. I was fishing 2.5 days. 2-hour tows, came back with half a box of fish. No data, but I will call it industry fail because it didn't work. So, and then, what's next? Oh, maybe we can make self-rotating helixes that rotate over the seabed, and flatfish might encounter this rotating helix, and they don't like it too much, and it may not have a lot of drag. And then it needs to really, if they're so annoyed by this rotating helix, they might just jump over this foot rope. Well, okay, not a bad idea. Well, let's see. Hey, wait. So we put those in those tow tank Hendrik showed. Well, let's see how it turns around, how it works. So it doesn't look too bad. So they went to sea. They made it in a really 12-meter beam troll, double rows of helixes, and then. Yeah, it seems to catch some flatfish at softer sediment. So if the sediment is not too hard, you have some catches. Although if you go to the hard sands, the hard sediment, so the hard, really, just compacted sand, no catches. In the soft sediment, I think they lost at least 30% of the catch. They did some first trials last year. It's not completely gone yet. I would say we give it a chance, but until now, efficiency maybe fail, and a limited data fail, because they didn't involve any scientists in their data collection. So usually it's, we take 2 gears, we deploy them both same time. It's full of the new innovation, and we compared with my neighbor 2 weeks ago. So I'm like, okay. So, we went through a couple of mechanic stimuli. Some failed, some didn't fail too much. But yeah, what other techniques are there? So we need out-of-the-box techniques. So yeah, we have to collect a few here in this room. We have some fails. So yeah, let's see what you have. What should we test?
Do not put dynamite.
I already have to admit, I'm highly failing in presenting my fails in 10 minutes, so that's another fail. But, one. Sound pulses. How does that work? Is that a train that comes in pulsating, or electromagnetic field? Magnets. Shovel scope. Lasers, water jets. Okay, Juan, where are you? Lasers, huh? How can I see a laser if they're buried 3.5 centimeters? Oh, very deep. So the laser should burn the sand, or how does it work?
I think I heard something about this. Someone, I don't remember exactly who told me, but there was an idea about just applying laser to raise flatfish. I didn't dig much into this, but I heard about that. A little bit poor feedback from my side, but you might just explore it.
Yeah, just because it was also brought up by Georg, there was once a Belgium experiment together with others, with us for instance, to stimulate flatfish, shrimp, whatever with laser, and it didn't work in any case. So it was really a fail, even if they were not buried. We didn't have to burn the sand.
Okay.
We should present it one day, yeah?
Yes. Next session. So yeah, we have lasers, sound, magnetic fields. I don't know how that's going to work. Both water jets, a shovel scope, scoop, and deep fry and fillet fish just at the seabed, so you can put them on a plate instead of a box. But big vacuum. Hopper gear, rubber disc, steel wire. Okay. That might be nice, yeah. Okay, let's go. Yes, none of those? Oh, that's a pity. So, water spray, yes, I've seen it 2 times. So, is it going to work? Well, here we have a tank with some soil and some water spray approaching, and they seem not really to like it. So, yeah, maybe. But let's apply it to commercial gear. So we did some industry trials in 2019 to 2022, and yes, we have experimented a lot. We made a gear with water spray, and there was a pump on the beam, and some tubes or hoses going down to the gear, and then in the gear we applied water spray, and yeah, wow. There was also an electricity cable going to the pump. It used 10 times more energy than the pulse trawl did, but well, we cannot use pulse trawl, so let's try this one. And we tried different nozzles and different shapes, and to see, and I think we did 30 weeks of experimental trials with this vessel and this gear. But it was not very effective by just having the water there in front of the foot rope. So very soon the fishermen came up with ideas. Let's improve this gear. And then you see, we're combining with tickler chains now. 1, 2. Oh yeah, we need some ticklers with rubber discs too. In between a little bit of water spray. So yeah, less fuel, yes, less fuel than only tickler chains. Very low catches sometimes. Sometimes on the soft sediment, sometimes catches up to 30% of 70% of a pulse gear. But quite often, if you went to the hard sediments, the compacted sand, the catches were only 10% of the other gears. So you're like, well, what does it look like? Here you see the gear. Oh, you see foot rope. I would say, yeah, industry fail. But they didn't want to go slow. They say, we really need to go 3.5 knots. And the trials they did in the tank with the sole, it was maybe at 1 or 2 knots. And they say, yeah, at 1 or 2 knots, we cannot move the vessel anymore. We just anchored, I say. So maybe if you take a bit more scientific approach in how to apply this in the fishery and just do it step by step, not industry trial and error, maybe you get somewhere. But for now, after 2 million euros, subsidies and everything, it's still failed because it's not there anymore. It's getting rusty in a little corner of the harbor. But we go on. I saw somebody putting rubber strands with we have there, yeah. So it's a string with alternating discs, small, big ones. It's in the direction of the towing force, and yes, it uses a lot of less fuel. It has less catch too, but it was not too bad. So we did quite some trials with it. It was taken up by quite some vessels. And how does it work? Well, you drag it over the seabed. The big disc actually creates a small vortex behind the big discs and start to dig in the sediment. So you have a whole field of rubber discs that dig in the sediment one by one until you reach that 3.5 centimeters maybe. I don't know. We have seen 3.5 centimeters now in the lab, but maybe in field situations, I have no clue. So there was another gear coming in, even smaller, and another vessel was trying it. And then I came on another harbor, and I was like, what are you doing? Oh yeah, we're going to try this gear. It might be the solution. So yeah, then you see a whole lot of rubber disc. And oh yeah, we combine it with some net ticklers too, so maybe it's effective. Maybe you see a little bit more of that. I have to say, 4 weeks later, he participated in the decommissioning program like 60 other vessels did. And so they're not very effective. A lot of vessels went bankrupt finding us solutions for pulse trawling. Industry fail again. So what about, they call them twisters in the Netherlands, but it's actually a water vortex behind a kind of upside down frying pan. What actually flips things that are on the bottom, flips them upside down, and it was tested in several countries, including Canada. It was used for shellfish to catch the nice shells. But then it was introduced in, let's take it, let's see whether it works. So it was tested in brown shrimp, it was in place beam trawling, sole beam trawling. So this was the first one I saw. I think it's quite long ago. And I placed all those little frying pans on the beam. But then 6 meters later, there's a foot rope. So you create a vortex, you flip things around, and then you let it wait 5 seconds until something comes to scoop it up. So that didn't work. So I would say positioning failed, because if you put it there, it's not going to work. So later on I learned, and we did some trials in this tank again, and then you see, here you have this cup. It's a bit hard to see, but you see a really nice vortex, but the water flow is actually turning things around. If you put just a piece of wood or just a silicon flatfish there, they're all flipped upside down. So yeah, maybe, but a silicon fish is really not really real fish. So a real fish might not flip and just go back. But it was tested in the beam trawl. Here you see this nice walk pan straight in front of a foot rope. So yeah, a nice idea. But I combined it also with the rubber strands to have a more effective gear. There's a lot of rubber strands, things to flip fish at the end of the foot rope. And I did quite some sea trials. We were involved in that. Quite lower resistance compared to a tickler chain gear. Yeah, it saved quite a fuel, 5% fuel use, so not so much. But you lose 27% of your sole. So we did some economic calculations. You lose money if you use this gear. So yeah, not economically viable. It does catch some fish, but it's again an industry fail. It has been around on the harbor for about half a year, for 3/4 of a year, and now there's no vessel using it anymore. A lot of vessels disappeared too. So, let's go for another thing that modifies the water flow. I've seen spoilers. So, hey, wait, this was in Belgium. It's a chain mount, so we put spoilers in a chain mount. Maybe it's getting more effective. And then I found a report, not very well worded, but said, the catches were higher, equal, but not very clear. I would say I've never seen it again. So it's a Belgian fail. Then again, I was in another harbor, and then I was like, what is this guy doing? I asked him, hey, what are you doing? We made some things to modify the water flow, and it's going to work. It looks like beer barrels, no? And I cut them in halves, and then I attached them to the gear. So yeah, I call it the beer barrel twisted tickler gear. I don't know, there was no name for it, but I haven't seen it again after this picture, so it was a drinking fail. So, I saw some air bubbles coming up today. Yes, yes, it has been tried. So we got a very big compressor, we got some nozzles, different diameters. We put it again in this tank where we sometimes do some trials, and then very close to the seabed, very far. So we started, let's try in 40 centimeters. Switch on the bubbles, you don't touch the bottom. Flatfish don't move. So yeah, very soon, this bubble applicator went down to 3 centimeters. So let's see whether we can move some fish. And we enclosed the fish in a small area. We put this bubble air generator, and we could move it up and down, and very slow, very fast. Well, we started very slow, but very fast didn't have any effect. So yeah, here we go. This was the final result. Not moving any flatfish. So we start with a lot of bubbles. And yeah, okay. So yeah, it looks like a quite explosion, and then you see it moving at, wow, it really creeps over the seafloor. Final result, 3 centimeters above the seabed, 5 bars pressure. 0% to 60% of the fish actually moved. They didn't get out of the sediment, they moved this far. So no, not effective. I was initiated by the industry. Not a bad idea. I mean, some very smart people here also said, yeah, we should try it, but no, it failed. Then light. Yeah, let's try light. I heard already laser lights here, and I found a picture. It was in a Belgium report. Let's put a very big chain mod, put some lights on it, and maybe catch more. And I heard some stories that I tested the strobe light in 1995. But the Belgium report reported that doesn't have any effect. And the strobe light, they already went down to the seabed, but they didn't make it pressure resistant, so the light broke before they touched the seabed. Both failed. What was this? I was walking again in this harbor. I was like, hey, what's on this vessel? Hey, they brushed the seabed. They're going to clean something. You see, it was brand new. They were going to test it for one day on Friday afternoon, and then they came back. I have never seen the gear again. Fisherman's fail. But hey, brushes, can we use this? Sometimes you can clean the street, right? And then you brush, and then if there's a flatfish on the street, it might end up in this machine. It's more or less a trawl on land. Huh? So yeah, okay, let's go. So they made it. You see here is a kind of scale model trawl. It has actually a cod end, and it has 8 brushes that rotate to actually catch the fish. Right in front of the foot rope, we released some fish in this tank. Sole one place, on specific places. We started a rotating brush, and let's see whether we catch some in this 32 meters. So what does it look like? No, it was actually in 2020. Well, there we go. And there we move. It was quite an expensive system to build, and you clean the tank very nice. Well, you saw the fish, yes, and yes. Okay, dead fish are on top of the sediment, and yes, you catch dead fish. We didn't catch any live fish, maybe 1 out of 40 or something. And the other problem was actually, if you apply this system, I found place with actually pinched ice. So yeah, it's not very good for the fish. So no, okay, not very effective. Industry fail again. But nice to look at. And then maybe, sometimes, okay, we still had pearls, and we thought, maybe we can separate certain species on certain behaviors, certain burying behavior. So we thought, place is just on the surface. So we first scooped the place to the side, collected in extra additional content on the side, and then in the red area of the drawing, we apply pearls, and there we catch the sole. And they have a very nice gear to separate sole from place, and then we might do some selection. No, it didn't work. I think it was a big fish behavior fail because you don't get place separated from sole before any foot rope comes. So same idea, but okay, let's switch a little bit. So we put a brush foot rope in front of the real foot rope, and this brush foot rope should again brush all the place to the middle. You catch place and an additional content you see in the middle. Then you again catch with the pearls the sole. And then we did it even in a big trawl by a side-by-side comparison on a trouser trawl. Maybe it works, but then I looked at the video, and then you see that the brush didn't touch the seabed at all. So yeah, I would say, well, not completely fail, but I would say technical fail. If you don't touch the seabed, well, you try to separate fish, it's not going to happen. So yeah, well, So, then there's one problem. I've been playing around with a friend, with this very light beam troll. It's man-powered. It has one tickler chain of about 0.5 centimeter total. It has a foot rope of the same size. You do it in a summer night. You tow it at low tide, at knee-deep water, at 60 centimeters. And, well, you tow it for quite a bit with 1 or 2 guys. And then you empty the cod end, and what the heck is in there? There's sole in there. So we did catch sole on a man-powered beam troll with one very light tickler chain with a very light foot rope. And there's even big sole in there, and quite a few. But I don't understand why we cannot use this technique in a commercial vessel to catch sole with a very light gear. So this is a big knowledge fail. I don't know why. I might find it out one day. Not yet. So far, what techniques we forgot to fail? And yes, we have a Mentimeter, or you can send them directly to me. We might try it even if you suggest it.
Thank you very much, Pieke. Those were definitely 10 minutes.
Yeah. Failed.
Failed. I don't think we have really time to go into more whatever you want to imagine. Maybe go to some other industries that don't clean streets, but maybe garbage take up or whatever. I think there's plenty of stuff still to imagine. We'll go over to Seb, because he's going to talk a bit. I think this is going to be, yeah. We've had a lot of science fails, but this is something a bit more different. And I'm really glad Seb was open to come and talk with us about, where we are as a researcher compared to policy and sometimes what we have to do. So I'm looking forward to the discussion that's going to follow on that. I'll let him take it away once his presentation is ready.
This is the start. Is it right? Okie doke. Well, I feel a little bit depressed for Pieke, I think, but still very amazing that you stay motivated. And I feel now we should put on a little soundtrack to get into the mood when we talk about inside the twilight zone of the science and policy interface. Fisheries research in support of exemptions to the European landing obligation. So maybe you have shared the experience that you have actually been asked to do something where you pretty much think, this could be a foregone failure. So you could feel a bit like this horse being put in front of the carriage there. Well, I said maybe a hidden political agenda that is pushing you pretty much towards the cliff. So in this case, you could feel, or your institution is actually being instrumentalized when your science become politicized and to push a certain agenda in direction for getting a certain result, but it may be, pretty much a foregone conclusion that it's actually going to fail. So this could also be then considered that you are burning considerable amount of taxpayers' money with very little chance on actually any success or possibly uptake, but that's a different story because there you may actually expect some success. So you could ask yourself the question, when we actually want to do things really right, but are we rather doing the right thing? It becomes a bit philosophical, so I don't have any graphs or anything. It's just about the framing, and I have a few examples from my own experience in some studies in support of exemptions to the landing obligation, in particular the high survival exemption. Some work related to this is the flip-up rope. It's a modification to a demersal beam troll that is at the makes actually the ground rope flip up when it hits bigger rocks and boulders, so that they don't end up in the net. Well, I don't really want to go into all the detail of the saga of this work, but maybe to frame first the failure of the experiment. There was limited replication for a number of reasons, and so the difference in the survival rate then of discarded place was not significant. I should mention that this work was actually commissioned, so we were asked to do this after it was already legislated. That was based, I think, on a graph that I once made in some earlier work where we were working out the kind of baseline, what is actually the survival rate of discarded place. And we could see that in cleaner catches, smaller volume, you had an increased likelihood of survival. I did say, I think, I don't know how many times to the policymakers, this was confounded by the fleet segment where we did the study. So in Belgium, you have different beam trawlers of different engine capacities, and we tested in all of the segments. But yeah, the smallest, the coastal vessels, small beam trawls, small volumes had the highest survival probability. So the reasoning there was then to think, okay, cleaner catches results in higher survival, so we want to come up with the flip-up is going to be the solution, really. The other element, and that's, say, the legislation is currently that you either have to use for the vessels of 221 kilowatt power and greater, either a flip-up rope or a benthic release panel, a Flemish panel. This has also been a bit of a case that there was no study actually supporting or testing whether it has any effect on the survival probability. I think it was just a study on the selectivity and seeing that you can clean up catches and get rid of some unwanted debris and benthic animals by installing a square mesh panel in the bottom of the cod end. Yeah, it is also, we heard from Daniel that with the dolly rope, you know, that whole selectivity story also goes out of the window. So it's been used to support an exemption and without having actually been thoroughly tested for that purpose. Another example, this was also, we were asked by the industry because to look at the impact of, say, the sorting procedures on discard survival then, and to see if we could do anything to mitigate that, even though the consensus already was, say, from the science that the majority of the stress happens in the capture phase. So if we look at then, what kind of role you or me as a scientist plays in that Bermuda Triangle a little bit between policymakers, industry, and the science, you can look at this sort of model from a linear transition of knowledge to your client to more an interactive model. You have these three different roles of servicing, advocating, diversifying. So say the servicing scientist would be very passive, would be just reacting to what is being asked to do and to test, and really meets that end of the spectrum of the linear knowledge transfer. Whereas like in a more advocating role, you could be trying to actually engage also with the policy makers and of course with the industry in advocating the most plausible, most what you think is, say, from the science, the most promising techniques to test. So you have to take a more active role in that process to avoid of being instrumentalized. And the most inclusive role would be, say, in the diversifying spectrum, a more interactive model, really asking for the participation and an understanding also of the political processes that drive some of these questions, and the commissions of the research work, and finding consensus together, and also considering different framing of the problem, being really inclusive and plural in the definition, and then in how to address that. So in essence, it's not only co-productively to generate scientific knowledge, but also to transfer it then to the policymakers and align the research with the needs of society where necessary or possible. And at the same time, maintain the scientific integrity and independence and keep the interaction methods workable. And of course, that is sometimes where you can also be criticized if you would be taking a more advocating and activist role, that your role becomes less neutral. From experience, well, this is more general, but it's sort of an initiative we have at our institute. Yeah, I should have mentioned I'm a colleague of Matthias and Jasper, and they asked me to put this in here, so that we have a bit of a process now to safeguard that our science is not being instrumentalized, or that we're not the horse in front of the carriage. And that is when we get a request. So we have, well, a guideline created for the whole of the institute, and not just the fisheries science department, but also, say, for the agriculture and food departments. So if there is an intake of a request from the policy maker, there's been a contact to a scientist, it's not an individual affair. So it is registered as if it was an IT help desk problem. So that several people will actually see what is the question, how are we framing this, how are we going to respond to it, and then several people will be put on that case and can also follow the whole process through and see how this is processed. So there's the review, disclosure of the interests involved, and also of the researchers, and making sure that, and then also the advisory process is transparent, and what is then, say, expected from each of the sides, and also a clear definition of the arm's length, that's saying that, say, all of the results will be published. There is no mingling of, or cherry picking, or shuffling anything under the carpet rug. So that is then essentially really to provide that advice in the integer, scientific and honest manner, that there's the publication side as well. And to help young researchers, say the more experienced ones, facilitate also a training and intervention process. So we have various, or I think it's an obligatory dilemma training, where some of these cases are being discussed in case study and role play, and so you are aware of some of the pressures that you may be exposed to if you are being asked by a stakeholder to carry out certain work. So this is really to safeguard that your name is not being used or misused, and if you feel like you are under fire, it can also be a very charged environment that for a younger researcher is not so easy to cope with. And also then from the scientific institution perspective, to really make sure that there's no misuse and sort of reputational damage done. I was really inspired by a talk by Esther Turnhout from the University of Twente, in the Netherlands. And I asked her whether I can use this infographic. And she has also published a book, which I still have to read, but I still recommend it to you because she asked me to. But I think it's also very, very useful to understand how we can rethink and be aware of our role and how we play it in the science policy interface. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Seb, for this talk on the twilight. We really want to have this discussion about this because I think quite a few, when you're working in fisheries, it's already a highly, looked down, or like, looked down is a bad word, but it's a highly charged topic. We even had already discussion with Paul, like when we talk about this global fishing, should we show, all this data on where do fishermen fish and in smaller detail. So I think maybe this is something for you guys also to answer, like, do we just have to do the right thing, or do we just have to do things right? What's our role as a scientist here? And for the fishers in the room, what do you think maybe that we should do? Because you also can have an opinion on that, of course. You want to elaborate on that, Daniel?
I found myself, thank you very much, Sebastian, for this different but very important presentation. I think many of us have seen us in several of these slides or in several of these statements, and I think it is important to advocate because this is the reason why we are doing things, and we see that, and I felt when you said misused, I sometimes feel misused, so then it's important to stand up and say, this is not what I said, or this is not how to understand this. And if this is not visible, we also have to advocate it. So I'm strongly supporting it. Also knowing that the role of a neutral scientist is, this is a difficult line to walk.
Can I? Yeah. I think well, from experience, I mean, this is sort of, how I also felt like I have evolved in trying to anticipate and be more engaged. But it is, say, not that straightforward to have also that contact, regular contact to policymakers. We have, I should have mentioned also this program, I think in Belgium, where you can ask to shadow like a member of parliament or a politician, and actually understanding also how they work and why sometimes things arrive on the last minute. So yeah, that's, I think, a good kind of horizon widening option. But I also had this, well, the difficulty is then, say, if you take that advocating role, you could also, shoot yourself in the foot because, your money or your position depends on the research funding. So, sometimes you write a proposal where you think like, I actually have a much better idea, but I can't change the carriage, even though I would like to.
Lance here has something to add to this.
Yeah, I wrote, we provide correct advice as we are scientifically trained, but we're not made to make decisions. And I say that because we did a specific course at ILVO on that, on the science policy interface, and it was really interesting because it was about what is the perception that we as scientists have of policymakers. Usually they are too rash, too quick, make wrong decisions. And they have the perception of us that we're too slow, too correct, and too much focused on the details because that's what we do. And I think the best thing we can do to keep our neutrality is make thorough advice that's easily understandable by policy people, but they're not necessarily our enemies in the sense that they make this decision where our advice is only one of the maybe tens of 20-ish inputs, because they also have to keep track of demands of our POs or how the fishery is doing. Are they struggling? Can this be implemented in the current legal framework, or would it be a 10-year delay? They just have more considerations than the one consideration we usually have. And that's a difficult thing for me at the time of the training to just admit that I'm just part of the cog, or part of one cog in the entire machine.
I think we can discuss more, like Steve says, we shouldn't advocate, we have to be neutral and earn this trust, but then Jordan says like, we have to go more up on the barrier. And I guess it also depends on, Samantha, she wants to jump in.
But surely this is a conversation that you have with your policymaker when they ask, before they ask the request, they usually say, what as an expert do you think? Because usually that's a two-way discussion. We are the experts, we know what is and isn't feasible, and usually, well, at least in my experience, they don't put an advice request if we think this is not a good idea, because of, we do literature reviews, we can prove if it's going to work or not, usually. So for me, it's about discussions and maintaining good relationships with the policymakers, and then we provide neutral advice, they make the decision, but at least, like you say, not wasting taxpayers' money necessarily from the off.
Yeah, I think I agree. I mean, that's ideally, you know, the process that in this more co-creation, that there is, it's not a one-way street. I'd say, well, from my experience and the couple of examples, that there was a bit more the one-way street. We were basically, you know, set to do this work, or because it was already also legislated, even though, you know, if you would have asked me, I would have probably liked to have tested something different.
Thanks, Seb. That was thought-provoking. I actually put a reply and it didn't come up, but anyway, that doesn't matter. My initial thoughts is, and this is based on experience, personal experience. I think it's important, particularly for the young scientists in this room, is to develop your science, develop a solid scientific reputation, and then it's much easier to engage in an advocating debate. I maybe, earlier in my career, I maybe started trying to advocate and speak out a little too early, and that presented challenges for me. So, be careful about advocating. Your job is to be objective and present objective advice. Get a reputation for being objective and giving objective advice. And then it's much easier to engage in discussion. I agree. I think advocating, discussion is really important, particularly with the industry. But you've got to have a solid reputation behind you. Otherwise, you can be sidelined. So be careful.
Thanks, Mike. I feel like there's still more to discuss on this. We actually even had 2 more questions related to this, which are we wasting taxpayers' money when we have to do work that might just, you already know the results or it's not going to work, but sometimes that's just the only research you want to fund. And sadly, we don't have time now to answer these questions. So I'm just going to put them out there, discuss them amongst each other, maybe tonight and tomorrow, and if you see each other again. And the last one is what do we really need to move forward with sustainable fisheries? Is it always about more or better data, or is it sometimes maybe, I mean, we've seen 25 selectivity graphs throughout, well, every year basically. Maybe that's not always what we need to actually move forward. So these are just some things I want to put out there. Have another round of applause for Seb. I'm just going to leave this graph on here for a while, so you can basically point where you feel like you are as a scientist, because I think it might be interesting. And then we'll move on to our last presentation, which is going to be Juan. To you.
Okay, thank you very much. Well, I don't know if I should thank you for putting me after Pique, but definitely I thank Dara for introducing the fishery I'm going to talk about, the Nephros fishery. And yeah, it's just It's going to be, I hope, a small presentation on some lessons I learned from the sea. I don't know if it fits to the topic, how it is this focus group organized, but I'm going to try to be fast. Well, that's the guy. That's Nephros. Is a target, a very important target fishery in target species in Europe. It has a lot of stock, as you can see, and it has also traditionally a lot of problems. And this is like many other small crustaceans. To catch them efficiently, you need to use a small mesh, right? And other species that are available for the fishing gear gets into the fishing gear and are retained. So. There has been in this fishery a lot of research done to develop bycatch reductions devices that are in place in different parts of Europe, including sorting grids. We have seen already these sorting grids devices. We have seen also square mesh, in a form square mesh panels, the Celtra troll from Denmark and Ireland. And why not? We wanted to contribute also for the toolbox. So we thought that it might be a good idea to design a sieve panel for Nephros, right? It should be long, it should be with low inclination, and end up in double cordon setup. I'm going to explain why. Well, we followed a couple of assumptions for the concept to work. And one of them, and this was more or less paying attention on publications in the bibliography, we assumed that Nephros will just roll on like a rolling stones through the lower panel of the net, and we thought, okay, well, if we just have a low inclination, the Nephros will roll, 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 and at some point we have enough space, enough meshes will go down and go to the lower column. And at the same time, if we just choose a good mesh size, flatfish and roundfish will go up into the upper column, right? So that will, that's the separation concept we wanted to do. Basically, post-separation, the next step will be to adjust the mesh size of the upper and the lower column to make this adaptable selectivity for either flat fish in the upper column and Nephros in the lower column. So here you go. We started designing these sieve panels, and we choose very expensive netting, braided knotless netting, and very, very long sieve panels of 12 meters, right? And we choose it, design 1, design 2, 100 millimeters mesh size, the first one 120 millimeters, the second one, not much difference in between them, right? So we went at sea with our vessel Solea. Again, it's the same as the previous presentation I did. It was in 2015, and we moved from the Baltic Sea, where we are located, and here we don't have Nephros, to here above, to the Skagerrak Sea, in between Denmark and Norway. So we wanted to evaluate the sieving efficiency of the selection device. So how we just evaluated that? Well, we just simply calculated the catch that appeared in the lower column. So the catch proportion in the lower column was our target statistics. And obviously we wanted to have as much catch in the lower column. That's why, in ideal case, we should obtain a line like this. A line like this will mean that all the Nephros is in the lower column, right? That would be our standard. But things started to went a little bit downhill. When we tested the first design, and we found out that actually most of the Nephros were in the upper column, right? 12 meters panel, and only 70% of the Nephros on the lower. So we started to get a little bit stressed about the situation because we only had one design more, right? So what we have to do is increase mesh size. Let's go for the second design, 120 millimeters mesh size. Yes, we increased the catch proportion of nephros in the lower column, but mostly small individuals, which has no market, right? Or that should not catch. And the large ones were still in the upper column. We just brought down a considerable amount of nephros to the lower column, but most of them below the market size, and most of the valuable ones were on the upper column. So what we do now, we don't have any design more on board, right? That's it. So here we go again, like that. We went visit our best friends from Denmark. And here are Ludwig and Ben. We called them from the sea. Hey, we need urgent here. We are in the emergency status. So let's go to the harbor. And we went to a net maker again. Maybe the same net maker, who knows? And we asked it, okay, we need a large piece of netting, and it has to be really big, because we cannot just go now to 140 millimeters, right? We need to really make a big difference. And yeah, the crew on board were a little bit unsatisfied because they had to make a huge sieve net sewing it on board, so it was not a very good mood on board, but we made it. And yes, still, even with 200 millimeters, which you can put a basketball and go down, we didn't achieve what we wanted. Still, yes, we just brought some large individuals to the lower column, but unsatisfactory separation of nephros. And the revelation came when we just looked at the videos we collected, and instead of looking at Rolling Stones, we just saw nephros making a life on the netting, right? They were really skilled, working, just grabbing the twice, meeting others. It was entire society on the netting. And that was a fantastic revelation. I mean, is this a fail? Well, I don't know. I think this is the most fun part of our job. Encountering problems. It's just, for me, it's a multiple opportunity to learn multiple things at once. And I really get bored if everything works at first. This case, we took it, that was the test was in 2015, and then in 2016 we went to Mexico. And there I met this guy, Pique. Casually, of course, he was also working a similar concept, right? And we went together. The next year, we went at sea together with Soler to the Dutch waters, and we just, with the help of a Dutch fisherman, we created a concept which actually worked far better than what we just obtained in this year. And this fishing gear is finally implemented in the regulation. It's the SEPNet troll, which basically is a sieve net which has a fisherman touch on it. Well, the lessons I learned is be careful with your initial assumptions, especially when it comes to species behavior in the gear, and more especially from my experience with crustacean species. Probably some others here has experience trying to sort out crustaceans, and especially crustaceans and sieve nets. It seems to be quite a dangerous thing. Another learning is, if you are going at sea, don't bring only one plank, bring several, right? Wear it up as much as possible. You can just probably have some economic restrictions, but it's good to think beforehand about what it is called, contingency plans. Another interesting thing I learned is that if you are going to test different designs, make sure that you have enough differences. to make a contrast, not like from 100 to 120. Make it very large. You always can just zoom in, but you are just missing the real history, then you are done. Well, and basically always go on board with as much expertise as possible. This is because the captain we went with us, I find out when we were there that he never fished a single nephros because he never just experienced this fishery, so it was a challenge as well, and obviously has good connections on the shore. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Juan. This is exactly the type of stuff that we want to have in the fails. I'm glad I pressured you into this.
Okay, yeah. You're welcome.
That concludes our speakers for today. I don't think we don't have really time for questions.
Wait, Juan. Wait, we can...
you can stay here.
We can stay here. We promised something last year.
People, let's just move past this.
Jasper, we can thank them first.
Yeah. Maybe all the speakers can come to the front, and we'll have one more round of applause. And as promised last year, we said we were going to bring some Belgian beers, so we did bring some Belgian beers. I can tell you my suitcase was heavy and tempting to not drink it myself. But there's one for each. Have a look, take the one you like. It's all different. So no, I'm not gonna. This is gonna take too long if you have to give introductions to the beers as well. In the meanwhile, I would like people to have. This is the first time that we did it. It has been a bit more hectic than we wanted it to be, but I hope you enjoyed it. I hope it was learnful. And so we've put up this question. Be honest, we can handle it, we can cry later in a room. But did you like it? Do you think it was a good idea? Do you want more? Or are you more like, it was nice, but we should find a different way to do this? You think, okay, it was useful, but just this one time, don't want to see it again. Or just not at all. But looking how it's going, it seems like you guys liked it. That makes me happy. I was a bit stressed about whether it wasn't going to be too awkward. Yeah, sure. Our local cameraman wants a picture of everybody with the beers. So, everybody on there? Yeah, with the beers in front.
Do we have time to check what we could be do different, or?
We have to hold our beers up.
Thank you very much, guys.
Thank you.
I said it. So thank you for participating. I don't know. I don't think we have time to go into detail into this. Yeah. So for those who were less nice than the one who said loved it, great idea, how would you see this differently? Maybe give some tips on how we can do this better or different. Yeah. Moritz was first. I'll go up.
Yeah, I felt a bit left behind with my fails, so I think maybe a quick session on personal fails would be good. I think it was very helpful and encouraging to see everyone failing.
Well, you can convene with us next year. Anybody somewhere in the front? Hi.
I found it very useful. Only the parts that I could understand, because I think to be able to intervene with such discussions, you need to understand the background quite well. Considering that there are people from 30 countries, it's not easy to understand what was the background of a Greek trial which has been going on there for 20 years. I'm not too sure if we were okay to understand it well enough to contribute it. there are people coming from Japan, New Zealand. Probably for native speakers, it's a little better. That's, I think there is a little bit of communication problem here. Otherwise, it could be more, more productive. But the other thing that I would like to raise is that I think we are just doing things to see the results, whether they are different from each other. I think the main focus of trying to understand why things are happening is probably a little under-stressed. I think we need to put a little more focus, not a little, significantly more focus on why things are happening, and probably looking for the ideas how we can better understand why things are happening and how things are happening. Because we don't really see them most of the time when they're under the water, when they're in the fishing nets. And we find something that are significant in one place at what time, then they can be totally different in another place and another time. So I think the main thing that I am trying to say, we should focus more on why question. And I think the activity should continue probably by taking into account these things. Thank you.
Well, it sounds like we'll need a focus session on why. So maybe you can, because the idea was we want people to show what doesn't work. Like completely doesn't work, but then you need to understand why it doesn't work, of course. So yeah, it's hard because we wanted to switch between not too long talks. Thank you very much, Pieke. So that we have the opportunity to show more people what to fail, but I understand that, why did it fail might fall out of the scope that we had now. So maybe we should try and include that a bit more. And yeah, the communication, it's hard when there's definitely a big group. I heard Petri said we should talk slower. Maybe that's already gonna help. There was one more, Georg.
I think it was really good, but like we're a really diverse group from a lot of places, and a lot of these talks, nephrops selectivity, we have heard a lot of this. We know the mechanisms, we know what's going on. I think it was really good to include things that we know nothing about, the things that other people work in different fisheries, in different scales, with different boats, so that we learn from that and maybe see if that, I mean, this is to influence us, this is to think maybe more deeply about certain things that we don't think about when we set up our experiments. So that could also help.
Yeah, maybe just don't do nephrops. I guess we'll leave it at that. If you have more ideas, please do send us, or feel free to join us up here next time. So, yeah, I think that's all for me. And Martin. On a less happy keynote, maybe Paul is going to say something for an old colleague of many of us here.
So we wanted to take a moment and remember. Ron Fontaine was born in 1945, and he worked at ILVO for several decades. He was a well-known gear technologist, and he worked here. Maybe you don't know, but yeah, he was actually born in Cardiff. So he was originally from the UK, moved to Belgium, and is most well-known for a number of seminal pieces of work. If you've ever cited Weilman et al. 1996, you've typed Ron's name into your references many times. Ron was an eminent gear technologist. Several of you had the opportunity to meet him. Some of you have even co-published with him. And there are people here that worked alongside Ron and know Ron, and I know neither Jasper or Matthias had the chance, I think, to even meet Ron, maybe just once. So gear technologists don't live forever, but sometimes you're able to get a few pictures, and we reached out to the colleagues at ILVO for a handful of pictures. Please remember. rest in peace. Ron was married for 60 years, and his ashes have been cast into the sea as per his wishes. And if you'd like to know more about his obituary, there is an obituary that we can make available. I think it's in Belgium now, so I couldn't find it myself. So thank you, and best wishes to his family. Okay, now a couple of yes, let's clap. And please pass along our thanks to your colleagues for providing those pictures. Thank you. All right, so a few announcements. Just 3 quick announcements before you go. Number 1, if you're interested in dinner this evening, just remember it's at 8 o'clock by the pool. I think it'll be a bit of a dress-up affair. Maybe, maybe not. I don't know. All we know is it's 30 euros. Come by the pool. Live entertainment, music, and even karaoke. And food is, well, for 30 euros, you'll get food and drinks. So please remember 8 p.m. by the pool. Number 2, for those of you that filled in the taxi sheet, Sebastian wanted me to make clear that that is not you requesting a taxi, and it's not him organizing your taxi. This is meant to be a self-finding tool. It'll be laid on the table at the back. The goal being now that you can go run your finger up and down by yourself, find someone that's leaving around the same time that you are, and go talk to that person and book a taxi together. It's to find efficiency and save money, but as Sebastian, if I understand correctly, you're not organizing taxis for everybody. It was simply a way to kind of figure out when everybody's leaving, and that maybe you can find each other. So check the table at the back and try to find somebody that needs a taxi at the same time you do. Finally, number 3, if you're presenting tomorrow morning in the energy session or in the catchability session, please bring your talks to Noëlle. All right, enjoy. You're dismissed. We'll see you by the pool this evening.